Boom! How we doing, everybody? Welcome back to True Crime Metrix with your host, Toothless Jimmy. How you doing? I've been to the dentist today. They yanked out my teeth and they gave me some pills. Take a pill, Mom. Make Dad take a pill. Make Metrix take a pill. So please, everyone remind me at 10 o'clock Eastern to take another one of these. Clavamox DT. Nice. A little bit of antibiotics. Yeah, no, it was pretty good. Pretty good. Feeling pretty good, you know. I mean, I can talk. I can use my face. That's always good. The girl who pulled it out there, she was tiny. She looked about 14 years old. I walked in there. I said, "Where's your dad? Go and get me your dad." Is your dad here? Okay, you just run reception. No, she did it. She did it. And strong. She was very strong. Yeah. Nice looking too. To be honest, I think that's the closest female contact I've had in about 14 months. I think from now on, I'm just going to start paying women to touch me. Manicurists, pedicurists. I'm changing the name of the channel. I'm changing the name of the channel. It used to be True Crime Metrix, and now it's going to be Crime and Cuticles. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. But I got to go back. I got to go back next week for them to continue work on my face. And then they're going to take another 2 teeth out at some point. That's going to be fun. It was fucking horrific. Anyway, all good now. Welcome back to the channel. Welcome back to Charlie, Donna Jailhouse calls. We're going to be doing the live chat finale today, folks. The last segment. And although the calls end on the date of November 11th, I believe, we've got call 22, 23, 24, and 25 to get through. I think they end on the 11th. Of course, Donna wasn't arrested until the 13th. So these are all the calls that are available. And there's obviously a gap. There's a gap of a couple of days, or at least a day and a half. Now, obviously on the 13th, they would have been pretty busy traveling, and possibly on the 12th as well. Also, it would have coincided with Charlie probably moving his ass out of Suicide Watch. So who knows? Maybe Chief Mac wanted to ask him some questions for 2 days. Questions about barbecue, questions about marinade. You know, if you want to get out of Suicide Watch in a jail that Chief Mac runs, you better know about brisket. You know, how many hours would you need to apply the rub before it sits in the fridge? If I marinate pork shoulder in cider vinegar, can you tell me the appropriate smoking temperature for an entire rack of baby lamb ribs? Okay, you can come out of Suicide Watch. You got all the questions correct. Anyway, good to see you folks. Good to see chat. We're going to start off the video.
Is that?
Hey, honey.
Hey, Nick. Hold on, Mom. I'm good, Nick. Thanks for checking on me. Hey, listen, if Memphis has any of those Ritz crackers that I gave him, can you guys bring me some food or something? All right, brother. Thank you so much. All right. The guys from E2 over here.
Say that again. You're fuzzy.
The guys from E2 come over and check on me.
Oh, God.
Come through.
Come to check on you. They want to know if they can keep the half-eaten apple and tuna pouch. That's what they want to know. They came to check on me. So are you going to eat that tuna? Do you mind if I dip your apple in the tuna?
So
What's going on?
what's going on? So a little bit more catch up from this morning. So needless to say, the appellate lawyer does not have to be done immediately. I thought it was more of a rush. There are other things that Dan is working just...
Yeah. The appellate lawyer, Dan says the appellate lawyer doesn't need to be done immediately. In fact, he's got another 6 weeks of billed time to take care of for us. But he knows best. He's been on the phone with Chief Whaley, and he trusts Chief Whaley. It will get done. It will. With me, it will get done.
Other things that he's working on and handling that actually have to come before that. Not that that won't come, but there's an order to things, and this is how we're doing it. So there's
there's an order to things. There's a money order signed, made out to Daniel Rashbaum, Esquire.
Some good thoughts in there that could work. So I can't discuss them with you now, not on a private line. But
you mean on a landline? But hold on 1 second. Just kidding. Hold on 1 second.
I got you, honey. I got you.
I got you, honey. I got you.
Yeah, any of the stuff that I gave you guys, I'm going to order a ton of shit when I get out of here. I'm doing that in the pot.
You see, it's just like fucking playtime for him. He sounds like he's in an after-school club, you know? Can you hang on a sec, Mum? And then he runs off to speak with his friends. I mean, he really has this kind of young energy sometimes, doesn't he? Hey, Mum, can you hang on a sec? It's like this sort of lively, energetic child wrapped in a dentist's body. That's the other thing I was thinking of while I was in the fucking chair having my face moved. Was, oh my God, are these people killers too? Do they know the Adelsons? I mean, there must be some kind of international dentist convention, right? I mean, if there's fucking crime con, is it really so out of the realm of possibility that the Portuguese dentist would meet Charlie Adelson at some event?
Yeah, I'll eat those for sure. Yeah, that would be awesome. Thank you, man. I'm going to give you the food back when I get out and get some packages for you. All right, thanks, man. I'm getting some sardine with Ritz crackers so I can coordinate meals here.
Yeah.
So, no, I'll be able to talk stuff that you talked to Dan about. We'll be able to.
On his line, he'll be up.
Hang on 1 second, sorry. Yeah. What's that? Okay, that's awesome. Don't give this to me in here. Dude, you guys are the best. I'll take care of you when I get out. Thanks. I know, man. See you soon. So sorry.
No.
Dan, is Dan, like, one thing I said to Dan is, I said, Dan, we could have done, by the way, if you're with Alex, let me let you do your thing with them, and I can call you when you're done. I don't want to
Dad was in the bank doing some other stuff, and Alex is sitting here waiting for Dad, so we were talking, and then Dad just came up from the garage, so now Dad's with Alex, so they're fine. They're doing the stuff they need to do, and they're taking care of business. So,
by the way, I'm going to have Alex reach. Like Adam actually called Alex to let him know what happened today. So that's good that they have a line of communication open.
Yes, that is good.
And I said to Alex a long time ago when I sold him that with the building or whatever, I was like, look, if I ever need your help with Adam, you're going to help me. So I just spoke to him about that because Adam actually owes me big time. So I'm going to have Alex be the intermediary and try to have Adam do the right thing.
Okay, and so here's what you need to do. If there's anything, we should give Dan's phone number to Alex.
Okay.
Because if there's any personal information that has to be relayed, he can't tell you on that line. But he can tell Dan, and Dan can tell you. Okay?
Okay. Yeah. No.
I'll also let Dan know that Alex might be calling him, and I'll give him Alex's number so that he knows who's calling. Okay?
Yeah.
So I'll explain it.
Yeah.
I was explained a lot of things this morning, Charlie. Your communication with Dan is the only privileged communication. So, there are certain things that you need to know?
Mary asks, are you going live later for her pre-trial hearing? Well, tomorrow, yeah. Yeah, we'll be doing that live. So everybody want to watch the hearing live? Come and watch it with us, and we'll probably do I think it's quite a lengthy hearing, right? So we'll probably do a best bits later on, but come and watch it live if you can tomorrow.
For example, clearly I was upset that you hadn't been transferred yet, and I said he's going to lose.
It's 72 hours, right?
Well, yeah, it's 72 hours. I just want you to kind of be aware of something.
Right.
So, you know, you're on camera all the time, right?
Right.
So, you know, if they see emotions that they don't like, they're going to leave you there longer.
Okay.
As much as I hate to tell you that, I just needed to make
Okay, so if I'm crying, they're going to say they have to be here longer?
Yep.
Oh,
You
I
got
didn't
it.
know that.
Well, I didn't know that. Why do you think I was on the phone? I was on the phone over 45 minutes with Dan today. He said, listen,
I mean,
Dan, it'll be 72 hours today. Are they going to get him out? And he said, depends on how they observe.
You know, Dan knows that it's 72 hours is a standard thing. You get someone who's just received a life sentence. It's going to be a fucking blow, right? It's going to be a shock. It's going to be a blow. Even someone that's otherwise well-adjusted could fucking flip. And it's just a standard thing. Put them in this room, monitor them. They've got the rest of their life to live in Gen Pop, you know? But Dan acts like he's on the phone with Chief Whaley and he's negotiating and he's running deals, you know? I trust Chief Whaley. It will get done. He knows it's 72 hours. It's just any opportunity he has to make himself look like he's the man for the Adelsons, keep writing those checks, he does it, you know? I have to say that since really coming to terms with that being his, you know, his deal, I don't think he's that bad anymore. Because the fact that he did a shit performance for the cross-examinations, for the opening statement, for the whole trial, the closing, everything, it was never his intention to do it well. It didn't matter. He knew the outcome. And all this stuff about, oh, hey, people in the office are saying you did really good on the stand. If you get a 70%, I'm driving you home, baby. You know, all that is bullshit. He didn't believe any of that. I think he had pre-arranged people in the office saying, okay, as soon as Charlie's done on the stand, text me from your numbers and say, whoa, that was really good. Oh, blew me away. He was so likable. You know, because it makes him look good. And if he looks good, it's not his fault that they lost. It's a crooked fucking Leon County, bad jury pool, prosecutors, you know, all of those things, right? So he can keep getting those billable hours. You know, do it. Rip them off. Enjoy your $2 million house, $2 million house.
His emotions, they're watching him all the time.
Okay, well, I'm pacing around because I'm locked in a box. Am I supposed to just sit on my bed? Like,
Nope, you just can't. You can't do some things that you've done, and you can't get angry. You've just got to talk normally, and you've just got to keep your emotions in check.
So should I sit on my bed? Well, what about if I pace up and down? Are they going to think I'm going to top myself if I pace up and down? I'm sitting on the bed. Should I put my hands on the bed or on my knees? What about if I lie down on the bed? Is that okay? Or are they going to think I'm trying to hang myself with a bedsheet? I don't know. I mean, he's a moron. Just don't act like you're fucking in total anguish or rage or these kind of emotions. Obviously, I mean, that is what they're looking for. Should I sit on my bed or stand up? What a moron.
Take my phone calls and they hear me cry and they're keeping me in solitary longer.
They're listening to you and they're watching you. and I'm telling you what I was advised. Okay?
Okay. Yeah, no, I'm doing fine. It's just you're locking somebody in a box and you're not letting them out. What? Am I not supposed to cry? Like.
That's right.
Okay. Yeah.
Sure.
I
know.
Cry.
I'm just telling you.
Okay, so how much longer do they think they're going to keep me in here? I don't have my food. I'm in a box, and I'm talking to my son on the phone. Like I'm a human. Like you're dehumanizing. You're breaking me down.
Yeah, and he knows it, and I know it, and you got to get out of there. And this is unfortunately part of it. Otherwise, I wouldn't have said anything. The other thing, yeah, be aware. He'll talk to you a lot more later. He said, look, ask Charlie if he could call me around 3. He says, I have a 3:30 doctor's appointment to take my son to. But he said, tell him to call me around 3. If he misses me, tell him to call me in the evening. I'll definitely be able to pick up. So let him try both. I said, all right, he always knows if he can't get you.
Do they have sound on this camera too, or is it just video?
He thinks it's just video, but they are as we speak, they're listening to our calls. So that's
you think they're live listening to every call?
When you're there, it's likely live listening. It's probably same time listening, so they're listening to me, and I want you to just take care of yourself. Just keep yourself in check. Okay?
Yeah, no, I won't cry. I mean, listen, I'm human.
Yes, you're a human being.
Everything. I just got put in solitary. I can't see out of my box. Literally, I don't see out of a window. I'm in a 9x6 box with nothing to read, nothing to do. Like, am I allowed to pace, or is it pacing? I'm walking.
Sing a song. You know, hi-ho, it's after work we go. I mean, just work out how to pass the time. I know it's fucking shit, but you can amuse yourself. You know, you need to accept it and just say, okay, so they're going to let me out of here at some point. They're not going to starve me. And, you know, it's shit, but I'm just going to have to find something to do. There's nothing to read? Okay, sing a song. Do a maths problem in your head. A really big one. Try and keep it all in your head. I mean, that passes ages.
There's a bed and there's pacing. There's a toilet, there's a bed, and I'm just walking back and forth.
Right.
Like, and the floor has piss on.
Shadow puppets. Mom. If I make shadow puppets on the wall, is Chief Mac going to keep me in here?
The walls have shit and blood on it. There's shit on the toilet.
Charlie, nobody cares. They just want to, do what they have. They have. I won't word it the way he did it, but everyone has their job, and they have to. They have to do their job. That's what they're paid to do, and that's what they're doing. So just observe what I'm telling you. And
if you can call that a job. They have to do their so-called job. It's not a real job. It's not a dentist job. They don't even have a degree, most of these people.
Yeah.
Okay.
Other than that, there's some other things that he will talk to you about later that are just important for you to be aware of. Everything will be fine, but you got a little, it's going to take some time. This is not you just have to get tough, and you have to get through this, because all these steps take time.
Yeah, I'm gonna tough it up, but I mean, you gotta
Bye,
understand,
Alex. I understand. I mean,
it's the shock going from thinking everything is fine.
I think Donna is on the verge. It's been 3 days since the verdict. So she's had 3 days of there's blood and shit on the walls. Did I tell you about the Chiefs and the Dolphins? I think she's on the verge of saying, listen, fucko, suck it up. Chief Mac is going to let you out. We have plans.
Listen, Dan said to me, I said, how are we doing? And he said, if you would have told me 2 weeks ago, this was last Friday, if you would have told me 2 weeks ago, we'd be where we are today, he goes, I would have been ecstatic. That was on Friday after I came off the stand and I said, oh, this is, and we all rested. So on Friday when we rested, he would be ecstatic to find out that we are. And by the way, how long do I have to not cry for him and let me out? Like, if you cry within 72 hours, you see it.
Yeah, not until you get the hell out of that room.
So if I cry in the morning, can I not cry in the afternoon? What percent of the day can I cry? How many tears? Can I cry 60 tears or 103?
Okay.
They watch. So they want to make sure you're okay. So when they see you've got your emotions in check, that will be helpful.
Okay.
You may be there longer than the 72 hours. It may be longer. That's what you said.
Because I think they want to get to his speech and he said that he was crying.
No, just because they don't effing care, basically, and their concern is not to get you back where you're comfortable right away. Their concern is I've got other things to deal with. We'll get to him. So, listen, I've been trying everything I know.
Wait, is it concerned that other things will get to me?
No, of course, things will get to you wherever you are, but I just want to get you the hell out of solitary.
Right.
Hey, Destined Nation, good to see you again. How you doing?
And that's what you're going to work on right now. You want to get out of there, so that's unfortunately my message.
Yeah, no, I didn't say, he said, like, other things will get to me if they put me where?
Well, like, it'll get to you more where you are now, but unfortunately, you're not talking to somebody that you could say, would you listen to me? Of course I'm beside myself. Look what just happened, but they're not listening to that.
I tell them I'm perfectly fine, but you put me in solitary confinement with the worst, I just found out that if they found me guilty, each service that comes by, I tell them I'm perfectly fine. It's just, you have me in solitary. I can't see out of the room. I have nothing to read. I have nothing to do. I'm here with the lights on. The lights haven't been on for 4 days. Like, it's like,
I know.
You know what I'm saying? It's like I literally look like a Vietnamese torture cell. I guess red floors and lime green walls.
JW, welcome back.
They want to see how much can they torture you before you really do lose your mind. I know. It's beyond belief.
The lights are on 24 hours a day. You got a camera on you. You can't see out here. There's mirrors, so you keep looking at yourself. Right. The glass is mirrored, and then you just have 4 walls, and it's a 6x9 and it's toilet.
Yeah.
Like
that's how you make people crazy.
With blood and shit on the walls.
Crazy, but they don't understand that. So.
And it's like, I guess they want to exert me, but I'm not suicidal. Like, can I be sad? Yeah, the guy's sad.
You're not suicidal. There's nothing in there that you could hurt yourself with anyway, so it's just so absurd.
No, I mean, they're like...
Charlie, we're talking to a wall here, honey. We're talking to a wall.
Right, so if I don't cry, and they observe me not crying, they're going to observe me pacing. I have to stand up. I have a bad back.
Yeah, you have to pace. You have nothing else you can do. Maybe they want to give you a book. I mean, there's nothing to do with it.
Because I can't touch the floor. My feet
no.
on it.
Oh, God.
Like no. I mean, and when I walk...
Charlie, a little bit of piss is not going to kill you.
You hear like the stickiness.
Yeah.
The shoes make the sucking sound with the shoes on the floor. So, I mean, it's from like...
Wow.
There's the piss on the floor, so it's like sticks to the bottom of the shoe. I mean, there's literally blood spatter on the walls, and on the walls, and shit.
Oh my God!
Splatter all over the fucking. Like, but I just hope they at least let me pace. Like, at least let me pace.
No, you can pace. You can pace. That's not what they're talking about.
I won't cry anymore.
Right. That's right. Just hang in there. And the more you can hold it together, hopefully the quicker this will take place. Okay?
Do they need to have like 72 hours where you didn't cry in order to let you out?
Oh, please. You know, Charlie, it's so...
What are they?
It's so ridiculous. I mean, if this woman really was a psychologist, a therapist, or whatever, and she comes in, what would you think you would feel like if this were you? I mean, a normal person.
She talks me to the door. She's like, do you feel like hurting yourself or any thoughts? I said, no. I said, I'm just, been put in solitary, and I can't see out the window, and you don't shut the lights off, and I'm taken away from the guys that I was friends with, and I can't walk around like I used to walking around in a wreck deck. Like, I need to get out of this room. You're giving me really bad anxiety by putting me here. You're making me worse by being in here. And, like, it does not help good for my mental health. Like, please let me get out of the cell. Like, you're not the total opposite effect on it. So with that said, like, and then you have the lights on 24/7. So it's easy to create sleep deprivation. And I'm not getting exercise. I'm not getting sunlight.
Right. No sunlight, no exercise, crap to eat. Yeah, I know.
And then
it's torturing you. Yeah, I know.
And then it's like, and then he's sad. Well, what the fuck do you think? Like, if I wasn't sad, you'd say I'm crazy because I'm not sad.
Yeah, please, Charlie. I don't make the rules. I'm just
hopefully are they definitely keeping it longer than 72 hours?
No, not definite 72 hours. And I don't want to be the one to have to tell you. It's possible that you're out today, and it's also possible that you're not. So that's one thing that I have to relate to you, which I'm sorry to have to tell you. So
that it's possible I can get out today, but maybe
it's possible.
They're not going to keep me in here for 2 weeks.
Acapella, how's the audio today? Is it level with the mic and the video? Is it good? Does anything need tweaking? Should we turn this up or should we turn this down? Or what do you think, Acapella?
He's calling. He's calling that officer that he knows again. By the way, when I said to you earlier that we're on a different time frame he knows about the appellate lawyer, and he's looking into names, and everybody's working on everything for you. But and there are possibilities. So let me just let you know that it's not one of these, oh my God, there's no way, what are you doing? It's not that.
I just wanted to make sure. I mean, like, that gives me hope that people are working and that there's a chance.
Oh, let me tell you, a lot of people are working, and a lot of people are doing stuff that sadly we can't discuss, and it's all behind the scenes. But I can only tell you, there's a lot happening right now. It's just going to be, nothing happens overnight, as you see. Some things take a long time. They're working. And as Dan said to me, he told me, which I can't discuss with you, some of the things that they are working on. He said, Donna, I know you want the appellate lawyer, but before that, what I'm doing now, and he told me this is actually more important to get this straightened out, and this will take me a little while. So don't worry, everything's in time, okay?
Yeah, no, I know they're working. I understand. Anything that has to be said will be said that's important.
Or anyone else. Maybe Acapella is down. How's the audio, just generally? Thank you, Michelle, for the super chat. Let me be the first. Hey, everyone, let's help our favorite channel with a couple of bucks. Yeah, please do. Help us out with a super chat at the top, guys. We really need some boost juice for this channel. We are hitting it. Help us hit it. Help us hit our goal at the top of the chat. Or buy us a couple of coffees. Like the video, share, subscribe, leave a comment. Hit out the description for all the links to our merch and social networks and blah, 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 blah. That would be great. That would be really, really appreciated.
Yeah, that's right.
Let it come from Dan.
Yeah, no, everything.
Thank you, Acapella.
And it will, and he'll tell you some stuff. Just tell me what my mom couldn't tell me this morning, and then he'll know what to discuss with you. Okay?
But you know what, the thing is this, is like, I said to Dan, like, I thank him for doing such a good, working so hard and doing such a good job. And I said to Dan, I said, there is no way. Hey, how you doing? Thank you so much. You guys came through. Do you think Chief Mack is going to come see me today? Right? Okay.
Charlie, the last time we saw Chief Mack, he was trying to forklift a barrel of special sauce into the trunk of his car. So he's got his hands tied up, okay? We don't know. There's a marinade emergency and he's busy.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Do you think he'll come through today?
Yeah, I got 30.
Say it again. You were fussy. Say it again.
She said she's shitty pictures. So the guy just gave 2 packages of sardines back, 2 packages of soups, and a package of Ritz crackers.
Hold on. I'm looking for another location. I hate to make you do that all the time. Okay, honey, I'm somewhere else. So talk to me here. I can hear this.
Yeah, listen, I love you guys, and thank you for doing everything you can.
Oh, what did I tell you the other day? I said, don't give up. Things take time, but don't give up. Because if you let yourself run down,
Derek, how you doing? Good to see you, man.
I mean, it's just, trust me, I can only be, I can be tough, but it's like, I can tell you, one thing that gets to me was lonely. Outside of that,
I know.
Everything else is, but it's like,
everybody knows that's the problem, and the big problem. And so we all know, we all understand. I've been in touch a lot with Bree. We're talking. Everything is fine. I looked for you, by the way, today because I've been a little busy before, but I did find exactly what you said you wanted to get for him. So I'm going to check it out with Bree, make sure that's the right one that she thinks would be good, and then we'll wait until,
Oh, is this the electronic guitar? I love that he called it that. I want to get Roman for his birthday an electronic guitar.
Like a week before, and then we'll get that out to him.
yeah, I don't know if it's like electronic or like an electric one, something that's going to be like, something easy. I don't want him to get frustrated.
Right,
I want him to make, I don't know, just press the
some of them that I read about. Yeah, but the ones that are like, the ones that look...
Just get him one of those kid ones with buttons that you press, And then it plays a really bad lick out of the little speaker. That'll be fine. He's 5.
Smaller, that are like $40, $50, $60. Those, when I read all the reviews on them, they're basically junk, and they don't hold up. They're plastic. So then when you get into the next level, which isn't, it's like double. It's like $100. When you look at those for...
Go Taylor, Donna. Get him a nice 12-string, full-bodied Taylor.
Children, there they have some that are nice, actually. And it comes with a little amplifier that you got to plug it into. And listen, whatever he does with it, if he just likes to sing and stroke the guitar, that's fine too. Whatever he does with it is fine, but I just wanted to get him something that will hold up, not like some of the junky ones. So, so that's what I was looking at. I'm going to send 2 or 3 of them to Bree, let her pick out what she thinks would be best.
On there, that'll make music, and then they'll actually be able to strum the guitar. I mean, it's going to be sick.
Imagine that, huh? Your son's been convicted, sent away for prison forever. You're desperately trying to find someone to bribe and influence the state to reconsider. And at the same time, you're packing to fly to Vietnam forever. And you're trying to sort out all your family affairs. Your daughter's gone AWOL and just won't talk to you, even though you want to talk to her about the codes for the safe and everything like that and all that. And then, on top of all that, you've got to pick out a guitar for a 5-year-old and send some links to his mother so she can choose what color he likes.
I mean, it's a lot bigger than I thought. Sure.
No, he's definitely of an age that he would have fun with it, and if he likes it, if he likes it, we progress with him. But for right now, let him just play with it, have fun with it, and if he likes it.
No, he loves music, and he likes playing like music games on his iPhone, and he likes singing. I'm like, I want to encourage him with something he enjoys. They like country music. So,
he loves that.
Yeah,
right.
So get him on the guitar and like encourage him.
That's right.
Something cool.
I started with Bree, and she said he's doing really nicely. I started the same books I use to teach my children how to read, and then Lincoln, and I started with her, and I said, start with book 1. I showed her what to do. I think she's up to book 5, but hold on one second. You didn't see me. I had walked out here I was walking there with you and Alex. I didn't want to be, in the way, and I wanted to have time to talk to Charlie.
I still think Acoustronic would be a great name for like an unplugged album, Just Acoustronic. No amplifiers, Acoustronic.
Okay. Gary's calling Dad. Okay. He's going to take it outside.
Josh, I feel good that Sam's investigating stuff, we'll follow stuff up. I can tell Dan that, you could have, for him to say he was so happy with how the case came in, it meant that, the testimonies, the people he cross-examined, what the state brought out of their witnesses, what we brought out of our witnesses, what we brought out of, the state witnesses, how he destroyed one after the next, after the next, after the next.
Yeah, he did. He did. Actually, I can tell you, did you read I don't know if you probably didn't. There was an article, I forgot which one, I think it was the communications guy, the FBI guy, I don't remember, but it was an article by a criminal defense attorney in the Tallahassee Democrat, of all places, that said Dan used a scalpel masterfully against these people. He said he was like a technique-perfect surgeon. That's from the Tallahassee Democrat. But it didn't matter, Charlie.
Oh, really? I don't remember reading that. What was that? Dan was like a legal surgeon. He used a scalpel in his cross-examinations. Okay.
How he destroyed one after the next, after the next, after the next.
Yeah, he did. He did. Actually, I can tell you, did you read I don't know if you probably didn't. There was an article, I forgot which one, I think it was the communications guy, the FBI guy, I don't remember, but it was an article by a criminal defense attorney in the Tallahassee Democrat, of all places, that said Dan used a scalpel masterfully against these people. He said he was like a technique-perfect surgeon. That's from the Tallahassee.
A technique-perfect surgeon. Amazing.
Tallahassee Democrat. But it didn't matter, Charlie. It didn't have a jury that would ever say you're innocent. They didn't. That's the end of it. That's what happened.
I said to Dan, you could have done this case 100 times in Tallahassee.
Yep.
I said, and you also brought in the best jury consultants that could go ahead and interview people and do a much better job than you could. They have the best Bouvier, what do they call it,
yeah, voir dire.
He doesn't even know how to say voir dire. He's just been on trial for murder. Okay? If I was on fucking trial for murder, I would do a law degree on my own in a year and know everything. You know what I mean? So, what is it called? Voodoo? Voir dire, yeah.
Here, questioning, and it wasn't you that was asking these intrusive questions, so it wouldn't make the jurors not like you because how you talk to them. It was done first class. Okay, you did this case 100 times in Tallahassee. You were never going to get 12 people quickly. For the simple reason is the amount of press and slander that happened over the last 8 years in the media. okay, has made it such that if I get 2 jurors that would be not people I know, not people coming in on my side, but 2 people who would actually come in and do the real job as a juror, like to listen to the evidence, to go through the discovery, to treat me as if I'm innocent unless proven guilty, right? Guess what? The 2 that I'm going to get out of 10, they get to eliminate. So
yeah, but even if you had them, it wouldn't be enough. You know?
You would never go, maybe you could get one that's a real leader or convincing the other one. And that could happen too. You can get 3 or 4 or 5, and then you can really convince the other 5 or 6 or 7 that, like, hey, the state does, it's not, if y'all use your common sense, it's beyond a reasonable doubt. It means there has to be no other way possible this could have happened.
Yeah, well, that's what Alex and I were just discussing before you called me. And he said it was like this folksy, I said that's just what I said to Charlie, folksy Southern person who gets up there and relates to them and tells them, listen, if you think he's guilty, use your common sense. And he says, this is not about common sense. This is about a man's life.
Use your common sense, y'all. Like, okay. Like, I'm the first one to say the fact that my sister...
I know, right? David Anderson Kirk says, for a family of rubes that can shed money so easily, I should reach out to them and see if I can swindle them for research purposes. I know, I would love to do that. And I'd be great at it.
Showed up for the crime.
It's the easiest kind of mark. Whoa! Thank you so much, Samantha Rizzuto, for the coffee on buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrix.
An hour after it happened, from 17 minutes away, and she had to drive down Prescott, is beyond fucking horrible. Beyond horrible. It's a 1 in 10,000 chance. So it's a 1 in 10,000 chance she's telling the truth. If you present it as in, yo, use your common sense, I would say she had to have something to do with it. She's not going there for it. Give me the real reason why she was there. You know, if she wasn't going to the house, she sure was taking the route when she was going to the house and turning down that cut street of Prescott. Like,
I mean, it's a crazy coincidence, but it is what happened. It's a coincidence.
Yeah, the problem is, when someone sees that crazy of a coincidence,
I know. Let me just tell you something that I don't want to forget to tell you. Do you know how many times they applied for a change of venue for you?
Oh, here you go.
No.
They tried twice. They got turned down both times. FYI, that's actually good for you. Okay?
Fucking cocky bitch. They tried twice. They got turned down both times. FYI, that's actually good for you. Okay?
Something that I don't want to forget to tell you. Do you know how many times they applied for a change of venue for you?
No.
They tried twice. They got turned down both times. FYI, that's actually good for you. Okay?
Okay.
We won't discuss it any further. I just wanted you to know that. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't know it was done twice.
Yeah, fast forward 2 years and you've gained 100 pounds, Donna. Your hair's a mess. You're being beat up by your jail inmates. We got a funny report today of Donna Adelson's requests. I'll probably do a short video on that tomorrow before we go into the hearing live from Miami Beach.
Yeah. I heard that today. So just as much of this crap and shit that you're going to have to take for a while, and it's going to take a while, just know that there are people out there that are trying to make a difference, okay? That's all you need to know.
The thing is, Mom, is that if you look at, if you were getting 10 people and there was two ones that would have been fair on the 10, really fair, the state was able to identify people that would have been fair and get them off. So, because
he has never,
Hi, Debbie.
ever seen a bunch of liars. You know, you come to a jury, you come to court, you got to tell the truth. You can't just go in and say, "Oh, I can take care of this, whatever." And then they find out that they're lying. He says, I don't know how many other liars we had.
Yep.
So, you know, they just wanted to be there.
Dan was doing, he did such an amazing job. And he always told me, if I give you a score of 70% of how you testified overall, I'm driving you home. He's like, you got to get a 70% on my score. When I got done, I said, how did I do? He said, you got to have Kaplan tomorrow. He said, I'll tell you after you see Kaplan. So after that,
that's what everybody saw. That they all said, "Oh my God, he was poor lady. She just didn't know what to do."
Nothing was rehearsed with Dan. He's like, "Listen, you know the case. You know what happened." He's like, "If I tell you my questions, I want you to look the same for both of us." And I'm like, "All right." So I get done with her. He goes 95%. He's showing me text messages that he was getting on his phone.
That's right.
Kate sent to me. Kate was ecstatic.
Well, all those text messages were arranged. He had people in his office say, listen, when he gets done testifying, send me a bunch of text messages from your numbers saying what a good job he did and that Kappelman didn't know what she was doing so I can show my client. And keep them happy to spend money on me.
She's like, look, the work, Dan's like, we're going to win. We're going to win. It's over. And like, Kate's like, look, the worst, she was negative Nancy. She's negative Nancy. And she's like, look, the worst you're going to do is hang. Like, this can't, the worst this could be is a home government at this point. But like, we should win. And Dan's like, no, dude. I mean, like, he's a closer.
Hey, has anybody in chat got an electric toothbrush? Because I've been thinking, after I go through all of this fucking dental work, maybe I should get one so that we never have to do that again. But what kind is best? You know, I don't want to spend a lot of money. Some of them are like 300 euros. What the hell? It's a toothbrush. Maybe we could get one for like 30 bucks. But which one is best?
He's like, my best thing is clothing. My best thing is clothing. And like...
And she gets up there and does a little folksy, yeah, I know. Oh my God.
It was Dateline with a southern twang, with the hometown girl showing these people, and this girl who worked out in her book and told me what she planned on doing years ago while she took a shit on you as she left town. Changed the kids' names, kept the grandparents from seeing them, left in 48 hours, driving by his house. Come on, y'all, and look what happened to him. And as you continue talking, he put up 2 different times they put up that autopsy photo. Like, there wasn't a debate on how he died. There wasn't a debate on if he died. But it was just to upset somebody.
Oh, yeah. That's right.
To upset them, put out the use your common sense, y'all. Like, come on. And the problem is that
The 2 says, Metrix, what time are you on to put out that info prior to the trial? What you mean what I just said about the requests that Donna's been making from jail? Well, you know, shortly before. It won't be a long video. Maybe 30 minutes. What time is the hearing? 9 o'clock? Well, let's say, should we do it at 8? I don't know. I mean, you know me, the 2. Time is really not my friend.
my common sense totally. If the ex-wife shows up at the scene of the crime from, and she lives 17 minutes away, it's exactly what it looks like. She couldn't help herself. She said the simplest answer is the best answer.
Well, if you're a simple person, a simple answer works for you. That's right.
If you're a no-brain simpleton from Tallahassee with big monkey elephant feet and hair on your back, then a simple answer should do.
So, how many times has the arsonist shown up at the scene of the crime? You know what I mean? It's like
I know.
the probability. I mean, it's like if I said it's 1 in 100, you would say, and this is the problem. I think in their simple mind, if Wendy showed up there because she knew it was going to happen, then we're all, then it's completely, the state's completely right. What is the probability of Wendy showing up there by chance?
Yeah.
1 in 10,000. So you you just look at that and go, okay, so I got a 1 in 10,000 chance of being wrong. Just from that.
Yeah.
Then you go ahead and now you attach a motive. Okay. The state has the email saying relocation is the most important thing. What did she do in 48 hours? She relocated.
Yeah. I know. By the way, Charlie, just something I want you to know. Not only, not if I'm talking to an attorney, but it's very likely, and they can hear and listen to this. It's fine if they hear it. But it's very likely that our phones are being tapped right now. Dad, mine, your sister's. So.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. They're not finished, honey. They're not finished. They're only partially finished. So I don't even want to discuss that with you. Jan will talk to you about that later. Okay?
That's great. But
I can't say anything. They're not finished.
Yeah. Listen, I'm ready to.
That's the problem.
I see it on the news, and I see it like I've seen it and I've heard it from other people. Like, trust me, I know.
Yeah.
That's the thing. Wendy showed up at the scene of crime.
Look,
okay.
Well, you know what? The ultimate, once they do all their dirty work, the ultimate is that they would like the grandchildren, and they're figuring out how to do it, one by one. So let's not discuss it, but that's what's happening. So let's just take a breath, because that's why I say there's a lot going on in all different directions that a lot of people are trying to take care of. So your situation is beyond horrendous. I can't answer anything you say. I just want you to know they're not finished.
Well, they're
not finished. They're not finished.
Yeah. So they're still
out. Mm-hmm. So Dan will explain to you later. Okay?
So they're literally, and let me tell you something. If they brought my dog up to Tallahassee, with what I sat there and saw, you know what?
How many times has he said this? He's so weird, isn't he? He says the weirdest things. They would have convicted my dog if they brought Bubbles up and put him on the stand. No one would say that, except him. I'm just like a German shepherd because I always need something to do. Who says that?
In February, when I was talking to the sheriff's officer, the bailiff that was walking me back to my cell, he's like, I just gotta tell you, man. He's like, all these years, me and my buddies used to always look at this case and be like, man, if I was that guy, I'd be on the beach somewhere.
Yeah.
I would be on a beach somewhere. I would have left. And I'm like, well, I'm innocent. And that's why he goes, why didn't you leave? I go, because I'm innocent.
Yeah.
It's like, man, he's like, if I was you, I would have left. And you know what? That's a guy from Tallahassee. That's a guy.
Old
He was like a good old boy. And he's a sheriff's officer in Tallahassee. He knows this town. He knows the good old boy mentality up here. He knows the court system. And he knows enough about the case. He can't figure out why I didn't run. Like, I had no reason to run. He's like, yeah, you did, because of what they were. He saw what I couldn't see, and that's what. It's kind of funny to have your phone tapped, but you spend all your time calling me on this phone. This phone is recorded.
Yeah, your phone's recorded. It's likely that these other ones are too. And okay, you want to listen. That's why your lawyer will talk to you.
Yeah, no,
as I said to you before, if there's anything important, you can talk to Dan, and I can, but we can't.
Right, but it's use your common sense, y'all. I mean, like, this is just my opinion. I'm not a lawyer, but I think if if the prosecutor is able to, in a closing statement, tell you, don't take anything I say as truth. Rely on the evidence that you heard during the 7 days of trial. We're just summarizing it. But when you're summarizing it, you're giving a false summary. You're changing things around. You're telling lies. And then are someone not supposed to listen to your 2-hour spiel? If they weren't supposed to listen to it, then let them get up and leave. No, you're summarizing. You're taking things, twisting them and summarizing them in such a way that,
she lied.
So oral B, very economical, and Sonicare. I'll write that down, guys. Thanks for the tip.
She actually outright lied.
I wonder if we're even allowed to do that.
Well, a lot of things are being looked into. Let's just leave it at that.
Because I literally went home. I'm not even a lawyer, but I sat there and I was listening to her closing statement, and I was writing post-it note after post-it note to Dan. Finally, Dan stop. Because the truth is, what the fuck is my post-it note going to do? He's going to still get up there and do his closing. Mm-hmm. But with what she put together up there, his closing meant nothing. And she even asked him, she found out that he was doing puzzle pieces. So she made some comment about oh, it's not just pieces of a puzzle, it's all fit together. Look at his
First of all, she didn't write that last thing. She had a team of people who went over your testimony. That's when she was down and came back as to what would work with these people. She didn't cleverly come up with this. Trust me.
No, we can't debate him on the facts. Let's go ahead. We can't debate him on what came in the case. Let's just go ahead and tear them apart, and let's make the jury believe that they hate people in Tallahassee. They look down on Tallahassee. They think they're better than everybody else. Okay, we can do that. Let's take little snippets of text messages where he said, "I love you, kissy face." I mean, you know how many times I sent a kissy face to Danny when he unplugged the toilet? Love you, you're the best. Couple kissy faces.
Hold on just 1 second. You don't have to just tell me.
Who unclogged the toilet and he sent kissy faces?
Yeah. Okay, they'll know the rest. Okay. So Gary is helping us with some stuff within 2 hours. He'll be here, so that's good. I mean, when I tell you stuff is going on,
you got a lot going on.
You can't even imagine. Alex is looking forward to talking to you. If it doesn't work out at the time, I know he's busy running around, but if it doesn't work out at the time he said, you just try him the next day, whether you say after 10 or something. So
okay. I'm glad Alex is coming through being a good guy with everything.
I want to tell you, sometimes you don't know somebody well enough until there's an issue, and then they come through, and he is going to come through. So, and as I said, we have to address your immediate issues, which means within the next 2 months. That's way more important right now than anything, is to get you straightened out. After that, not even after that, it'll be started before that, but after that, we can go ahead and continue with these other things. But hold on 1 second. Bye-bye. Bye. Oh, God.
They have to get me in a facility that can be protected.
That's all being worked on as we speak, and then there's more people to talk to. Next week, there's a lot happening. And
I know, he said the place is called Olive Branch that handles that. I'm that sounds like a fucking mortuary.
What did you call it? Oh, yeah.
It's called Olive Branch. It's
yeah, Olive Branch.
Prison. It sounds like a fucking mortuary or funeral home.
Well, they've had a lot of success working. So I don't care what they are and what they do, they just need to help you. So we're working on it.
Yeah, and this is not just some guy being paranoid. This is they know with the publicity they've made this case out to be, they can't put me in a regular facility. Because I also, with me testifying against the gang member as a Latin case. And then also...
Wait, Charlie, hold on a second. Sweetie, hold on one second. I want to be up because we're in the lobby and I want to get up to the apartment and I'll lose you the minute I get in the elevator. So disconnect and call me in 10 minutes, 5 minutes, whatever. Just let me get upstairs, okay?
Okay. Good, go. I love you. Bye.
Okay, love you.
The caller has hung up.
Call 23.
Hi,
Hey,
honey.
Bob.
How's it going? Well,
Going good.
going. Yeah, you doing okay, honey?
Yeah.
Maria Donna's trial begins on August 19th. Well, that's the jury selection, but technically that's part of the trial.
Yeah, fine.
Okay, there we are. We're making progress. In progress. Oh my God. Yeah, but I'm glad we hung up when we did because because some of the places that I did have to get in touch with closed. One of them closed at 2. I mean, I thought they closed at 5, and then I said, you know what? That sometimes.
Oh, thank you, Daphne. You see, I did need a reminder. I'd completely forgotten about my pill. Make Dad take a pill. Make Metrix take a pill. These things are huge. Okay. Thank you, Daphne.
That's what happens. They'll close early on a holiday weekend. So,
Charlie, I'm here.
yeah, Dad is with me.
Hey, Dad, how are you? Okay.
Oh, you
Yeah,
Old. Still old.
I spoke to Benjamin H.
You know?
Right. Yeah. Have you spoken to him? Have I spoken to him?
Yeah, have you spoken to him recently?
No, it's been forever since I spoke to him.
Okay. I spoke to him, and
I want to ask if he has do you have a lawyer's line with him?
do you have a lawyer's line?
Only if he registered himself with the Leon County Jail. If he did, then I did.
Okay, we have to find out. We'll call him back and see if he's done that.
I'll call him back and I'll ask him, because there was a couple of decisions that I didn't feel comfortable making without talking to you. And then I said, you know what, Benjamin, I'd like you to talk to Charlie. And he said, okay. So I'll call him back, I'll set it up, and I'll find out if he has the number.
If you want. I have his cell phone. Do you have his cell phone?
Yeah, you must have had.
I have it.
That's what you had to call this morning.
Yeah, that's what I
Do you want to ask him if he's registered here at the Leon County Jail? I mean, I could try calling him. It'll say on the recording if it's
Do that. Hang up on me.
Now, wait a second. Let me send him a text.
Okay.
Give me a second. I gotta move on.
That's okay.
You just have to be registered as an attorney.
Yeah, they registered with the bar number. Oh, Ben VPL. Yeah, I got it.
I'll check it 1 minute.
Hold on, he's just
finish it.
texting him.
I just want to finish the text.
Give him a minute.
I'm saying text.
Yeah. Let me.
See if that's the phone.
That's what I'm doing right now. I gotta get it. Okay. But yeah, that's his mobile, the 816 number.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's his mobile.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I'll wait for his text. Okay. So.
Yeah, I'll know if he's registered. He'll know if he's registered.
Yeah, I just. Okay, so I took care of that.
We'll wait for
And I sent Ramsey a couple. I think I told you I sent him a text.
Okay, we're still waiting.
I'm waiting for an answer there.
Yeah, he spent an hour on the phone with me yesterday talking about stuff. So.
Oh, okay. So you're caught.
You're caught up. Yeah, I mean he's responsive. He feels horrible about what's happened, and he's going to help out any way he can. He's on board. Just I know he's a busy guy. It's funny. I've spoken so much to him over the last 2-3 years. Like, I mean, he's really a good guy, really smart lawyer. Like, it's funny, I called him for the first time over the weekend after I testified.
Yeah.
Just to catch up with them and be like, Ramsey, I'm going to get a drink with you in 2 weeks. We're going to get together. I promise you, I can't wait to see you. And we get together. And it's really, I talked to him a million times on the phone. I never met him in person. I mean,
Oh, I
so
didn't.
I was always, yeah, I really met him in person. But it's funny, I've actually spent enough time talking to him and going through all this over the years. Like, actually, one time I actually feel like someone's my friend and I've never even met them in person my whole life. It's just really, really weird. First time I could ever say I think someone's my friend and I've never met them in person, but we've spent a tremendous amount of time talking and he's always been there. He's a nice guy. I said, when he comes in, when I get out of here in a week.
When I get out of here in a week, just a reminder, guys, if anybody out there is in a grey state, we still need 12, I think. Doesn't look like 12, does it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, okay. It is 12. We're almost all the way there, and then we're going to Canada. Grey states, let us know in the chat.
Give me like a week or two and I promise you we're going to get together. I was sure, but like, I was so sure. I would never have called on this past weekend. Like,
So I got, I spoke to Gary also, and he's going to.
You didn't check the email to see if it came in.
JW's in Alabama. Okay, great. I mean, like, living registered in Alabama, not just visiting, right? Because that would be cheating, and we do not want to cheat. Let's go to the maps. Yeah, I've been waiting for Alabama. Also, been waiting for Mississippi, where, you know, we need our good friend, the man with the wings, Harley D, to come back, and but he loves Adelson content. I guess we'll see him at trial. We're gonna bring that guy a mud pie. All right, let's make. Uh-oh, what's going on? Where is the map? All right, Alabama. Good. I know, Debbie. We're going to have a Canadian map real soon. But I don't think we should include the Yukon. Okay, what am I doing? Export this. Oh, I'm going to take Alabama off the list. Yeah, we've already got Ohio, but welcome anyway. The Buckeye. And there we go. Alabama. Good.
Yeah.
No, I didn't check the email.
Okay.
I guess
I'm only going to call Gary Cohn if it's important. I'm not going to call him for like
Oh, I know.
catch for the middle of the day.
Yeah. No.
He's a good person for me. He was fine with that.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, I don't know.
Oh, of course, Teresa Dorsey's in West Virginia. Okay, well, we'll color that in too. I knew that, and you're always here. How did we not clock that before? Okay, we're already up to 80%. 80% of the United States. 10 to go. What's next? What about that Vermont? Let's get that Vermont going. They're all busy picking strawberries, whatever they do up there. They're on the slopes.
Hold on, we're still, was he fine with that? We didn't get that back yet. We're waiting for something else, Harry. We haven't had a chance to ask him that yet.
Okay, no worries.
Okay.
Yeah. No, I'm doing better. I spoke to.
Charlie's jail is in South Dakota, Colorado. Yeah.
This guy. I had the wrong phone number for Sky. I was calling her work number for like the last 2 months. That's why I haven't spoken to her.
Uh-huh.
And
So
she
you
was
had
telling me that she was telling me that she was following the trial. She saw everything. So she was telling me she was talking to Fran, and they were all really upset. They saw everything. Yeah. She's working in Atlanta right now. She picked up the phone. She's talking to her over.
Yeah.
She said to me, she said, did you ask her to change the venue? Yeah. Twice. Yeah. Right. I mean, look, Dan told me a long time ago that he was told by somebody to do.
That he was told what?
He was told that this is the biggest trial in Tallahassee since Ted Bundy.
Yeah.
And this is a law and order city. Yeah, order. State capital, Florida State, law and order. Like, good luck holding somebody who's not going to be family members in law enforcement, friends that are in law enforcement, or affiliated with Florida State. Like, now you're going to have
Gary was telling me about a case that he did in that kind of general area of the country, a medical malpractice. And he said, listen, if it was in Miami, it would have been settled for a certain amount, and that would have been it. But he said there, it was...
What do you mean it would have been settled for a certain amount? It's a murder charge. If it were in Miami, we wouldn't have even needed to go to trial. It's a good ad campaign for the Miami Justice.
It was denied. Nothing was given. I guess they were in favor of the doctors and the hospital.
Oh, he's talking about another. Okay, he's not talking about the murder case. He's talking about a malpractice situation. Again. How many malpractice lawsuits have you been through, Adelsons?
So this is Georgia. I mean, this is not Florida the way you think of Florida. Has the name Florida, but we get Valdosta, Georgia news. I mean, there's no difference between here and Georgia, South Georgia.
No, you're right. You're right. Absolutely right.
You see Florida, but no, you in South. This is no different than if you were in South Georgia. South Georgia is 60 miles away.
Yeah, that's what Dan also said at the time. If you went up to Georgia, it wouldn't be any better. I remember him saying that a year ago.
Yeah, no, it comes down to y'all use your common sense. Like,
Well, Dan's working.
Yeah, no, I know he is. It's just, I just remember when I was sitting there, I looked at Kate and I go, this is not good. She looks amazing. And like, when she did that, then I remember I was sitting there and I was writing on Post-it to Dan. I'm like, I'm watching what's happening before my eyes, and I'm like, it went from a trial to Daylight.
Yeah.
Like, it turned into and it's funny, the commentary that I heard on the radio said was like, oh, she did a masterful performance. She made it out like a movie that you could see the whole progression, the whole case. No, it was a 2-hour Dateline special with autopsy photos that was left on the screen for minutes. The same photo was used multiple times. Like, why not just sit there for a half hour and just leave that as your backdrop? Why not? You're not. You don't have evidence to bring forward, so you can have everybody deal with these rich Jews from Miami that are crazy, and use your common sense. They hate you. Made it seem like we hated people in Tallahassee. Like, all right, now it's not only that I have to like you, like, yeah, they do have to like you. They sure as hell can't hate you. They were just told by Kaplan that we hate them. They used to dot on the map on the way to civilization. Anyway.
So,
I think Janice has Aloha coming out tomorrow,
yeah.
and we have to ask Janice. I think we have to stop. We have to stop at your house on Saturday.
Yeah.
So I will. I'll ask her what's a good time, because we already have to. We have to go up to Fort Lauderdale on Saturday to see Jared. So as long as we're heading in that direction, try to take care of that. And
so you can stuff out of the safe, or
yeah,
get some stuff out.
Yeah. By the way, there's something that what's her name? That Anna gave Janice for me as bugs.
We already have that. What Anna gave Janice, that was buds. We already have it here. We already have it here in our home.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we've taken that at different time.
Yeah.
Okay. I didn't
Everything.
know if we got it.
Yeah, got it.
We have everything.
Yeah.
Everything here except, something that's bigger, right? Yeah. So we'll have to go up and get that.
Something that's bigger. What's that?
Yeah.
So,
Do it. Yeah, okay.
So he's,
Yeah.
listen, I'm fine. I really am. I'm not. I think the thing that just got me was the countdown and thinking that everything was going great. So I realized it wasn't.
Well, you know what? It was. Until the end.
I don't even know if it was that long, to be honest with you. When the jury came in on Monday, one thing Dave said to me is that he said that the jury has usually made up their mind before they go to the vote. But I can honestly tell you, if anyone was on the fence, you just watched the 2-hour special at Dateline. That was like a podcast. That was a podcast. That wasn't a trial. Again,
It's interesting to me what you just said before that, though, that you were listening to this radio host, and he basically describes it the same way.
Yeah, no, he described it as a. Can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You're clear.
Okay. He described it as it's like she put it together in a movie and put it all together with a timeline and let you see it. Like it felt like you were watching a movie when she was putting it together. And you know what? Like Dan brought up trial points. He just brought up a mound of cut and paste. He's buying his father a birthday present. Yeah, no shit. My dad's birthday is in 5 weeks. That's not awkward. The awkward is 11 months away. 5 weeks away now. But like she put a spin on every little thing, and it was nothing but a Kaplan spin. There was no evidence. It wasn't like they have something to say, oh look, he did it. It was like a Kaplan spin. And it was like a cut and paste text messages where he put kissy face, like I use the kissy face emoji for everybody. There's no like, you know, it's,
Well, that sounds annoying, Charlie.
you know, like, oh my God, you put a kissy face at the end of you're the best. I mean, did I not just say that to the guard who like brought me some food? Oh my God, you're amazing. Thank you so much. Okay, so I really think she's amazing. She's her job. She has to open the hatch.
Right.
Food in. Like, it's just really like, but just the fact that it was 12-0
I know.
tells you everything. And especially when Dan was saying that everything came in so well.
Yep. I mean, he wasn't crazy. He really wasn't crazy. It was.
He wasn't. Even Sky was saying, she's like, Charlie,
He wasn't crazy. He was a liar and a con man. Wake up, Adelsons.
I couldn't believe like all the stuff that I was watching on TV. All of a sudden, all these commentators were like talking about how, you know, you never really put a defense witness on the stand. And everybody's like, everyone was saying you held your own.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. You're more than held your own.
You know, like I had an answer, but I explained everything. I held my own. Like I read text messages on Dan's iPhone afterwards that was like, he's like, take a look at what this person just sent me. I looked and it's like, you know, he's in communication with everybody. And Dan's a closer. And I showed up on Monday and it was like a Dateline special with it was a Dateline special with
Autopsy photos.
Give Dad a minute. Gary is back, so I'll talk to you, okay?
yeah.
Yeah. Keep talking. Yeah.
But it was, listen, at the end of that, they were going to get to my dog.
What did you say?
I said they would have convicted my dog.
Oh.
Oh my God, again.
No.
There's no one they would have convicted.
And he doesn't even seem to be aware that he's repeating himself. Isn't that weird? There's blood and shit on the walls. Kappelman did a 2-hour Dateline special. The Chiefs are going to beat the Dolphins and they would have convicted my dog. I mean, he said each of these more than 20 times each, easy, during these calls, during this 3 days of calls.
You know, it was, the conviction was bad enough. It was the shock because that was not expected. It was absolutely unexpected. That's,
You know, I mean, it was like, it wasn't even a consideration for them. They deliberated for 2.5 hours. I mean, she's calling a mound of evidence, cut and paste text messages that don't show anything. It's the same messages they had in 16 and they didn't arrest me. All this stuff they had in 16, and Willie Meggs came out and said, this is not evidence. If you arrest him with what you have here now, go get ready for your civil suit. No, but what he didn't have was 6 more years of media down in Tallahassee telling him we know what happened. No, you don't know what happened.
It's not. It's not.
It has 6 years of media hounding the story. They have people thinking that the kids are being kept from the Markels because we're evil, horrible people. How about the Markels are trying to get innocent people arrested and their kids taken from them? How about the irony is the only people that were trying to keep grandkids away from anybody was Danny. There's the Markels. That's the irony. So when they see the kids, they see them for an hour. They don't give them a hug or kiss. And they see them for an hour and they have no desire to see them again within the next 1.5 years. Okay, so they got their grandparents right. What do they do with it? Nothing.
No, they didn't. Well, that didn't come because it hasn't passed, and it's not going to matter because even if it passed in the Florida legislature, even if it did, which it did not, I mean, part of it did, but it did not. It has nothing to do with anything. It's still up to Wendy. It has nothing to do with them. Grandparents have no rights in this country. None. I want to go see grandchildren that a family member doesn't want to let me see. I have no right. None. Doesn't matter what's passed in the legislature.
What it is it's basically creating publicity. Listen, Ruth Markel spent more time in her book signing than she did with her grandkids when she finally got to see it. That's a
Way
fact.
more. Yep.
Way more time sitting at her book signing talking to strangers than when she finally got a chance to talk to her grandkids. But nobody knows that. That's not, you know, what can't that come out? You know, I would have been nice if Wendy's like, yeah, they finally saw the grandkids, saw them for an hour, then he gave them a hug or a kiss, and they haven't asked to see him since. That's the truth.
Yeah, the truth. The truth. What happened?
Instead, when Wendy said that's unconstitutional,
Wait, hold on.
Judge,
Hold, honey. Yeah, Charlie's on the phone.
Okay, Charlie got two messages came in. Hasselbrook says that the jail chief today, they should have Markel on file as his attorney.
Hey, for all of you toothbrushes out there, does anybody have this one or this one? Has anyone got either of those, and are they good? What do we think? Vitality Pro or IO Series 2? See if you can guess which one is more expensive. Maybe we should do a poll. Let's do a poll. Hang on. I do appreciate the opinions. I know we're not strictly here to advise on dental hygiene, but it is useful. Which toothbrush is the best toothbrush? The Vitality Pro or the IO Series 2 by Oral-B. No, the black one is 27 euros and the green one is 50. But is it 50 just because it comes with this travel case thing, which I really don't need? Okay, we'll go back to the show. But yeah, let us know. If you know, let us know.
okay.
I should have. He said today won't work, but I have tomorrow and most of next week. Looks pretty good.
Okay, so
Okay.
keep a note in your head tomorrow to give him a call.
Yeah, and the other thing is, our family lawyer, Gary, I just got off the phone with him, and he said he's going to call Leon County
And register?
so you can call him also.
Okay, but I have to give him, do you have Gary's number, Charlie? You have Gary's number?
Actually, I do. Yeah.
Hold on, Dad's checking it now. Give him a sec.
Oh, wait, I know. It was somewhere else. What do you have for sale?
That's it. Okay. That's it. Yeah.
One? Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
he's got it.
Yeah.
All right, good. Okay.
All right, so you got that. You got Hasselberg tomorrow. Did Gary send the paperwork?
He's sending it right now. He had to get one other.
John Smith, I'm on Amazon Spain, and the Vitality Pro is 27 euros, and the IO Series 2 is 50. Can you believe it?
Piece, and then he's sending it.
Okay. And you have to go downstairs and get it notarized.
Yeah, I will. It's only two.
I know.
Yeah, I can talk to
It's closing early. I know.
I don't know if they're closing early, but I waited. I can ask them. Let me just I was just right in the middle of doing
I know. A couple of things.
Yeah.
All right, so that's good. That's good that you'll be able to call in with them, check it with them.
Yeah, this way.
Yeah, if there's anything I need to do or with Roman, I can call Gary also.
That's right.
No, Mom, it was just a shock because everything, like as Dan said, everything had come in so well. It was like, it was put up to me and it said, well, it depends how you testify.
Yeah.
To see how it goes. He's like, I feel like I got you there, but we gotta see how your testimony goes and then how your cross goes the next day. You know what, Mom? It didn't make a fucking difference in the role.
No, because your testimony was unbelievable and your cross was very good. There was nothing wrong there.
Wow.
So
I mean, look at the cross. She tried to, and that's the one thing this guy said to me. She said she was seeing a lot of positive things online because people were writing positive things. It was opening people's eyes. They were like, oh my God. They were saying like the defense attorney should never put the client on the stand. And there I was, like I was on the stand, I was doing a good job, and I was telling what happened.
yeah.
And you go ahead, and the next thing you know, it's you take it. You're being told that everything is great. Like my head was, I hope we don't hang. Not I hope we get a juror to let us hang. My thought was like, if we hang, I hate to have to do this again.
Yeah. Of course.
But please don't let this be a hung jury. Because if we hang,
That is
I'm going to have to go through all this again in 60 days from now. And I was worried about that, a little bit worried about it, but I'm like, you know what? I was saying to myself, you know what? I hope it's not like a 10-2, 11-1, but you got to get all 12. And if it's like 10-2, 10-11-1, they're still going to run it back a second time if we hang. They're not going to let this go. We're going to go through this all again in 60 days, 90 days, and I'm sitting there and I'm thinking like, well, we end in November, probably give it 60 days. They get bumped back a little bit. If it hangs, and he's going through this again in February. Like, man, that sucks. But hopefully we get unanimous and we should have a good verdict. I mean, it was like somebody had run the football back and there's a 1 yard line and they're about to score. That's what I felt like. And Dan's about to get the football and he's the awesome closer. And it really felt like the ball's back in his court. He's going to run it in from the 1 yard line and score. And we're good. And then Monday morning shows up. They must have worked on this from Friday afternoon till Sunday night.
Of course. Of course.
There's so much things you wish that
She's doing herself. For sure she didn't.
No. It was cut and paste. You didn't have to sit the whole trial. You could have just watched her closing. Then like this mountain of evidence. What's your mountain of evidence? My sister wrote a book. My mom sent some crazy emails that the things we never did in 2013.
All right.
Like, what does it have to do with me? And what happened? It just painted the picture of we hate you all. and like you tie in with the photos, and you got a jury that's beating it in the palm of your hand and saying, use your common sense. That's what happened.
It's a third grade trial out of it.
Yeah. What's that?
She made a third grade trial out of it. Which is really.
Her summation was a bunch of lies.
I know.
So you summed it up by misstating the facts and saying, well, rely on your memory from the trial. No, don't rely from what you just saw the last 2 hours because it was a lie. Rely on how you felt from the trial. Well, I hate to tell you this, but the only thing people remembered when they went back in the jury room is what they just saw for 2.5 hours that morning.
Which is why
That's a mountain of evidence.
the upset thing in the world to have the state who presents their case first end their case. It's supposed to be the defense.
It's called a rebuttal argument, Donna, and it's the same in every trial that you've ever heard of. How can they do that? They let her speak again.
Ends their case.
What do you mean? It's not supposed to be like that.
Well, he says that's a very unfair system to do that because it's the defense that should be ending their case, not the state.
Yeah.
The state opens.
Yeah, it's the system's fault. We need to change the entire legal system of the United States, starting in Washington. Let's get Charlie out of prison, make him president, and give him the nuclear codes.
And then they can close, but then the defense should have one last opportunity. No, they don't do it that way.
So whatever Dan said, she was able to poo-poo his puzzle pieces. Here's this mountain. Yeah, you put a mountain of shit against somebody who articulated all the things that are wrong with your case. Beyond a reasonable doubt, if you ask anybody who has any real feeling, you would be getting, beyond a reasonable doubt. I mean, there's no other way that this could have possibly happened, no explanation to anything. What she said in her opening with me is that you have an explanation for everything. Okay, well, that right there is reasonable doubt unto itself. If I can explain everything, then that's reasonable doubt. When she said that...
No, I know. It made me crazy. Should the jurors not understand that if there's any possibility of anything else, it's doubt. That's what doubt is.
Yeah,
There's another.
It's not, y'all use your common sense. If you think he's guilty, he's guilty. Well, I think that just on the surface, I think the Chiefs are going to win, beat the Dolphins. That's my common sense. I think,
my God.
Wendy showing up there is crazy. I think that's, my common sense tells me that's crazy. That ain't right, but that's actually what happened. So if you're asking someone, is it crazy? If they don't think that happened under normal circumstances, I agree also. It's just that it did, and that's what happened. Is it crazy that the word TV got used? Absolutely. It doesn't mean that we were using TV as a code for murder. That's insane. But it showed up 3 times, so your common sense tells you there's got to be something there. But you're not convicting someone on life because of what sounds good or what that the word was used 3 times. A TV repairman would have to be one of the worst alibis of all time. They cancel half the time, or they bump you to the afternoon. How many times have you had a delivery of an appliance work, and it gets moved?
It's not an alibi, Charlie. It's an excuse to triangulate the calls between Wendy in Tallahassee, you in Fort Lauderdale, and Donna in Miami on murder morning. There needed to be a good reason, for there to be phone records between those 3 places. Right? That's why the clever TV appointment was invented. That's why Everyone created a story where you bought Wendy a TV for a divorce present, which you obviously didn't. That's why it was orchestrated, written into your plan that you weren't visiting Tallahassee, said to Donna, when you go up there, go to Best Buy, pick out a nice TV, and I'll pay you for it. So it's real clever because now Donna's name's on the Geek Squad thing. Charlie's involved because he's tech savvy and paid for it. Wendy's got the TV repairman at her house. There's a nice excuse for everybody to call everybody else. Happens to be on murder morning. That's why. It's not an alibi. It's not so the TV repair guy can be around Wendy's house and say to the cops later, no, it couldn't have been her because, I was with her. That wasn't the point. It didn't matter about the time. The point was there was an appointment for a product that was purchased by Donna, paid for by you, and getting repaired by Wendy. Calls. Why are these people calling each other? Well, we had this TV emergency. That's what it is, Charlie, and you know that, don't you?
Of course. All the time.
So she was setting it up.
Acapella. Did he just say Chiefs and the Dolphins and use your common sense in one sentence? Probably. I think he probably did. It's hard to keep track sometimes, but that's brilliant.
She didn't even set it up. Her mother set up the TV.
That's right.
She
did. Absolutely.
Because you had the best buy under your name.
That's
The
right.
guy's name.
They had our phone number.
If you don't listen to the explanation, you're just running with jumping to conclusions. Using your common sense lets you jump to conclusions until you hear an explanation.
You don't jump to conclusions on a case like this. I mean, it's an outrage. It's beyond an outrage. That's criminal. What they did is criminal.
Yeah, right. And you know what? I hate to say it. I've said it 100 times. This is exactly what I anticipate. So I ain't surprised in the least. I'm surprised that I changed my mind along the way of what I was going to be looking at. I mean, I really thought I was going to get real jurors and take it really serious, and I thought a prosecutor would focus on the evidence at hand, not throw all these ambiguous facts in and make stuff up and twist stuff around. And I was naive. I'm sitting and listening to what my best friend said. I said, one, is not my best friend, and two, I never said it.
Right.
But when you start packaging it up with what, quoting all these people, wow, we got all these people saying this stuff now. Well, look at who's saying it. Jeff Lacoste, even Wendy, she threw Wendy's name out there, but I didn't remember Wendy saying it like that. She twisted her words around. It's like, even his own sister.
Yeah,
It
was never said.
It was terrible.
I don't even remember the word she used, but I just remember whatever it was.
She said it, the same thing. The same thing when she was saying that. I looked at Dad and I went, "That's not true. That's not what happened."
Yeah. But she said, even when his own sister was on the stand, we asked her, it's almost like she's using Wendy to back up her conviction that I'm guilty. That even his own sister said something along the line, whatever she said, Wendy said, I don't even remember. But
you should remember.
You're just making it so folksy and his sister, his best friend, his Jeff Lacoste, we got all these statements, this mountain of evidence, these text messages. What, because I said you're the best?
Yeah.
Like, wow. Tell everybody I was in a relationship with for the next five months when it was probably more like 5 days. Never saw and hung out with her as my girlfriend again.
Yeah.
So why is she saying 4 or 5 months to carry on a relationship?
Because she's lying. Because she's making up a story.
Yeah, Whitney's living with me. I'm not going on dates with Katie. I mean, the 17th was Whitney's birthday. We went to Puerto Rico.
I remember.
Yeah. Like, that was an amazing trip. You know, I wasn't dating Katie at the same time. Katie was done. Katie was done that week. But, like, you're restating, you're making up lies, stating them as facts, putting together a Dateline special with the folks. Like, what the fuck did we even come up here for?
Yeah.
I mean, think about it. The case came out perfect. All the people who have intelligent brains and watched it, you know, weren't all drinking the Kool-Aid. These people know a lot more than I do. And, you know, and they say, fantastic. Dan's so happy. We have a jury that was screened by Josh Dubin, so we were able to eliminate the bad ones. The problem is that there were no good ones. There were just ones that weren't as bad as the other ones that we got rid of.
That's right. I know.
You know, I mean, we basically got rid of the, you know, and some of these may have been as bad as the ones that we got rid of. You can't tell me that there's not a reason why the one guy that would have been a jury of my peers that was intelligent that I never would have convicted him. Because he understood the seriousness of y'all use your common sense.
Charlie, hold on. Charlie,
Yeah.
hold on. Hold on, because I'm texting with Dan. He'd like you to call him now. He's in the car for the next 30 minutes, okay? Then you can call me back.
You got it. You guys. I'll call you. Bye.
Love you.
Call 24.
Hey, honey.
Do you think he was able to get through to Dan, or was Donna just trying to think of a reason to get off the phone? Charlie, I just got a text from Dan. He'd like you to call him back now. He's in the car for 30 minutes. We'll be picking your call up when you ring later. She's like throwing the phone off the balcony.
Dave, don't worry.
We're okay. We're okay. You're doing all right now?
Yeah, we're okay.
I talked to Dan.
We're almost packed. Harvey's got his beige suit on. He's got formal, semi-formal, déshabillé, cold weather, wet weather, windy.
That was good.
Filled in a little bit? Okay.
Yeah. Good.
So you understand. Okay.
Yeah.
So Dad is going to head down to the office. He's got to get his papers notarized. When he comes back up, I'll give him the phone. I have to go down and get papers notarized. So we'll do a little switcheroo as soon as he comes back up. Okay?
Okay. So, but I'm doing good, guys. I mean, listen, I love you guys very much. I want you to know that.
I know that. And we love you very much. And everything will, in the end, we're going to figure this all out. We just have a little bit of going through some stuff to get there. I'm sorry, I don't need to cry.
I've been told that I'm sitting in a box with a mirror facing me. I can't cry, and I got a mirror on one end and a camera lens on the other. And then they're listening, and it's like,
I know.
I mean, I've been here since Monday. The lights haven't turned off. And the cell was like, I think like, you know, I'm pacing back and forth, but it's either you're pacing or you're laying in bed, or are they going to say, oh, he's pacing?
No.
They don't want to take a chance.
Right.
Like, Dan's like, look, nobody wants to, with Epstein and everything, nobody wants to risk their life, not risk their life, risk their career based on if I do something, and they're like, oh, he was pacing, and he was crying, he was unstable, and then you let him out there, and look at what he did. Like, no, I'm not doing anything crazy. So they really want, I guess, and he's like, look, eventually you'll get out of the solitary where I'm at, and I'll get into a better place, you know, and I'll just, you know.
I know.
You know, like,
I know. Horrible.
Yeah, I mean, I've been here since Monday. Like, I've been in it myself for 25 minutes since Monday. Like, I'm locking them up.
You can't get out and take a shower. They won't let you do that either.
They took me out. Was it? I don't know if it was last night or the other night. Maybe it was Tuesday night.
I think
They took me out. Yeah, they took me out for 10 minutes to take a shower. They only do showers in here like 2 days a week. A sergeant comes in and lets people out. It's like a cage that you go in to shower. They lock it on the outside. So it's like the observation still. So remember I used to tell you, like, at least I have my clothes on. I can't imagine if they put me in here naked.
I know. 1 second.
Yeah, no one wants to see that, Charlie.
Yeah, do that when you're down. Yeah. Okay.
All right, I love you, Dad. I love you all.
Yeah. He'll come back up soon.
It's weird. It's like when you cry, it's like you're letting out your emotions. You almost feel a little better as you're crying.
That's right.
And then you like, and when you have it bottled up, it's like I got a chest pain. I literally have like my heart. Like my heart feels like it was. I mean, honestly, Mom, my heart feels like it was like I can't even like.
No, you can't.
I can't use words. I can't even conceptualize. I can't put it into words. I think I was the stupidest fucking person. I mean, listen, there was no way with the media hype and everything that surrounded this that I was ever going to get a fair trial out here 10 years away. It just wasn't going to happen. You there?
I'm there. I'm listening.
I mean, it's not even like you know what it reminds me of? I say all the time. It reminds me of like when I was looking at Enzo and I was making an observation and I was saying something to the people around me, and then but then they were telling me something to explain it away, and I wanted to hear it, and I wanted to believe it. So I was like, I didn't want it to be away from him for a couple of days. If that figured they were going to charge me a couple $1,000s and keep him away from me for 4 or 5 days, and I'd be miserable without him. Look at the end result. I probably spent 10 times the amount of money, and then I was away from him for the rest of his life. Like, just the media storm that came with this case and flew into this town.
They
made it
taped
so when it said the front page of the Tallahassee Democrat with 900 jurors summoned for Charlie Adelson's murder case.
900.
Front page. They were telling the truth. I know the interview was 152. I don't know. Maybe they sent down 900. That's how many they bring in off the stairs. You know, 3 sets of 50. But I'm just saying, like, that's what the front page of the Tallahassee Democrat was. How many jurors were summoned? Like, what is that? Like, how the fuck was I going to get? Like, I had somebody tell me a long time ago, you will never get a fair trial up in the pan.
Thanks for the picture, Debbie. I've seen it before, though, but it's a good one. Very pink.
Handle. Small town, shoot from South Florida. The way they're writing this stuff, Charlie, you don't stand a chance if you go up there. You don't stand a chance. I tell you what I'm telling you right now what you should do. And I didn't take the advice. And I'm like, and now I know you can't go back. You don't have a time machine, but there's no way on God's green earth that I ever stood a chance. Because it's not up to Dan, not up to Kate, not up to me. It's that the date night special that showed up in court was, and even before that, I even think before the closing, I think Dan said when I came up there to testify, he said none of the jurors, like 2 or 3 of them were looking at me. None of them would even look at me while I was testifying. They wouldn't look at me. You think that person was right when they told me to think about things?
Yeah.
Do you think they were right?
Just what we said. We don't have a time machine.
Sure as hell don't have a time machine. You know, and it's like, I guess just being in this one cell with it's like a box, the camera, it's just like, I'm sorry to keep calling you like this.
No, don't be sorry. Not going anywhere, not doing anything. Happy to talk to you. I just... Okay.
I don't, you know, I'm just saying, like, I spoke to Dan. He does not. I mean, let's put it this way: if you've got a couple Hail Mary plans, like just this idea to run by people, but he's like, look, anywhere this case is so big, anywhere you go in Florida, it's media. It's like a storm.
Hey, thank you, Newly Jen, for supporting the channel on buymeacoffee.com. Happily lurking. Good to see you, Newly Jen.
Because unless you don't let cameras in the courtroom, because I think in Florida law we have to have cameras in the courtroom. Like, I don't think you can not get cameras in the courtroom. With the bloggers and the media storm and the sensationalism of everything, like, basically.
I don't think you have to have cameras in the courtroom. I think that if the press wants to be there, they're open. It's the sunshine law. They allow the sunshine to shine. They allow the sun to shine on justice.
Even made it seem like, honestly, even if I got a new trial, it would be a routine like you just had.
Well, you know what? I know, because you don't...
It's a miracle to get a retrial. Put it this way, it's such a big production that they put on to do a trial like this. It's enormous. This is not something they just do retrials on. And then not on the case of the century here. You know, they're not looking to have that happen. It's not a headache for everybody. And then here's the other thing. Jurors are it's going to be a media storm wherever you take this. There's nowhere you can take this, and it's not going to be a media storm. That's why there was no way in hell I was going to get a fair trial if they take you up to Tallahassee. That's what that person told me, and you know what? They were fucking so right. So right, my love. I spoke to Wilmer today. He was on the way to school. Reed said I made his day. Reed said I made his day by calling him and talking to him. But it's like...
You know, it's funny because he keeps going on about not being able to get a fair trial. To my mind, Judge Everett erred on the side of the defense more than the prosecution. You know, he allowed objections and so on. You think back to the 2019 trial with Judge Hankinson, Katie's first trial, joint trial with Sigfredo Garcia. He was brutal. He didn't let the defense do much, you know. he was very not putting up with any shit, but Judge Everett was actually quite kind to the defense, so it was more than a fair trial.
And then I started crying, and then I was like, you know, this is like, it's the only place in the world I want to be. It's like drop them off from school, drive in the truck. Like, you're not, I mean, look, you're a parent, so you get it, you see me, but picture being a young parent and finally having a kid, and this is what, like, you know, Dan told me, like, I need to try to figure out how to make a life for myself behind bars. It's like, your life is going to be different, but you can still live, you can still do things. It's just going to be different. I'm not so.
I know you know.
I'm just like.
Those law, Acapella says that law, the Sunshine Law, put all of those court sketch artists out of work. I think they all just moved up to Canada. What's the deal with that, Canada? Why can't we see into your courtrooms? You know, it's the same in the UK. Sometimes you see a sentencing from a Scottish trial, but not very often. What's the deal with that? You know?
If you couldn't have a bigger, like, swing of emotions. And he told me that he came in better than he could have expected, that I testified better than he could have hoped, and that he was sitting there at jury selection with Dubin, and he was seeing what we were getting coming in, and how people were reacting, and how people were knowing about the case, and the sheer number who, like, literally eliminated themselves by saying they know about the case and they think I'm guilty. We had 90 people come in and say that. It's supposed to, you come into a courtroom and you hear about what, you know, you're judging the case, you're judging the facts, you're doing your job. Listen, the few people that would have given me a fair shake, they took right off. There was only a few.
Yeah, it was only not 12.
No. You know? And they get 10 strikes. So it's easy to say, I mean, it didn't really need 10. It probably could have taken 5 people off it when given me a fair shake. There was no way we were going to win. And that was the first trial. Can you imagine if we do the appellate and we get it overturned and we get the conviction thrown out and we get a retrial? It's going to be the same thing wherever you go. He's still looking into some things.
I know.
You there?
Yeah, no, I'm listening. He's looking into some things, and I know that.
He's looking into things, and he has a few ideas that he's going to run by some people.
Right.
And he's not abandoning me. He's like, look, I'll always be here for you. Like, obviously, he's got other things going on. But he's like, look, I'm not abandoning you. I'm going to still help you. I'm going to still, I'm going to still be here for you. But there's only so much I can do. Like, you know, maybe by some godsend, some juror write something or find something out in the future. But it's a very, 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 very long shot. And so, don't give up hope, but just don't plan on it. That's what you just don't. You there?
I'm here, and I'm not giving up hope, and you're not going to give up hope. And I understand what a long shot it is, but things happen, and I have to believe that. I have to believe that there's a chance. And I know what you're saying, and even if there is, what would happen with another trial? You know what? I don't know.
You don't give up. You're gonna get. I could do another trial tomorrow in Tallahassee. I can tell you what the result is. If this is the biggest thing that happens up here, it's Ted Bundy's trial.
Okay, he's just compared himself directly to Ted Bundy. I am the biggest thing in Tallahassee, second to Bundy. And Bundy didn't even have a jet ski. Oh, that would be good, wouldn't it? Let's put Ted Bundy on a jet ski and make a film.
I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. I'm trying so hard, and I don't know what to say.
I think you guys can take advantage.
Yeah.
Can you imagine not taking any Xanax right now?
No, actually, I can't.
This is.
Donna, you've got about 3 days, 72 hours to take as much Xanax as you can, because it's probably going to be your last chance ever in your life.
This is the definition of unbearable. This is unbelievable. How the fuck did my life go from, how the fuck did it go from 10 years ago, drinking, wanting me to move into the continuum of our start a family, to life in prison with maximum security? With my life is on.
You're breaking up. I'm not hearing you. Try that again.
No, I said I don't want to listen. Look out for Dad, would you?
I am looking out for Dad, and he's going to be fine. We'll both be fine. It's just that.
I basically I got 3 things that I really value and love. You Dad, and Roman. After that, do you want Sully to go to the house with you when you go to the house this weekend?
I don't know if that's necessary. Hi, sweetheart.
Hey. How are you?
Good. I don't know what happened.
This is the very last call number 25.
It was
just, the phone just said you hung up, which I know you didn't, but it's just computer glitches.
Yeah, that's what I figured. Because I know the phone goes till 4:30, and I couldn't understand why it clicked off.
Yeah, and then sometimes maybe it started doing that again, but it clicked off exactly at 4 o'clock. So who knows? Maybe sometimes it's a computer glitch. Maybe they're starting to shut it off at 4 again. I don't know.
Yeah.
I had a really good idea, and I wanted to run it by Dan.
Okay.
Do you think you could text him and ask him?
Yes, I sure can.
When can I call him? Can I call him tonight for 15 minutes? I have a really good idea. Really good idea.
Okay. Let me just do.
Charlie's had an idea, and Donna sounds enthusiastic. He's going to be speaking to Daniel Rashbaum for 15 minutes. That's not a long call. Why 15 minutes?
That right now. You want me to stay on with you and let me just do that?
Do that. I'll stay on with you for 5 minutes. I'll call you back.
Hold on. Let me just do the text. Hold on.
It's actually one of my better ideas.
Okay.
It's actually one of my better ideas. I've had a great idea. It's actually one of my better ideas. It's actually one of those genius Charlie ideas.
Good. Well, That's what
You know, because I did so well with the murder plan. It's actually one of my better ideas. Is it better than the murder? Because it should be. Otherwise, we're not even going to tell Dan about it, okay?
about 15 minutes, you said?
Yeah, it's only 15 minutes of time. It's a really, really good idea.
You really think Daniel Rashbaum doesn't charge an hour for 15 minutes? A lawyer like Dan Rashbaum does not fuck around with quarter hours in his charging situation. You know? His billing. It's not like, hey, can I talk to Dan for 7 minutes so it doesn't cost us too much? If he picks up the phone, that's an hour. You know? That's a chargeable hour. Doesn't matter if it's 15-minute call, 7-minute call, 1-minute call. He's charging an hour, guaranteed.
I'm on with him now. Now.
Actually, amazing idea.
Yeah, hold on. I'm working on it. Please let me know the time. Hold on, the time. Okay. Got it. Okay, I sent it.
Okay.
Good.
So
So that's that. That's that. I'll let you know when something comes in. And yeah, so maybe that's what they're doing now, the 4 o'clock, because it was right on the dot. That's what
that's what makes me. Yeah. That makes me suspect that, or it could just be a coincidence.
Or you're right, or it was a coincidence. And
Coincidences don't happen.
Yeah, I don't know, because I looked in it and I said, wait a minute. It's 4 o'clock. He can't call back now either. So normally you'd call me back, but when you didn't call back, then that's right. You can't call back anyway. As before. That's right. Okay.
Yeah.
So Dad and I both got stuff done, and Gary was very helpful, and so we got a lot organized today, which was super good, and a few more things tomorrow, and then Saturday. I think at noon we're meeting Jared because I want to just straighten out some stuff with him, and I have to. Normally I just send him Zelle, but I just want to see the work, that because there's a place that got emptied, and I want to see how it's been finished. So I want to do that. Yeah. So I'm going to meet him and take care of that.
Hey, are you glad you're not dealing with the coins in the laundry anymore?
Yeah. Jesus Christ.
Yeah. That's what you need is to go up there and deal with the coin.
Collect quarters. Yeah. So you did it for what? 18 months. So we only did 519. You only did that 2 months ago.
Well, yeah.
So that's 16.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And, it's funny. Sometimes you look at things and you're like, you know what? It's so much cheaper to buy new, raise the prices on the laundry, put in the electronic stuff, and just do it right from the beginning.
Right.
Like, really what you did is you just spent a ton of time and wasted running around for what?
The time? with the up and back and all the time. And I mean, we bought all new machines, so, I had to. The birds have asked.
Yeah. But you're not having a headache with the new machines.
No.
You're not having a headache with the way it's operating with the app.
This is so funny. They're talking about laundromat that they own. That, it's a classic, isn't it? They think they're such fucking business tycoons. What are we going to do with all of our, cash? Let's invest in a laundromat. Poor people love doing laundry.
And painfully so.
And it is. It's it's an interesting system. What do they take out? What percentage, honey? 4?
I think 4%.
4%?
4%.
Okay. So they take their 4 before they give you, before they put it in your account. So it's worth it. So worth it.
What would you say? About $100 a week that comes in off of it?
I think so. Yeah.
2 of them?
No, not from like just $5.19.
Wasn't it? No.
Well, that's not very much, is it? $100 a week.
Maybe about, no,
They're close to that.
200.
Per week?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, that's right. I don't know. It's not,
1801.
well, maybe now it's more. I don't know.
It's profitable. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
It's a lot more than I ever thought. So it's nice because it comes in, and then I click a button, and I put the 519 in that account, and I put the 1801 in that account, and it's with the press of a button on a computer screen.
Yeah,
That's amazing.
It is.
remotely. Yeah.
It is. Well, that's why people sit in front of their computers and they work.
Yeah.
You know, because they can.
Yeah. Well,
Because it's easy.
they're even changing that pattern.
Well, it did great during COVID, but
That's why people sit in front of their computers and they work. Okay. Some of us sit in front of our computers and listen to you, Donna. And this is our work.
as time has gone, you don't even need that kind of facility.
Yeah, because the companies now are realizing they're still getting good productivity, so they're working part-time. You know, they come into the office a little bit, and the rest of the time they're at home on their computer.
They actually showed, Charlie, I was watching some show, and they magazine show, and they showed how this woman who lives in Seattle.
I was in California, something like Minnesota.
Yeah, she has to go to work in Minnesota, but she only has to actually put in a certain number of days in office. So she has a family. She leaves the family and goes away for 6 days because she's required to do that. And then she goes back home. So 6 days a month she's, quote, in the office, and then the rest of the time she works from home. And she said she loves it because
they were showing all the retail stores that have been closed.
Yeah.
You know, fast food places, pizza places, Chinese food places. They don't have the business
in
anymore.
the downtown area because the downtown is not full of workers anymore.
Like San Francisco's like a ghost town.
Here he is, Harley D. Let's go to the maps. I think we've got another state coming off. How's the mud pie, Harley? Still good? Where's the map? There we go. Oh. Can we cross Mississippi off the list, Harley? I think we can. Gonna get ready with my bucket of paint. Mississippi! Was it done? Hang on. Gotta put it in this folder. Done. Yes. Okay, we're 82%. Another 9 to go. Another 9 states. Good to see you, man. What was his question? Is TCM still going to Donna's trial? I can't make it to Donna's trial, but hopefully my paperwork, well, should be absolutely done with ample time for me to get to Wendy's. But I probably won't even wait that long because who knows when that's going to be. I'm going to come over as soon as I can just to have a look around Tallahassee if you want to meet up.
Downtown.
Yeah,
Well, and downtown rent was probably so expensive in San Fran. It's cheaper if people stay home and they don't have to have an office space.
Yeah, definitely in San Francisco, definitely in New York. So it makes sense.
They're going to have trouble converting a lot of these buildings to condos. You know, the problems with plumbing, problems with bathrooms and kitchens. They're not set up that way.
Oh, that's right, because they want to make condos that they're not using the office space.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So his guys that work with that he works with, like I think one moved to Kentucky. You know, like from South Florida, and he still works he works with like 3 people in his apartment who live in different states. You know, I don't know how often they come in or not.
Oh, we got 200 in chat. Everybody click a like on the video, please, as a celebration of 200 exactly in chat. Congratulations, everybody. Hit a like on the video. That would be great.
I really said he isn't in the office twice a week now.
Twice a week.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
You were asking me something just as we got. I don't know why the reception's not great.
No,
Talk to me a minute, Charlie.
Yeah.
Vermont as well. I can smell crazy a mile away. I'm from Vermont. Great. And are you residing in Vermont? Because this happens all the time where someone will go, well, I live in Florida, but I'm from Illinois. And then it's Florida. You've got to be, it's where you're living. So I can smell crazy a mile away. Are you currently residing in Vermont? I need to check. Otherwise, I just feel like it's cheating.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can now.
Wait, can you hear me when I do this?
Oh,
Hello?
that's better. I don't know what you did.
Okay.
That's much better. Yeah.
The wires on my thing are getting fried. So it's like can you hear me now?
Oh, yeah, I hear you fine. Fine.
Like it goes.
Great. Welcome to the map, Vermont. And I can smell crazy a mile away. All the way from Vermont. So let's take that off the list. Great. 84%. I'm worried about that Hawaii. Has anyone got a friend or relative living in Hawaii that you could share the channel? I just don't know when we're gonna get all those luau's and drinks in fucking coconuts, and they're too busy. They're too busy, you know, cooking baby pigs. Okay, so in the Northeast now, we're just looking at New Hampshire, Rhode Island, Delaware. And then, just way over here, Wyoming, North Dakota, and Nebraska. Go Cornhuskers. There you go. Vermont is off the list.
In and out, it goes in one ear, then it goes to the other. It's like they're starting to break. Can you hear me okay like this?
It's actually perfect.
Yeah, when it hangs, I get better. I can hear better. But when I lift it up, it's the wire that's breaking inside the cord. This part that's breaking it.
Oh, geez. Hold on 1 second. Just tell him you'll call him back, Harvey, and he'll call him back. So what was it? Oh yeah, when we got disconnected, you said something to me about Sully, and then we lost you. So I don't know what you wanted me to do, or if you want to tell me another time.
Oh no, I was just saying, if you need help at the house with anything, Sully can help you out.
Okay.
But that pellet gun, I still don't know what I want to do with it. I'm looking forward to having it again. That pellet gun that was in.
Yeah.
Aloha, Melis and Gina from the Big Island. What does that mean? What does that mean? Who are Melis and Gina? Or are you saying that you are from Hawaii? I'd like to see a driver's license, please. Are we serious? Have we got Hawaii? Melissa, let us know. Expand yourself.
The one that I have here now in my apartment.
Oh, you have the pellet gun that was Bud's? I mean, that I thought was at Bud's, but it was really the house?
I got it.
Okay. That's the one that I ordered and I thought it was taken by Bud's family, but it turns out it wasn't.
Yep. I have it.
And that big harsh.
Yeah, I get that. I just don't know if these people are serious. Russell Hogan says aloha from Oahu. Okay, so we've got Hawaii. Seriously? Well, you do have a palm tree in your profile picture, so I guess that's all the proof I need. Do you know Keanu Reeves?
Okay.
Yep. Just the way you described it.
Well, you know, who am I to dispute someone's claim? If you're lying, you're only lying to yourself. But I will mark Hawaii off the map. How about that? Well, we're gonna fucking walk the rest of this. Alaska, I can make Alaska happen right now. All it takes is one call. Just one little call. What's his name? What is his name? You know, he used to have a channel called... what was it? 544 Camp Street. Then he changed the name of his channel. And yeah, I think he stopped making videos now. But he did do some good Wendy Adelson. In fact, maybe we'll watch that in honor of our fallen friend after this, because there's only 9 minutes of calls left and it's still early. Maybe we should watch 544 Camp Street's Wendy episode.
Yeah. But I just put it up in my closet. There.
Yeah.
Oh, hang on.
So I don't know
Hang on.
exactly.
Just before we continue there, let's get Hawaii out of here. Oh no, we need to take it off the list. Hang on, you guys. Okay, there we go. 43. Congratulations, Melissa. And is Russell Hogan also from Oahu? Am I saying that right? Great. So we've got 2 Hawaiians in today. Of course, one of them is named Hogan, and one of them is named Einsweiler. So I'm guessing that they're not natives, but that's okay. That's okay. If they're registered, if they own a car or property, that's fine.
at some point, you're going to have to tell me what you want me to do with those things.
Yeah.
So I'll do whatever, think about it and tell me tomorrow, because I'm trying to get some things finished.
Okay.
Yeah. So there's that. Most everything else that we've asked you about, like the Hasselberg and whatever. So that I know.
I have paperwork for the Mac 11. Like I have paperwork in the safe for my
we
permit.
saw that. Okay, saw that.
It's like a Class 3 permit.
I don't know.
It's fantastic. All that stuff has to stay. It was like in a manila envelope. All that stuff needs to stay together.
Okay, so I'm glad you said that.
Melissa says, we are legit. No, I wish. What does that mean? Are you denying that you... Okay, well, I'm not sure what that means.
So when we go, I think
Hi,
on
Patricia.
Saturday, since we have to go up to meet Jared, I got that lockbox arrived at our house that I have to give him, the thing for that electrical room. So when we give that to Jared, I'm going to ask Janice if we could stop by on Saturday, and I'll take care of those things.
Okay.
I'm glad you mentioned it.
Yeah, I think I may either want to give everything to Sean and tell him to keep it safe for me for Roman, Sean Vince, or give it to Sully and then Sully could give it to Sean and then keep it safe for Roman one day.
Okay. So now, you think about that. If that's your decision, you tell me tomorrow morning. And if that's what you decide to do, like you don't want to fill it, you'd rather do that, right?
Well,
Yeah.
Okay.
The bigger item
That
have to be.
No, that's why I want to know what he wants to do. So, everything, honey?
Yeah, everything. It was to give to Sean Vince. He actually has a safe room. The whole room is like a safe room in his house. And I know he could store his stuff there.
Okay. So I can ask Sully to help me out with that. I don't know how we'll get it to Sean, but
we'll get it figured out. But Sully has the safe in his house, and I trust Sully.
Oh, okay. All right, fine. That's fine. So
yeah, all that stuff, and including there should be paperwork in the safe to go with that, to go with the Mac 11, and anything that has to be transferred or something.
Okay, so he's talking about a Mac 11 here, right, to give to Roman. And me knowing nothing about guns, I looked it up. And the first thing I found was this. No, this, which is an Uzi. Yeah, that's for Roman. But in a second, just trying to make this. I mean, look at that. What are you going to give that to a 5-year-old for? He's saying Mac 11, but I'm wondering because he starts talking about WW2 paperwork in a second. So I'm wondering if he actually means a Type 11 Japanese model gun as a collectible. Does anyone know anything about guns? What is he talking about? This is a Type 11, and it's a WW, well, it's 1922, but I think it was used by the Japanese in World War II. So, and he goes on about some paperwork. Let's see what he says. I mean, it would kind of make more sense to leave Roman some valuable old World War II gun as a collectible rather than a fucking Mac 11 Uzi for him to do drive-bys in on a tricycle. Roman's got a tricycle and an Uzi. Roman, sorry.
Like that. So we can keep it in the safe, and then so I trust Sully to give it a shot.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, that's fine.
I mean, yeah, I trust him to
That's why I'm
have
asking you
to have
to everything. Not, I know,
Yeah.
not.
What?
I was going to say, what about what?
Okay, Melissa, not knowing Keanu, that's fine. I thought you were saying that you were joking about being from Hawaii, but I guess you're legit. That's fine. That's great. Welcome aboard. Welcome to the map. We love Hawaii. We love you, and it's so good to have you here.
What was Grandpa's?
That goes to Roman. Well, that goes to Roman.
But you want it all to be together in one thing and give it to Sully. All of that.
I think unless you want to hold on to it and then give it a shot.
Yeah, let me hold
Sure.
on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. That one thing, I think we'll hold that, Charlie.
Yeah.
That one, and I'll make sure. I get the information on that just in case we're out of town or whatever. I'll just make sure that that's listed. That goes to Roman. Okay.
Yeah. No, make sure that all goes to Roman.
Okay.
Whether you maybe give that to, with the what do you call it? With the paperwork from World War II and everything.
Yes, it's all together.
World War II paperwork.
But you see, Harley, he's going on about World War II paperwork, which wouldn't apply to a Mac 11. I mean,
Look, give it to Wendy, and if she
that's what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
That's
yeah.
Yeah.
and I remember seeing, I forget where it was, but some collection of evidence of the search of Donna and Harvey's apartment, their condo. I don't know if it was from someone's phone, but I seem to remember that there was an old gun on the bed with a handwritten letter, or a note rather, to Wendy from Harvey. But I don't know.
one thing, give to Wendy.
I don't even remember. Does anyone else remember seeing something like that? Because I don't know where I saw it.
The other stuff, I would just tell Sully keep it for safekeeping because he doesn't say keep it in and hope he able to give it to Roman. Yeah,
you're not, yeah, I guess it's big, right? So you're thinking, I'm sorry.
Yeah, he is safe. He itemized all the items that he gave them. Like, if you need to take pictures of it, take pictures of it.
Okay.
And then if you needed to take pictures of it, send it to Dan, I guess. But or just write it down, and then let Sully put all that stuff, keep it safe in his house. I trust him.
Yeah.
The one that's real valuable, go ahead and give it to Wendy, if I trust her.
Oh, I know. Yeah, absolutely.
So just tell her to keep that safe. The other stuff, just give it to Sully. Just tell him that he has a safe that stuff should be kept in a safe. And the one that's real valuable, I have to have Alex do something with transfer paperwork or something.
Okay, because Dad is going to talk to Alex tomorrow, right?
About something that's really valuable. I mean, does anyone know that Japanese Type 11 gun? I mean, is that valuable? I mean, it would certainly qualify for something having World War II paperwork. I don't know. Patricia says, Metrix, what was Donna referring to when she said you don't want to just kill it? When did that happen? I don't remember the context.
But he questioned us on that today, and I obviously didn't know an answer because we haven't spoken, but because the value has gone up on that. So he said,
Oh,
you know,
it's gone up tremendously.
right. He said, see if he wants me to do that, and then I'll take care of that for him because he said it's worth way more than what you paid for it.
Oh yeah, so it's worth 3 times what I paid for.
Wow.
So I'll hold off on that. There's just I want to keep it safe with Sully. You got to get the paperwork.
Oh yeah, it's worth 3 times what I paid for it because I'm such a shrewd businessman. You know, it's a pity you're not going to be able to spend those profits, isn't it, Charlie? You know, it's like, yeah, no. Look at me bragging about my fantastic purchase. I got a sweet deal and it tripled in value because I'm a genius. Look where it got you.
Report is in the safe, and then maybe I will, maybe I won't, but I can always still do it through Sully, and through Dan, and through you guys. So it doesn't matter. All that stuff should be kept in the safe.
Okay. Well, as long as Sully has a safe, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense.
That's why. Because if you get the safe, that's what should be kept.
Right. And
put it around.
but that other larger item that we were talking about, you want that also to go to Sully.
Yeah, if I go to Sully and give him the paperwork from the safe with it, that's important.
Right.
It's got
I know
like stamps and stuff on it. Yeah.
Okay, so we have to make sure Sully is around also because I'm not going to. All right, we have to get it. We have to go to Sully and Fort Lauderdale. We have a few things we have to do up there. Okay. All right.
And let him just sign for it, so you know that, like, at least that's a piece of paperwork saying that he.
Here we go. Military man has the facts. Harley D says a clone Mac 11 pistol is currently worth an average price of $625. Well, that's not that much. New and $441 used. The 12-month average price is $625 new, and an authentic 8 to 11K. Well, that is a lot. Well, for one of those Uzi looking things, where do we have it? I'm just bringing up the image. For this. That's 8 or 9 grand. Fucking hell. Or he said 8 to 11 grand. That seems like way too much. I mean, I believe you, but I just can't. But I don't know why anyone would pay that money for it. That's like a whole year of tacos.
People information.
No, I'll take pictures and I'll let him sign it, and then I will send. I will make sure Dan gets all of that.
Yeah. So, but I have a really good idea of something to tell Dan. I mean, it's almost like brilliant.
It's almost brilliant, but not you're brilliant.
No, I want to hear it first because that's a brilliant idea. But I think it's actually really smart. And I don't know why I didn't think of it.
Yeah, but Charlie, it's been proven that you have this disease where, when you are incapable of accepting reality, that you invent things, You invent things, and you're going to say, well, I don't think we ever get... There's 1 minute, 24 seconds left of this call, and it's the final call between Donna and Charlie. So unfortunately, I don't think we ever get to find out yet what Charlie Adelson's brilliant idea, one of his better ideas, as he said, is, I wonder what it was. Can you have Dan call me for 15 minutes? I've had an idea. That's a good idea, really good idea. One of my better ideas, I'd say. You know how I have great ideas? Well, this is even better than usual.
Okay. Well, he hasn't just the, no, this was an earlier message. He didn't.
How did you send it?
Right.
It should be on Metrix.
It should be. Hold on, let me see. I sent it on the other one. Just sent it this way. 1 second. Let me see if I sent it.
He usually does family stuff when he gets home, and he's usually more free after like 8:30.
Okay. Okay. So you'll know if I don't get a response from him, then whether he's looking at me or whatever, just call him at 8:30. You know.
All right. Let me call.
Call Roman.
Yeah, let me call Roman with 3 back, and I'll call you when I get off the phone with him.
That's perfect.
That's fine, Charlie.
Yeah, do that. Okay.
That's fine.
But
I
I think it's a really good idea.
Well, if you say so, I bet it is.
Yeah.
I know you.
Let's see.
Okay.
All right, I'll call you in a bit. I love you. Bye.
Love you. Bye.
The caller has hung up.
And that is it. That's all we did it. We did it. We did the whole thing. Now, I know that there's not a part 1, technically, but that was at the end of one of our other videos. So you have to find which one it is by watching everything we've ever produced. So what happened in the poll? I mean, what was his idea? Anyone got any ideas what Charlie Adelson's idea was in a serious way? I know you fuckers like to joke around and say, oh, his idea was probably to hire a Latin king. Or, you know, it's like some joke thing. Seriously, what was his idea? How did we do in our poll? 69% voted for the Oral-B Vitality Pro, which is this one, and the cheaper one. And I also found out that it is Amazon's top pick, and it's only 27 euros. So I guess we'll get one of those at some point when we've got some fucking spare cash, which is going to be never, I think. Never. What else are we doing? Let's go to the comments. Crazy a mile away says, isn't that illegal? Well, yeah, the Uzi, I think it is, because everyone was doing drive-bys, even 5-year-olds on tricycles. You know, you don't give a weapon like that to a child, even if you are an American, okay? Well, he needs to defend our home. Stand your ground, son. Patricia, Acapella says, Patricia Bones, Laurel and Hardy, Hitmen is right. Louis Rivera and Sigfredo shot a hole in the Prius. Well, that's another fine mess you got into. Yeah, good line. Also Cheech and Chong, right? I mean, Harley D says the Mac 11 really matters what year it was made. If it's fully auto and transferable, if it's pre-1986, it's expensive. Arnold Schwarzenegger has 6 of them. Acapella, that was the Type 11, which was 1922 Japanese gun that was used in WW2. Harley D says, Charlie probably applied for tax stamps to own fully auto guns, basically paid the government $500 to own a fully auto firearm. Well, that's not much money, is it? Just that's it. You pay $500 and you can have a fully automatic. I mean, how long does it take to empty that clip of 30 rounds? It's like, isn't it the fastest firing automatic burst weapon ever or something? I remember it in Die Hard. And Braveheart. William Wallace had a Mac 11 on the fields of Bannockburn. So what are we doing now? No one's got an idea about the Acapella says, yeah, it was the higher rated toothbrush of the two from what I saw on Amazon. Yep, and the cheaper one. I guess that other one was just because it came with a fancy travel case, which I don't need, I don't need. We'll just throw it in a bag. Wrap it in cling film. Oh, thank you for the super chat, Victoria Girl. Roman doing a drive-by with his daddy's Uzi. Ramen Noodleson. Shooting up Chinatown. Because they put too much oyster sauce in his dim sum. So we could have a look at 544 Camp Street's video, or I am starting to get a bit of a migraine. These pain meds, they're wearing off, and I really overdid it yesterday, so I probably shouldn't do that 2 days in a row with the medications. But I think we could do a bit more. We're only 2 hours and 53 minutes in. Let's, I'll check out his channel, see if I can find the video. YouTube. Leo, that's it. Maybe that's not a good idea. They're all quite long videos, and I think if we started it, we'd have to finish. Tell you what, we'll just play some of an old favorite.
Most likely.
Ah, fuck. Okay. Motherfucker. Now I can't go back.
Have you heard that?
I've heard that theory before, yeah.
Was your Mr. Adelson, is it doctor?
It is, yes.
All right, doctor. Have you ever heard the saying that the simplest explanation is always the most likely? Have you heard that?
I've heard that theory before, yeah.
Was your explanation to the jury over the last little over a day the simplest explanation?
It was the truth.
Do you, I mean, you have a thorough explanation. Would you agree with that?
I told you what happened.
Do you agree that the only problem with having an explanation for everything is that there's just so many explanations?
There's no explanation. I explained what happened.
I want to go through some of
There's no explanation. I explained what happened. He's just, you know, he acts like he's this really shrewd guy, right? And then he says things like that, doesn't he? There's no explanation. I explained what happened.
that. You claim that you were extorted on July 18th, 2014 by Catherine Magbanua and also in the background some Latin kings, probably Garcia and Rivera, right? Is that accurate?
No, I wasn't extorted by Catherine Magbanua.
You weren't?
Okay, that's
Hey, thanks for the booty juice, Michael Crawford. Much appreciated.
not what I believed in 2014.
Okay, I'm sorry. I understood you to say you believe that today.
Today I do, yes.
All right, so who extorted you?
I believe that it was Catherine Magbanua's friend that she ran her mouth to.
Okay,
And
and
that's 2014.
Right, but as you sit here today, you think it's Magbanua, Garcia, and Rivera. Is that accurate?
No, that's not accurate.
Okay. Who extorted you?
As I sit here today, I believe that it was Catherine Magbanua, and I believe Sigfredo Garcia, but I don't know for sure. I was never there when she was ever talking to him, so I don't know if he was in on it with her or not.
Can you all believe that in less than 2 weeks now, 11 days, 10 days, 11 days, we're going to have brand new, live in the moment, real time Georgia Kappelman action. I bet she's got a brand new suit. You know, that is going to be so good. We've seen her 1,000 times. I don't know how many times we've looked at her on this channel and others. You know, but just in a couple of short weeks, we're going to have stuff that's never been seen before. I'm so happy about that.
All right. At the time, though, you did not think she was guilty. We got that right. The time of the
In
extortion.
2014?
Yes. Sir.
Correct.
Okay. And then so exactly when you found out would be, I think you said, her trial.
That I suspected that she was not telling me the truth and she was a part of it was in 2019.
At her trial?
Yes.
All right. And so she was arrested in 2016, right?
Yes.
All right. So for 3 years, she was in the Leon County Jail awaiting trial.
I should post the, how do I do that? It's in the description, isn't it? So I go to here. If anybody wants to support the channel, there has never been a better or more urgent time to do that. And if you do want to support the channel, the best way you can do it is on buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrix. Thank you so much, guys. It is much appreciated.
Yes.
She was there.
And you believed she was innocent.
Yes.
And you had this whole explanation to assist with exonerating her, right?
I have the truth of what happened, yes.
But you didn't offer the truth of what happened, did you?
Nobody came to me. I thought the truth would come out.
Does someone have to come to you?
I was told not to talk to Katie and not to talk to anybody about this case by counsel.
Okay. So you strike that. On day one, which is July 18th, 2014, she is the only one that physically contacted you to conduct this extortion. Am I correct in that?
Yes, you are.
So you never actually had any contact with any Latin King?
No.
No phone calls?
No phone calls.
No texts?
No.
No letters?
Well, in 2016, you're talking about in 14, right?
I'm talking about the first layer of the extortion. Did you have any contact with the thugs that were getting your money for 2 years?
No.
Did anybody put a gun to your head?
I was told that I would be killed in 48 hours if I didn't pay up.
I heard you say that, but
Yeah.
my question is, did anyone put a gun to your head?
You're asking me, did anyone pull a gun on me?
That's what
Is
I
that your
asked you.
question? No, nobody pulled a firearm on me.
All right, so when Catherine Magbanua came to you on July 18th and said, open the safe and give me all your money, she was not armed.
She was not carrying a gun that day,
And
no.
were you armed at that time? Did you have a weapon in your home?
I had weapons in my safe, yes.
Were you led to believe or told that the bad guys are outside, right outside your apartment or your residence?
No, but I was led to believe what they did to Dan, they were going to do to me.
I heard you say that, but my question is, did she say, like, the car's running, I'm going to take the money out there to him right now?
No, she never told me that they were waiting for me outside my house.
In fact, she stayed the night with you, didn't she?
Yes, she did.
And didn't exit your house with your $138,000 until the next day, right?
Correct.
And the money, the $138,000, was that stapled into $1,000 increments?
Each packet was $1,000, and had a staple in it.
And stapling money's a little unusual. Would you agree with that?
For me, it wasn't unusual. That's what I did.
Right, but nobody else does it. That's why I'm suggesting it's unusual.
I've never questioned people into how they keep their money, whether they keep it with a staple or a paper clip or an envelope. I just know what I do.
Would you agree, Doctor, that it's a compelling piece of evidence that the killer...
I only focus on how I package my money personally. For me, it is completely normal to staple all my cash into $1,000 stacks. And I have no way of knowing what anyone else does, so I wouldn't know if it were unusual or not. Okay, Charlie. Well, if I kept my money by folding each bill into a paper aeroplane, and lining them up on a little runway, a model runway in my safe, and I counted them by counting the planes on the runway, I would know that that was unusual, and that other people probably didn't do that. The same should go for you and your stapled cash. And it's such a statement, isn't it? I have so much money that I can't possibly count it bill by bill. I count it in groups of 1,000. And it still takes all day.
were paid in stapled money and came up with that information in this case.
It's not compelling. The people who extorted me and got my money got it from my house, and it was stapled at my house.
They had to have gotten it from you, right? Because it was stapled.
If they got it from Katie, they got it from me.
So it had to be some kind of, I paid, but I did it under duress. based on that piece of evidence, right? That had to be built into your defense.
I was extorted, and I paid the money.
All right, so Katie comes in and she's in a panic and she tells you what's happened. And I need all the money in your safe right now. Do you suspect that maybe she's working with the police at that point? Maybe she's trying to set you up?
No, she didn't say I need all the money in your safe. That's not what she said.
Did she take all the money in your safe?
I cleaned out all the money in my safe and handed it to her.
Right. Why did you do that?
Because I was being extorted for $333,000.
But why didn't you? The bump was only $5,000, and you immediately became suspicious and questioning and had all these conversations and deliberations about what to do about it for days. And when Katie comes to you, you just open the safe and give her the money, right?
That's what I did, and there's a big difference between the two.
Okay, well, the way that it was done to you, is that the way it's done?
You have to be more specific, please.
Well, on the wire, you say repeatedly, that's not the way it's done. You knew that the undercover agent was law enforcement, or at least strongly suspected, because that's not the way it's done. And my question to you is, since you're an expert on extortion, because you've been extorted before and that's how you knew that's not the way it's done, is this the way it's done? Do extortionists send a girlfriend of their victim to collect their extortion money? Is that the way it's done, doctor?
I'm telling you what happened to me, and I was told that if I didn't pay in 48 hours, I would be killed. The person that came and extorted my mom, that was not the same approach as what happened to me.
Is that the only way? That's the only way it's done? They send the girlfriend?
It's the only time I've ever been extorted like that.
Okay. And did you hear any of the negotiate? So they come in and they say, strike. They come in and they say, we need $333,000.
You need to pay $333,000.
You need to pay $333,000. Why not $1 million?
Because when I had told to Katie that the $1 million offer for Dan Markel, I said I was going to pay $333,000. And when she asked me, do you have that much money? And I said, yeah, I could pay it in cash. So she took it as I had cash, and she knew I had a ton of cash in my safe. So she thought I had the cash. I didn't have all that cash. So that's where I'm assuming they got the $333,000 from.
But the offer that she bragged about was $1 million offer, isn't that right? That she ran her mouth about.
I was never there when she spoke to her friend.
Okay, was it $1 million offer?
The offer was that $1 million was going to be paid, and I was going to pay $333,000.
And weren't you going to cover Wendy's third as well?
No, not at all. I was going to cover my third.
Didn't your lawyer say in opening statement that you were going to cover the whole thing? Or Wendy's third?
No, I was sitting here. I heard what he said. Charlie was going to pay $333,000.
All right. And so the offer was $1 million offer, and that's what you told Katie, along with the fact that you were going to cover the third.
I was telling her that I was going to pay $333,000, yeah. And then one day, if my sister was able to, she was going to pay me back.
And then you didn't have the amount of money that was being demanded at the time, right?
No, I only had what I had.
All right. And at that point, the blackmailer, Catherine Magbanowa, negotiates some type of layaway plan for you to complete the extortion with the Latin Kings?
Okay, Katie wasn't the blackmailer, and Katie wasn't the one who was extorting me.
Didn't you just tell this jury that Katie was the blackmailer? You realized it in 2019.
I had thought that when you were just talking, you were talking about 2014. You were talking about that night,
okay.
So that night happened in 2014.
Okay. We all know now, because you have revealed the puzzle piece, she's a blackmailer. Can we agree on that?
I believe, sitting here in 2023,
yes,
that she was in on the extortion for sure.
Yes. So is it okay if I refer to her as a blackmailer?
I think there's a difference between blackmail and extortion, but yeah,
okay.
Sitting here today, we can. Sure.
We'll refer to her as an extortionist. So this woman, the extortionist, is going to do you a solid by negotiating with the Latin Kings for you to get on a payment plan for the extortion. Isn't that what happened?
What you're doing is you're taking what we know in 2003 and trying to say, this is what I knew in 2014.
Did she put you on a payment plan?
Yes, she said.
Did she put you on a payment plan? I love her. All in the calls of Donna Adelson going like, oh, she didn't know what she was doing. She didn't know where to go or how to do it. And it's just like, what were you watching? She's strong as fuck. You know, extra strong this time. You know, other witnesses that she's confronted, Wendy included, because she's a state's witness so far for Georgia, so she's kind of got this half polite thing. Well, that kind of diminishes as we move through the trials. You know, it got a little bit more heated in the second trial. Then the third trial was quite heated, especially towards the end. It's different now, isn't it? It's different today, isn't it? No further questions.
Because I didn't have the money. She said, asked me if I could pay $3,000 a month in 2014, and I said, yes, I can.
Did you hear any of the conversation where she was making these negotiations on your behalf?
No, when she said, I'm going to go check with my friend and if that's okay with him, she took her purse, took her keys, took her cell phone, she walked out of my front door, closed the door behind her, and I sat in my living room, and she came back about 5 minutes later.
You didn't want to talk to the guy yourself?
No, I didn't even think of that. I mean, but she went outside to call him.
All right, and then the two of you took a Xanax and went to sleep.
Well, I took a Xanax. I don't know if she took one out of the bottle, but I definitely did.
And the next morning, she left with your money, right?
She left about 8:30 the next morning.
That's July 19th, 2014.
Correct.
Let's talk about what you did that day. You did not report this to the police because you were in fear, correct?
Absolutely.
And you didn't report this to Wendy, even though, according to you, her life was in danger too, correct?
Potentially, but I planned on paying the extortion every month.
All right, but you did go to the gym that morning, right? Could we show that text, please? Were you able to go to the gym the next morning?
I absolutely didn't leave the house. I worked it out at Nova Southeastern Gym, and you can check the gym records. I was never there.
Okay. Did you say you were going to the gym?
I said I was, yeah.
But you didn't actually go?
No, I didn't leave the house.
All right. So would you agree, Doctor, and we'll refresh your memory with them if we can, that the text messages that were exchanged between yourself and Catherine McBanoa on the morning after this exchange of money were inconsistent with your extortion theory?
They were inconsistent with how I was feeling.
They don't appear to look like you just gave her $138,000 under duress, do they?
She told me the last thing she said to me before she left the house is, can we just pretend like this never even happened? So when I sent her that message, I was trying to show her, like, I'm trying to forget all about it. Yeah,
you were just demonstrating to her that you would agree to pretend nothing happened, right?
Absolutely. That's what she asked me to do, and that's what I tried to do.
All right. So the text messages aren't what they appear to be. It's a beautiful day. I'm going to the pool. I'm going to the beach. I'm going to the gym. None of that is what it appears to be. It's something else.
I absolutely did not go to the gym. I was trying to show her that I was, pretending like nothing ever happened and looking past it.
And there's nothing on the wire. All those hours of you talking. There is nothing on the wire about the extortion, this layer 1 of extortion, because she told you not to talk about it, right?
She told me to never talk about anything to anyone or her. She never wanted to hear about it again.
And yesterday, in your testimony, between you and your attorney, you mentioned the word extortion 123 times. Would you take my word for that?
I'm sure it came up a lot.
Okay. But nowhere, even in the midst of this whole second extortion, it's happening again. It's an extension of the same thing. Do you mention anything about this layer 1 of the extortion? Do you?
Yes, actually I did.
Okay.
If you pull up the video from Matsuri when I was sitting with my dad, and I said, and the funny thing is, that's what I whispered in his ear.
Right, but we can't hear that.
Right, because that's my point. I never wanted anybody to hear what had happened. I never wanted the police to come talk to me. But if you put up that video, you'll actually see me saying that it's my dad's ear, and that's why I went in and said it. And that's what we were talking about at the time. So
At Matsuri, the only time you mention the extortion, it's in a whisper that is not picked up by the microphones, right?
Intentionally, yes.
Yes. And that was intentional at the time, but it sucks for your defense, right? Because that would be a huge piece of evidence for you to show this jury, wouldn't it?
No, I think you'd come up with a reason why that I said it anyway.
And there's nobody to corroborate this testimony?
There is.
Okay. And the Matsuri, you talked about it again out in the parking lot, right? Wasn't that your testimony?
Yes, we spoke in the parking lot.
Okay, so you did talk about the extortion.
That's
You just didn't do it in a way that it was captured on any of the recordings in this case.
well, we spoke when we had privacy.
Well, you had privacy on the phone, right?
When?
At least you thought you had privacy on the phone. Every time when you were talking on the phone for
No,
hundreds of hours on this wire.
There's always a chance that I was being listened to.
Okay.
I mean,
well, there was a chance you were being listened to when you whispered in Dad's ear, right? But you said it. I mean, you were talking about it.
I whispered real quietly into his ear, so I thought I had privacy. At that point, I thought I had privacy.
And Catherine Magbanua and you discussed this first layer of extortion in the car outside of Dolce Vita too, right?
That's when I found out everything that was going on, and she opened up when I confronted her.
But if this jury could hear that conversation recorded, we would all be hearing basically what you're telling us, that there was an extortion effort that predated the undercover operation. Wouldn't we?
Because I was trying to see if Sigfredo was behind the extortion of my mom, because I knew he was behind. I always had a feeling he was behind what happened to me, and she was having this explosive fight with him. And
Was T behind what happened to me? Was T behind what happened to me? He never actually says, well, a lot of the time he refers to the extortion with this distancing language, distant language. What happened to me? When what happened to me, nothing had ever happened to me like that. He just, because the reason is common in lies is it's a bigger deal to say the words, isn't it? If you can just keep an arm's length, what happened to me, suggestive language, it's over there, that thing that you already know because my lawyer said it out loud, so I can just refer to it now from a distance, pointing from a safe place. He's not walking the lie, He's not having to wear the lie. It's pointing at that thing that's already been disclosed, and that is a safety blanket, and it's a really fucking obvious one, and a shit tactic. He's not an operator.
it was going on the same exact time that my mom started getting extorted, so I thought that he was going after my mom.
Don't you wish that conversation in the car had been recorded?
Sigfredo Garcia was going after your mom?
I don't know.
Wouldn't it prove your theory?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. He wouldn't. What did she say? Don't you wish that conversation with Katie in the car had been recorded? And he's like, I don't know, because he can't remember what he said it was. He can only remember what it actually was, because when you're trying to lie, right, to anyone, basically, but especially a figure of authority, and not just a figure of authority, a figure of authority who has made it her job to show that you're lying. You know, often a figure of authority will feel a pressure to at least give the appearance of politely giving you the benefit of the doubt, right? But that's not the case with the prosecutor, because the prosecutor, by definition, is there to expose your lies. Look at her face, you know, and that is quite a position to be in, you know. It's not comfortable, and he's never had to do that before. He's always been able to lie from his ivory tower, right? In his lily white world, in an ivory tower. It's all right when you need to lie to your immigrant tenants, you know. Yeah, I called the plumber. He said he's going to be around Monday. No, he said he's got to go away and get the part. He's going to be back Tuesday. You know, the plumber never shows up. That's what Charlie Adelson does when he's lying to his immigrant tenants. But, you know, that's easy because of his social status. But with Georgia Kappelman, not so easy.
What you're talking about, the prior extortion.
Then you know exactly what happened back then.
But unfortunately, it wasn't recorded, and then everything that was recorded inside the restaurant, you don't mention it, right?
I'm speaking very carefully. I mean, I was still, even when I was in the car with Katie, she was doing most of the talking. That was the first time she really opened up, and I think I caught her off guard. I was still, even when I spoke to her in the car, I was real careful. I said, was T behind what happened to me? Like, I wouldn't even say the words to her when I was in the car.
Okay, was T behind what happened to me? Do you say anything anywhere on the wire about referencing what happened to me? Meaning, what happened to me before?
No, because that was the only time I ever confronted her. But I did actually when I would be on the wire with my mom, and I would say it's not the same person. Like, that was in reference to what happened to me, and she knew that.
What call do you say it's not the same person?
Okay, you want to know what call? It was Tuesday, the 26th. And I said it's at the end of the call. It was a 2-minute and something call.
April 26th?
April 26, 2016. It was a 2-minute and something call. It was towards the very end. And I go, I know it's not done like this. It's 48 hours, just enough time. It's not the same person. So you can look it up.
Okay, I'm with you. It's not the same person you were referencing as the person that blackmailed me years ago. And has been blackmailing me for years.
Yeah.
That's what you meant.
It's not the same person that's extorting me, correct.
All right. So I want to go back to Wendy. Wendy is in the process of relocating from Tallahassee to South Florida, basically the day that this is going on, day after the money drop, right?
They're packing up the car. They're coming back. Yeah.
Right. So she's going to be moving significantly closer to the killers that had threatened her life.
This what I don't she wasn't planning it wasn't a permanent move or anything that was planned. I think she took a suitcase with her.
But she's your family member, yes. She's much closer to the one they've already killed than you, right?
Say it again.
She's much closer. She's got much deeper connections to the person they've already killed. That's Dan Markel than you do.
Right.
I mean, there's a reason to fear for her safety because these killers have come, they've just killed Dan, and now they're saying they're going to kill another one. It could be Wendy, right?
She has no idea what's going on.
Exactly. But you let her move from Tallahassee to Miami where you knew the killers were located. That's my point. Do you agree with that?
The killers were able to find Dan Markel in Tallahassee. They have a car.
They were. But would you rather live in Tallahassee or in Miami if the killers are in Miami?
I think if these people want to find you, they'll find you.
Okay.
I mean, I don't think. I mean, looking at Luis Rivera, I don't think a distance would stop them.
Okay. Where did Wendy and the boys live when she first moved to South Florida?
When she first moved to South Florida, she moved in with my parents into a small apartment. They actually had to get another apartment because that one was too small.
With your parents?
She moved in with them, yeah.
And I want to talk about the cameras. You bought cameras for the Adelson Institute and your home at Whale Harbor, right?
Yes.
The camera system, yeah. All right. And what about Wendy?
Yeah, they actually had to get another apartment. You know, when Wendy Adelson needed a special additional closet just for her hats. In the old apartment, they had a billiard room and a wine cellar and a sunken pool. But they needed more. They needed a tennis court and, some other fancy shit.
I guess she didn't have a place. So, like, wherever she was staying with your parents, were cameras installed there as well at that same time frame that you installed these cameras?
No, I never told her what happened, but they lived in a very secure building.
Isn't it true, Doctor, that you'd been planning to install those cameras for some time before the murder?
I actually already had cameras at my house that I had installed in 2008. The technology from 2008 to 2014 had changed a lot when it came to cameras.
Yeah, I think you mentioned that. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I think you mentioned all that on direct. I'm referring to this particular update that was done post-homicide. You were in communication with this camera guy, and I think your lawyer mentioned this. You had 84 text messages with him dating back to January 20th of 2014 in regards to the update that occurred post-murder. Do you agree with that?
I know. There was always talk that we were going to get cameras in the office, and we just never got around to it. When this happened, that week, within probably 3 days, I called the camera guy up and I said, I want to get cameras in my house and my new cameras for my house, and I want to get cameras in my office. How soon can you come out and do it? And then he came out, I'd say 4 or 5 days after that, bought the equipment and installed it that week.
Did you hire a private investigator to help you with this whole problem you were having?
With the extortion?
Yes.
No, I didn't tell anybody.
Did you get a bodyguard?
No, I carried a gun on me, and I always sleep with a gun next to me in bed, and I carried a gun on my person and had a gun in my car at all times.
Do you recall a statement you made on the Dolce Vita recording that said you were going to start carrying a gun?
Yeah, because for a long time, after this happened, I was carrying a gun, and it's uncomfortable, and I don't always like carrying a gun. So I hadn't carried a gun in a while, and I was going to start carrying one again.
But you did say in 2016, I'm going to start carrying one.
Yeah, I carried probably for about 4 to 6 months after this happened, and
4 to 6 months. You see, this is such a huge tell. This is like when people use the word 17 or the number 17, right? You know, when someone is talking and they say a number, oh, I think I'd been in Washington 17 times. I would say for certain that they are bullshitting you. You know, there's an old trick where you say to someone, what is it? You say to someone, think of a number between 1 and 50. But it has to be a 2-digit number, an odd number, and the 2 digits can't be the same as each other. You got that? Think of a number between 1 and 50, but it has to be an odd number, 2 digits, and each digit cannot be the same as the other. Most people in the chat are going to have 37 as their number, because that's just how the human brain works.
And I wear scrubs, so the gun that I had can kind of stick out, and it's uncomfortable. I prefer not to carry a gun.
So you quit carrying it, but during the time you were still paying the extortion money.
Yes.
All right, and the extortion money that you were paying, $3,000 a month, that wasn't going towards the principal of whatever was left on the $333,000, right? Didn't you testify to that?
Correct.
All right, so you never came up with the remaining bulk of the money that you owed.
Never.
And nobody ever came after you for that?
No, they said you could pay it all off and it'll be done, or just pay $3,000 a month. So I thought about paying the full amount.
All right, then a couple weeks later, after the initial extortion, you and Catherine Magbanua broke up, according to your direct. Do I have that right?
That's not correct.
Oh, when did you break up?
Within a week, I met her. We went out to dinner. We went out to eat, and I just said, "This has got to end."
All right, so you broke up with her.
Yes.
Weren't you scared that if you broke up with her, that she would sick the Latin Kings on you?
No, because I had every intention of paying every month. When I broke up with her, and I said, "Listen, I don't want to surround myself with this. I'm scared." She said that she was going to come every month and pick up the money and protect me. And she understood. I mean, our relationship was on the rocks.
But you've testified that all the gifts and stuff that you gave her were to keep her happy, right?
Yeah, when I realized that she's the one who's protecting me and she wasn't a part of this extortion, I had no problem keeping her happy, and I looked for things to do, nice things to do for her, because she was broke.
But not worried about pissing her off by breaking up with her.
Well, our relationship was definitely on the rocks. After July 1st, when Sigfredo cut me off and threatened me and called my dad, and then she knew I didn't even invite her to my dad's birthday party, which was a family gathering with family friends on July 5th. She knew we were going to be done.
After you broke up with Catherine Magbanua a week after the murder, did you continue to talk to her?
We still communicated, for sure.
Talk on the phone?
And texted, yeah.
And meet up?
No, the only time I would see her was I saw her again the end of August. She came and picked up the money, and that's when she asked me if I could put her on the books, because none of this money was going to her, and she needed to get health insurance for her kids. So I said, yeah, I'll do it and help you out.
And did you continue to hook up with her?
The extortion never went up, and Katie was always broke. Because it's the truth, because she wasn't getting any money. Oh my God, it's so funny that we just listened to, I don't know, how many days were we doing that? I think 5, 6 days of Jailhouse calls. Which, if you were to sum them all up in a sentence or two, all the Jailhouse calls that we've listened to, one of the main things in them overall is that Charlie and Donna are incapable, it seems, of seeing the fundamental flaws with this entire story. And you know whose fault that is, really? It's Daniel Rashburn. you know, Daniel Rashbaum came up with this theory, the extortion theory. Daniel Rashbaum sold that theory to the Adelsons as part of his tenure, his, what do you call it? What's the word? Is it tenure? You know where you have to show someone a project scope. Like if a builder, like if you want to have work done on your house, you want to have a deck built in your garden, big one, and you speak to 3 different builders, and each builder will present you with their plan, budget, design, whatever. What do you call that? There's a word for it, but I don't know. You know what I'm talking about. It's part of his sales pitch. His sales pitch was the way to get out of this is to redefine the payments as an extortion, redefine the murder as something they did on spec because of it begins with a T. It's we're going to tender. We're going to tender for that. He tendered the Adelsons with this idea, this plan, right? And they went for it. And while they were going through it, all the training, rehearsing, explaining, trips in person that Dan did with Charlie, with Donna, everything, right? You know, all the way along, he's saying, yeah, this is great. This is great. When we put this up against the state, they've got nothing, you know, and they believed that. They believe that. This is what I'm saying about dishonest people are ironically, the easiest people to con. And it's also the best people to con because there's not exactly bad karma. You know, if you go and con some fucking old lady out of her retirement money like a scumbag, or, you know, you set up a fake charity to help children with cystic fibrosis and you build yourself a pool house instead, then you're a cunt, right? But Daniel Rashbaum doing this to the Adelsons is art. It's poetry. It's fucking phenomenal. And they still don't get it. They're still under the spell of what made them such easy marks in the first place. The idea that they're better than everyone else, right? It's incredible. It's really, the more and more we go through this and I see it more, it's just like, wow, what a job he did. I mean, you know, we talk about the Adelson movie, and I've mentioned a few times that even little chapters like Hitchcock shorts, you know, you could pick any element. You could pick Sigfredo and shrimp. You could pick, what's another one? Fucking Shadrick Nobles. You know, there's so many sub stories where you could just do that. Forget the big story about Wendy and Dan and the Adelsons and the Markels. You know, you could just do little tiny stories and it'd be brilliant. But I think that the movie of a lawyer, Dan Rashbaum, selling a way to win an unwinnable defense and using their own duplicity against them could be a full-length feature, big budget feature. It's a great concept. It's got so much going for it. You've got all the courtroom drama, the legal stuff going on. I love that. But then you've got the grifter side of it, right? which I also love. I mean, it'd be fucking brilliant. I probably haven't seen like a newly released movie in 20 years. I haven't been to the movie theater in I don't know how long. I think the last time I was in a movie theater, it was in Canada. And I went to see Finding Dory. And I was disappointed. Apart from the grumpy octopus, he was quite good. But it was no Nemo. I thought it was going to be as good as Nemo, and it just wasn't. It just wasn't at all. But, what was I saying? Yeah, the movie. And what's it called? What's the fucking movie called? It's called Rashbound. Oh, man. I really want to get some time together so I can start working on these screenplays, you know. There's enough people in this community that we can find people that can help get this done. And we're about to take the community up. We need to double, triple the community. Make sure you leave a like on the video, subscribe, share, leave a comment, support the channel on buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrix, and follow us on socials. Links down in the description.
After the breakup, and by that I mean, have sex with her.
There was one occasion. There was one time that we hooked up.
Okay, when was that?
I want to say it was probably about 5 months after we'd broken up.
Okay, well, there was one other occasion before that in October of 2014. Do you recall that? October 9th of 2014?
That's probably the occasion I'm talking about, because July, when we count the months, July, August, September, October, so 4 months.
Okay, and there's another one on October 15th. You remember that one?
No, I think we did hook up about one time.
Okay, well, one time on October 9th and one time on October 15th.
I thought it was one time. If it was 2 times, it's been.
Could it have been 2 times?
But no more.
Okay. And on August 25th, 14, that would have been after the breakup, right?
Yeah.
You text her, and then she replies, "I don't need help, I'm good. Don't need favors, nor will I trust anyone."
Good night, Deb H. And hello, Christina. See, it's just like a revolving door.
And again, erase my number, please. Go on with your life like you did already and have been doing. Sorry we spoke today. I don't want to stress your life more. Don't do anything for me. Do you remember receiving that text from Catherine Magbanua?
Yeah, sounds familiar.
And that's a pretty weird text to get from the extortionist. You're meeting her to give her money. Why is she saying erase my number?
She's not the extortionist.
Okay. On 9/11,
in 2014, I didn't think she was the extortionist.
right, but it's been revealed that she was.
In 2019, so you're taking what was known in 2019, and you're trying to say I knew what I knew in 1914.
I'm not trying to say you knew. I'm trying to say she knew. She knew she was the extortionist. Why is she telling you to erase her number and leave her alone?
Because I broke up with her.
Exactly. On 9/11 of 14, she sends you #bestie for life. Do you remember that?
It sounds familiar.
So did you all have some kind of reconciliation after the breakup?
No, I was probably doing a favor and making her happy with something.
On 10/6 of 2014, I love you. It makes me feel good that you care about me. I'm lucky to have you as part of my life. Do you remember sending that to her?
Yeah.
On 10/9 of 14, I mentioned the sex talk. I won't go into the details of it. Again, 10/15, more sex talk. 10/23 of 14, thank you again for everything you're doing for my mommy. She sends you that. What were you doing for her mother?
I don't know. I think I did a consult for her, but I didn't do anything for her mom.
2/24 of 15, you agree that she always knows how to make you smile, and you say I love you to her. Remember that?
Yeah, I cared a lot about Katie, and I didn't think that she was a part of this. So I was always trying to keep her happy and make her happy. And I felt like she got dragged into something that she shouldn't have been dragged into.
Okay, maybe, but she dragged you into it as well.
I didn't see it like that at all. And our relationship actually got stronger. You know, initially when I got extorted, I had limited contact with her and I was cold to her. And then over time, I realized that she's the one who's protecting me and she's not involved with these people because the extortion never went up and Katie was always broke.
She was involved with them because she had a child with the guy, right?
I didn't know for sure it was him, but
you suspected always that it was him.
I always suspected that Sigfredo was behind this.
So wouldn't you want to distance yourself from this woman who, I mean, were you ever really that serious about her to begin with?
I mean, we spent 7-8 months together.
But you were never considering marrying her.
No, I wasn't
I
considering
mean,
that.
you were a playboy, right? You had a zillion girlfriends.
That is actually not even true.
Okay. Did you have a lot of girlfriends?
I had 2 girlfriends in the 2 or 3 years after her. I dated Whitney Kick for 9 months.
Okay, but how many women were you talking to and engaging with sexually? A lot more than Whitney Kick, right?
There could have been 1 or 2.
Or more?
No.
Okay. Point being, you were not going to marry Catherine Magbanua.
I wasn't having marriage plans, no.
Okay. And you have now broken up with her after this incident.
Yes.
She's the person that's taking the money from you physically.
She's the one. I looked at it. She's the one who's protecting me. If she wasn't, I was going to get a visit from somebody.
Is she the one that was physically taking the money?
Yes.
Is she the one that was connected to the person you suspected to have killed your brother-in-law?
I thought she was tied to that person, yes.
And she's the one that got you into this, right? Because she ran her mouth, right?
And I looked at that I ran my mouth too. And if I never said anything to her, this would never have happened. So I felt responsible for saying something to her in the first place.
But you didn't feel responsible enough to try to do anything about her sitting in jail, an innocent woman, for 3 years. Did you?
She never contacted me.
You didn't offer to testify in her trial. You let her get convicted and get life in prison, didn't you?
I thought the truth was going to come out.
But not through you.
I was never contacted. I thought it was going to come out through her.
Was there any contact between your lawyers and her lawyers?
You'd have to ask them.
You said you didn't have any contact with her. Did you have any contact?
Zero contact with her.
So your lawyers didn't tell you anything on behalf of her lawyers?
Absolutely not.
And her lawyers didn't hear anything from your lawyers?
I don't know what lawyers talk about, but I can tell you that I never talked to Katie, and I never told my lawyers.
You never relayed a message through your lawyers that the Adelson family would not be talking in this case?
Absolutely not.
And she had nothing to worry about as far as that end was concerned?
That's not true at all.
Did you or your agent contact her brother to offer to assist with her attorney's fees in her case?
That's a complete lie.
On 10/27 of 15, you say you can't wait to get lunch with her. She's the best, and you are lucky to have her as a friend for life. Did you say that?
Yes.
10/27/15, you can't wait to get lunch with her. 10/30/15, you tell her you miss her. 12/9 of 15, again you tell her she's the best.
They really get extorted by their own attorney. Yeah. You got it, C-Star. It's the best. I really like this idea. You know, I see a big production. The rest of the stuff we could do Dogma Guerrilla style, but this deserves an A-list cast and a fucking major, should we do it current day, present day, or period? Present day, I guess.
Yeah, I said all those things.
Well, what about like period, but not that long ago? Like, maybe like 2009 or 10, just after the recession.
Do you agree that this picture does not look like a relationship between an extortionist and her victim?
I agree, because Katie wasn't the extortionist.
She was the extortionist.
In 2014 and
No.
2015, I didn't believe that.
I know you didn't believe it, but we're looking back now. Okay?
You know,
I know you didn't believe it, but we're looking back now. I just love her so much. She's amazing. She's incredible.
it's like if you're going to quote me, date me. Like at what I knew in 2014 and what I knew in 2015 is not what I know now in 2023.
Okay, yes, I hear you. You didn't know then, and that's why you were nice to her.
Yeah, I thought she was protecting me.
Got it. And none of those factors that I pointed out weighed into that consideration. That she ran her mouth, that she brought the Latin Kings on you, she was taking the money from you. None of that counterbalanced it. You were still gonna be friends with her and keep her happy.
You're wrong. I didn't know about the Latin Kings in 2014 or 2015.
All right. The love text, which is what I'm referring to all these texts, where you're still nice to this person after you break up with her. You're still doing favors for this person after you break up with her. I mean, that's like a major problem for your defense, isn't it?
No, our relationship got stronger. I agree. Our relationship got stronger, but it was much different.
Isn't that why she has to be an innocent conduit between you and the bad guys? Because if those texts didn't exist, she would be the extortionist and the bad actor in this whole thing, right?
I'm not following your theory.
You have to explain away those texts, don't you, Doctor?
No, I have to sit here and tell you the truth. And now you're finding it out.
Most people don't send kissy faces to people that are extorting money out of them. I mean, she was taking your money.
Again, Miss Kappelman, she was not extorting me at the time.
That's not how it's done, is it?
I'm telling you how it was done.
So then over these next 2 years, you would meet her monthly and hand over a bundle of checks and $3,000 in cash, right?
No, you're wrong.
Okay, tell me.
I would hand
Tell me
over
how wrong.
$2,000 in cash and a bundle of checks.
$2,000 in cash and a bundle of checks. And so over the course of 2 years, I'm terrible at math, but that's roughly how much money? Because I think I did $3,000. It's $48,000 in cash, in addition to the $138 you provided the night of. Do you agree with that?
If your math is correct, I'm just telling you what I paid her each month.
And the checks, which is another $17,000, right?
You're doing the math.
Okay. It was a lot of money. Was it a lot of money to you?
It was a lot of money to me, yeah. I work hard.
Did the extortionists, whoever they were, ever try to increase the payments or come for more money?
The extortion never went up.
Yeah, when I was in the dentist today, I was waiting to go in and I was thinking to myself, are they going to treat me like family? You know, because I heard about this place in Tamarack, Florida, where they treat you like family. You know, I said to the dentist, I said, listen, I need some help I want you to help me chew. Okay? Can you do that? I need you to help me chew. I should show them the fucking Adelson Institute promotional video. I gotta go back next Thursday. I should show them and say, what do you think about this? Man, I am so glad that while I was having this extraction that I didn't look up and see Charlie Adelson's face. You know, I could not imagine a dentist that I would like less to touch me in the mouth. For fuck's sake.
And Katie was always broke. And that's what led me to think that she was not a part of this. Because she could have easily jacked up the pay.
Oh my God, we've got Delaware, everybody. Welcome. The first state. If only you'd been the first for us. You are number 43. Let's go to the maps. Where's the maps? Oh, that's a gun. Okay. Exports. Okay, so where's the paint? Delawarean, huh? Two, three, four, five, six. Oh no, you are 44 apparently. We got to do Alaska, Wyoming, Nebraska, North Dakota, New Hampshire, and Rhode Island. There we go. Thank you, Delaware. Welcome to the map.
Payments.
Well, she's sharing $3,000 a month with a bunch of other people, right? At least one other person.
I didn't think she was sharing it. Why is she coming to me for $300 for her kid's birthday?
Because she's broke.
Because she wasn't getting any of the money.
Half of $3,000 doesn't do much when you're living in Miami with 2 kids to feed, right?
I didn't think she was sharing anything.
Well, even if she was sharing it, that's your point. She must not have been taking the money because she was broke. And my point is, she could have been taking half the money and been broke.
That's not how I saw it.
It's not a lot of money.
That's not how I saw it.
Tell me about Dan Markel a little bit. What you sort of said, what I heard, correct me if I'm wrong, was he was, a nice enough guy, typical Wendy boyfriend, but not really your kind of guy.
Yeah, I think it's an accurate description.
All right. Do you agree that he was this brilliant legal mind?
I think he was a little on the nerdy, nice guy. Just kind of like the average guy that my sister dated.
Not the kind of guy you.
Yeah, all my sister's other exes are still alive. Jodi Arias. Well, all my other boyfriends are still alive. Well, thank God. Thank God. Thank God you'll never have another one. Because he'd be in horrendous danger. Oh. Do you think she's fucked a guard? I bet she's fucked a guard, huh? Definitely.
You want to have a beer with, though?
We never had a beer together. I mean, not that I wouldn't have had a beer if he wanted to have one. We just didn't have that much in common, but he was always nice to me.
Do you appreciate the fact that his death was a terrible loss to his sons?
It was horrible.
Do you think they were better off without him?
Absolutely not.
Did you host a celebration dinner after his murder?
That's a complete lie.
On The Wire, would you agree that the Markel boys were in the background pretty much of every call you had with your mom? I mean, we hear them a lot, right?
My sister was working, so my parents would help my sister out, yeah.
Yeah, and it was summertime, so they were out of school, I would assume.
I don't know if it was every call, but they definitely helped my sister out for sure.
All right, and those calls captured Donna pushing them on the swings, that call that tortured all of us a couple times. Remember that one?
Yeah, there was a call where she was pushing them on the swings.
Taking them to tennis lessons.
That was the same day. That was the same call that got broken up and she called me back, but yes.
Doing their bedtime routine.
Helping my sister out, for sure.
Reading stories, brushing teeth, getting haircuts, going to piano, story time and bedtime, all of that kind of stuff.
All stuff that parents and grandparents do, you're right.
All right. She even said to you on one of the calls regarding the bedtime routine that, quote, we have a whole routine going. Do you remember that?
I have a whole routine with my son. I mean, I think it's normal with kids. You have a routine to put them to bed.
Right.
You
All
gotta
the
brush
kind
your
of
teeth.
things.
Can't forget to brush your teeth.
Yeah, Charlie, but the point that George is making is that Ben and Lincoln are not Donna's children and that she was the primary caregiver of the boys.
Yeah. A little dental humor couldn't hurt, right?
What's that?
All the things that your mom wouldn't have been able to do as readily if the kids were living in Tallahassee. Agree with that?
I mean, when they come up to visit them, they'd be doing the same thing.
Sure, when they came up to visit, but now they're doing it every day, right? Almost every day.
Not every day, but when my sister needed them, she helped them out.
And these are all things, these little routine things that Dan Markel will never be able to do with his sons. Do you agree with that?
Absolutely.
Does your mom have a favorite child?
She says she doesn't have favorites, but I don't think she likes my older brother.
Okay. But is Wendy the favorite?
I'd like to think it's a tie between me and her.
Does your mom worry more about Wendy than you? Let's
I don't know.
do before this case.
No, I don't. I mean, I don't. I think maybe in different parts of my life, she's probably more concerned about me. Different parts of my sister's life, she may be more concerned about her.
Is it true that your mom has a tendency to worry herself sick if there's something going on with one of you kids?
No, I mean she's a concerned mom, but I think she's a normal mom.
Was she pretty worried about Wendy's marital problems?
No,
She wasn't.
I think she'd get upset when my sister would tell her things that Danny was doing and going to work, and bad-mouthing her, but I think any parent would get upset.
But also she would meticulously go through all the filings and send long emails detailing her thoughts about every filing in this divorce.
No, I don't think that's the case at all.
Okay. Did she hate Dan Markel?
I think she liked him in the beginning, for sure, and I think when he was being a jerk to my sister, I don't think anyone particularly liked him when he was being a jerk.
What about around the time that he was killed? Did your mother hate Dan Markel?
No, I think it kind of like tapered off. I think she only disliked him when he was being mean to my sister. Other than that, nobody had a problem with
He
him.
was being mean to your sister during these divorce proceedings and subsequent litigation, right?
I think it was on and off. I think it was sporadic.
And when your mom's worried about Wendy, does she come to you for solutions or to talk things out?
No, I don't think worried is the right word to describe it.
Does she ever make Wendy's problems your problems?
No.
Like convincing you to get Wendy to pull the plug on the house on Halloween 2013? Didn't she convince you to sort of take up that cause?
No, that was actually me. I thought I shared my thoughts on home ownership for my sister. That was all me.
Didn't you say that if she had bought that house, that would have been the second worst decision of Wendy's life?
I thought it was going to be a stupid decision to buy that house.
And what was the first worst decision of Wendy's life?
Oh, I thought looking at hindsight 2020, I think when she'd agreed when she married Dan.
And did you convince her to take a particular job as well? Remember that call?
Yeah, she got an offer from a law firm, and she was debating whether or not she should take it. She didn't know if it was exactly what she wanted to do, and I was like, "Hey, you don't know what you don't like doing until you've done it. Seems like a great opportunity. Like, why not do it? Learn the job skill. It's a skill you don't." And she's like, "Well, I don't have that skill." And I'm like, "Well, it's a good opportunity to learn it, and you may like it. And if you don't like it, then try something else." But I was trying to encourage her to take what sounded like a great opportunity.
And Mom shared your thoughts, and I'm referring to Donna Adelson, shared your thoughts about this opportunity being a good one for Wendy, right?
I probably heard about the job from my mom, but I definitely heard about it from my sister because I'm talking to my sister about it.
Yeah, I mean, the job was not what she had any experience in, right? It was a whole nother field of law.
Then that was my point. It was like, well, why not take it if they're offering it to you and you can learn something new? It sounds like a great opportunity.
Do you and Donna know what's best for Wendy better than she knows herself?
No, but not at all.
Were you a spy when it came to Wendy? Did you get information from Wendy and relay it to Donna?
At times, because I was dating Bree, and Bree worked for Dave, so I I would hear stuff about Dave from Bree, so I kind of had an inside. I got inside information.
In what capacity did Bree work for Dave?
Dave was his. After she graduated from college, she was working as a nanny for Dave.
All right. And how old was Bree during the time you were dating her? Was she significantly younger than you?
She was 24, and I was 39.
Is Bree the mother of your child?
She is the mother of my child, yeah.
All right, so back to Wendy and Donna. So Wendy, was she tight-lipped with Donna about her private life?
I don't think she shared everything.
But she would tell things to you that she wouldn't tell to Donna.
I can't say that for sure.
Can you play clip 1, please? Publishing call EEE.
I'm sorry, what number?
EEE. 3 E's. Yeah, would you? Please go to 209.
Where are you going?
On this way, just stop off at there and anyway, so I just put the date no.
Oh, did you?
Probably an old fart. She's a few months older than me.
Uh-huh.
But so actually, to her birthday, turns out Wendy's making him a little party in Midway.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Wendy goes like very tight-lipped.
You're not kidding.
So what she needs to do is, she's obviously tight-lipped for a reason, because she doesn't want you to know anything.
Anything.
So my point is, if she doesn't want you to know anything, then don't ask anything.
I don't
She'll
know.
be happy,
Yeah.
and then I can find everything out and just tell you.
I know. It's great.
So I was like, so what are you doing for your birthday? It's like, well, Wendy's making me like a little birthday dinner, a little get-together party. I'm like, that's awesome. He's like, yeah, she's doing it. He's like, I don't know anything. All I know is Wendy's putting it together for me, and she's doing it in Woodwood.
Aw.
So I'm like, oh, that sounds awesome.
All I knew is that she was going straight from work to the hotel where everybody is meeting for the this Miami Fellows thing that she got, and that she was going to be here tonight because it starts early first thing tomorrow morning.
All right.
I guess in between she managed to do something else, which makes me happy. I'm really glad.
Oh, yeah.
I couldn't imagine. Oh,
Yeah, so,
yeah, he sounded good.
yeah.
Yeah.
Do you remember yesterday saying you were telling a story about Katie coming in from having had some kind of altercation with Garcia, and she had reported that the necklace had been pulled off her neck. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
All right. And when you were relaying that story to the jury, you used a specific term describing what Garcia had done to her. Do you remember what that term was?
It was only yesterday, but you'll have to refresh my memory how I described it.
You said he roughed her up.
That's accurate.
And that put my antenna up, because that roughed them up is the exact same phrase that Catherine Magbanua said in her proffer that you used on Halloween 2013 when you first approached her about, does she know anyone who can rough someone up?
No, I think beginning roughed up is an adjective, but what you're doing.
I'm not sure Georgia should have done that. I think it's pretty clear that she did it thinking on her feet, and it didn't really land. Might have even slightly backfired. Wasn't the best play from Georgia. That's my one and only criticism.
It's the same thing you did with your TV theory. Is like you heard TV mentioned multiple times, so you put the whole case together with the TV.
Okay,
And
we'll
you're
get
putting
to
the
the
whole case
TV.
together with the word roughed up. Like,
Yeah, I mean, I'm
think
not
if
putting the whole case together.
One moment. Don't speak over each other.
But that's
Please
an
wait for him to answer, then you can ask your next question. Go ahead.
But that's an unusual. I mean, you know, it's a specific term. I'm not making a whole case out of it. But did you say roughed up in both places?
Katie was roughed up by Sigfredo when he tore the necklace off of her neck, yes.
And isn't that the same term you used when you first broached Catherine Magbanoa about did she know someone who could rough up someone else?
Never in my life have I ever asked her that question. Never in my life. That conversation never took place.
Did you ever hear Donna Adelson refer to Dan Markel as stupid?
No.
Were you laughing when Wendy was on the stand and I read all the names that Donna referred to Dan Markel as?
No, I laughed when you said the word fucker in court.
Okay. What did she mean when she said Dan Markel? Was trying to take her sunshines away. Do you know?
I love it when we hear curse words in the formal setting of a courtroom. You know, there's something so like. No, I laughed when you said the word "fucker" in court. It's like Kirknami in the Jodi Arias case. And did your relationship with Mr. Alexander involve him calling you a bitch, a slut, a whore, a three-hole wonder? You can't make that up.
My mom never said that.
Oh, so you never heard her say
that was made up, and he put it in a court filing, and then now it becomes something that my mom said because someone made it up and put it in a court filing. My mom never said that.
Did your mom refer to the children as her sunshines?
No, the kids were 3 and 4. A 3 and 4-year-old can't repeat a conversation and remember words 6 hours later and repeat it accurately. I have a 5-year-old son. Never seen a 3 and 4-year-old do that. So it was made up, and now you're repeating it.
Okay. Have you been a good brother to Wendy?
I've always tried to be a good brother.
It sounds like maybe you're not agreeing that this was a really nasty divorce, or are you agreeing it was a nasty divorce?
I mean, I don't think any divorces can be pleasant, but I think they definitely had their fights. I mean, they were fighting over bicycles and all kinds of crap.
But in addition to that, Dan Markel accused your sister of fraud, right?
He made an accusation, yeah.
Threatened her with federal kidnapping charges.
Oh, that's a new one. You just told me.
That one's in the emails that are in evidence. Did you review those?
I didn't review the federal kidnapping charges in this case.
Was seeking contempt proceedings.
I think I was on mute. That's terrible, so I'll have to do it again. If anyone would like to support the channel, there's a bunch of links in the description for the video. buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrix. Also links to our merch store with brand new Adelson orientated merch. We've got kosher style merch, Wendy Adelson merch, other merch coming soon. Join our social networks for plenty of updates on that. Discord, the fantastic free place where we can all live all day, every day, forever in peace. And other things, membership platforms, Patreon, Buy Me a Coffee memberships, YouTube memberships with exclusive content and Discord perks. How great is that? Fantastic perks. Now the best way to support the channel, as ever, is always buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrix. I will post the link in the chat right now. Thank you so much.
You heard about that here in court, yes?
I heard about that, yeah.
Even went after her lawyer personally, right?
He made serious threats against her lawyer.
And her bar card could have been in jeopardy if any of those, or some of them.
I heard the other day she was saying that, I guess her lawyer, he was threatening her lawyer's bar card.
Her lawyer's bar card as well as Wendy's.
He was making lots of threats and writing lots of stuff, I guess.
And he messed with your mom too, didn't he, in that grandma motion? You know which one I'm talking about?
I don't think he was messing with my mom. I mean, nobody took that seriously, and I don't think anyone even knew about it.
Is it your
later.
mom? I'm sorry, finish.
I said I don't think anyone even knew about it till years later.
Isn't your mom notorious for always getting worked up about everything?
She gets upset. I mean, she's a concerned mom. I mean,
but is she notorious for getting really worked up about everything?
To a certain extent. I mean,
aren't those your own words from Call S that's in evidence in this case?
Yeah, those are my words, but you can't, not to an extreme, but she does worry, especially when like Latin King gang members are extorting her for money.
Did your mom take the grandma motion seriously?
I don't think she even knew about it.
She didn't talk to you about it?
No, I didn't find out about it till years later.
Wasn't this
I hope you guys are talking about Georgia Kappelman with the great hair comments. I mean, yes, absolutely. Where is her beautiful hair? I mean, fantastic. She has the hair of an angel. It looks like it's made of solid gold, and it's just brilliant. I can't wait to see her hair at trial. Because usually in the hearings, and probably tomorrow as well, the camera's not so well positioned. They don't have the face front cameras. And Georgia's normally standing with her back completely to the lens. But, I mean, we can still enjoy her hair. But when it comes to the trial, you better believe that she's going to be looking sharp, okay? She's going to have a new suit. Sarah Dugan's going to have a new suit. I mean, these girls shop clothes together, I'm sure, and probably have a shared wardrobe where they just wear each other's stuff because they both look good in everything the other one wears. There's a green jacket that they seem to exchange a few times. Kermit green. It's beautiful.
It was a big deal in my sister's life.
Why did Wendy testify that she was getting along well with Dan Markel just prior to his death? Can we agree that's not true?
I think there were ups and downs in how they got along. I mean, you got to ask her. She was on the stand. I mean, I wasn't living her life.
Is it part of your defense to minimize how nasty and contentious this divorce was?
No, my defense is to tell the truth.
Did you have any input on the decision to change the boys' names from Markel to Adelson?
Absolutely not.
Do you and Donna have to protect Wendy?
No.
Does Wendy appreciate everything you and Donna do for her?
You got to ask her. I mean, she's my sister. I love her. I try to give her my best advice I can. If I care about her, and I give her my advice, whether she takes it or not, is up to her. She's a grown woman.
Let me ask it another way. Do you feel, or isn't it true that you don't feel that Wendy appreciates everything you and Donna do for her?
My sister had no idea what I've been through in the last God knows how many years, and I wake up worrying, am I going to get killed? Am I going to get arrested? And she knows none of it. She's just going around her life.
They may not be sorority sisters, but they are as good as.
And I had somewhat of an innate anger towards her, probably unjust because she didn't know what happened. But yeah, I was upset.
And weren't you saying on...
When they go to a Japanese restaurant together, they probably both eat from the same giant bowl of wonton soup. One big bowl of soup and 2 spoons, please.
On the wire that she doesn't appreciate what you and Donna have done for her.
I don't know if I said that she doesn't appreciate what I've done for her, because I never did anything for her.
Okay, so that was my next question. What have you done for her? Nothing?
Other than give her advice.
Of course, that would be Chinese, wouldn't it? Not Japanese. But it is 6:22 a.m. and I have a face full of anesthesia.
I care about her. Be a big brother that loves her.
Would you say Wendy's a little bit spoiled?
Good question.
In some regards, I mean, she gets a lot of help, for sure.
Charlie, the correct answer would have been, would you say that Wendy's a little bit spoiled? The correct answer would have been, well, no more than I am. Probably about the same as me. We're both really spoiled.
Is she a little less savvy about how the world works than you are?
I don't know. I mean, you gotta ask her.
Danielle Savoy, I've been meaning to ask you, do you have an accent like Blanche Boudoir? Can you say, I have always depended on the kindness of strangers?
Could you trust Wendy with a secret that could ruin your life?
It's not a secret. It's something that would get me killed, so I didn't want to tell her.
Can we agree that she obviously knew something about this crime?
She found out when she came to court. I never told her anything.
I'm talking about the murder of Dan Markel. She knew something, right? I mean, it's not a coincidence she went to the crime scene, is it?
You're talking about the route that she took that day?
I'm talking about her pulling up to the crime scene tape.
She never went to the crime scene. She was going to buy a bottle of liquor that, coincidentally, the person sent her a stock the bar party for buy a bottle of bullet bourbon that she was going to pick up. She wasn't driving to a crime scene. And I think she made that clear too. Nobody knew a murder was taking place.
She pulled up to the crime scene tape, Dr. Adelson.
She didn't pull up to the crime scene tape. She was driving down the street and then had to make a U-turn. It was blocked off. But she wasn't going to.
She couldn't help herself.
Nobody knew a murder was going to take place.
She exposed you all to some degree by those actions, didn't she?
No, not at all.
And then she threw you under the bus in her interview, didn't she?
Nobody knew a murder was going to take place.
She knew her husband had just been shot, and they were asking her who would want him dead, and she said your name. Are you mad about that?
No, she said a lot of people's names.
Well, she said yours in the first 25 pages of a 5-hour interview. Isn't that true?
I wasn't there for the interview.
But you've reviewed it in preparation for your trial, haven't you?
I actually don't know if I've seen her interview.
I don't know if I've seen her interview. What? Of course you've seen her interview.
There was a lot of questions of you about, didn't you do this murder with Wendy? Doesn't the state think you did this murder with Wendy? Are you familiar with your charges in this case?
Yes, I'm very familiar with my charges.
All right. And who are you alleged to have done this murder with?
I'm alleged to have done this murder with my sister, my mom, and my dad.
Would it refresh your recollection to review a copy of the indictment in this case?
I'm a slow reader, but I could read it if you want.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Okay.
this is the official charging document in your case, Dr. Adelson. What does it say in reference to who you are alleged to have committed the murder with?
This is, what day is this? 2022. Oh, they think I did a murder with Katie.
Catherine Magbanua.
Yes.
Anybody else?
Give me a minute, I'll read. They got Luis Rivera in here. They got Sigfredo Garcia.
As being alleged to have committed the murder with you?
Did he just say I'm a slow reader? Yeah, we get it. We get it, man.
Did I read it too quick?
Take your time. Should just be at the very top of each charge. On or about July 18th, 2014, did unlawfully.
Okay. Yeah, Katie. Catherine.
Okay. Are you mad that Wendy hasn't been charged and you have?
No, I'm mad that I got charged for a crime that I didn't commit.
Do you have any innate anger with Wendy over that fact?
No, not at all.
Are you pissed that she told all that stuff to Jeff Lacoste?
I don't think she said that to Jeff, but I wasn't there.
How did Lacoste know about the celebration dinner?
That we went out to dinner, she got sick, so she may have told someone that she threw up.
And then what, he just added the part about you referring to it as a celebration?
I never referred to it as a celebration dinner. I picked my sister up. I said, where do you want to go to eat? She said she wanted pizza or sushi. I said, I know a great sushi place. We went there. We didn't have reservations. We ended up sitting at the bar for an hour waiting for our table. And she had 2 drinks and got sick.
She vomited on the dinner table. Or at the dinner table.
Yeah, she got her to the bathroom. But yeah, she doesn't drink alcohol. So those 2 drinks, and I think on an empty stomach, I think she got really sick. But there was no celebration dinner. It was the first time that she actually really left the house since she got back from Tallahassee. She was devastated.
Did you say something to her about the murder of Dan Markel right before she vomited?
Absolutely not.
Do you remember what you said right before she vomited?
She was I think she said, I don't feel well. And I say, oh no. And then she threw up.
Before that?
No, I think I said, oh no. And then she threw up.
Before she announced that she was going to be ill.
Right.
Do you remember what the conversation was?
Just how's the food? How's your I mean, we were probably about halfway through dinner. If you look at the timetable, we weren't there long.
Why did you brag to Jeffrey Lacoste about your
Well, hang on. What do you mean? He just didn't he just say that it took a while to get us seated so that we were at the bar for an hour drinking martinis? If you look at the timetable, we weren't there long at all. All right, well, you go in, you wait to be seated. They say they can't seat you. You go to the bar, you sit there for an hour, then sit down, look at the menu, order, wait for food, start eating. I mean, you're getting on for 2 hours, easy, with all that. You know? How long does it take to sit down, read a menu, order, appetizer, maybe? I mean, it could easily be an hour to wait for the food and start eating. 2 hours with the bar. Well, if you look at the timetable, we weren't there long.
connection to the Cuban criminal element?
Never said that to Jeff Lacoste.
So he's making that up?
If he said it, I never said it.
Well, you were in here when he said it, weren't you?
I heard him say it, yeah. but I never said that to him.
On one of these calls, and it's in the context of talking about Dave and Wendy's relationship with Dave, you tell your mom that you've already gone above and beyond for Wendy. Was that a reference to having her ex murdered?
No, that's me getting tired of this Dave stuff. I mean, Dave's a great guy. I mean, everyone who meets him likes him. He's not only super successful, but he's very low-key, like T-shirts and jeans kind of guy. And he loved my sister's kids. I mean, if you listen to The Wire, the point I was making is not how successful he is. The point I was making is that my nephews farted on him, and he thought it was funny and didn't bother him. And he also has 3 young kids, the same ages as my sister's 2 young kids. They actually met in line when my sister was registering the kids for school, and it was they've been friends for years. So I thought it was a great opportunity for my sister to have a great guy in her life. And I was getting sick and tired of Dave calls. And The Wire started in April. My sister's birthday's in April. Dave's birthday's in April. So you got a ton of Dave chatter on this case. But believe me, I'd go crazy if I was talking about Dave like this all year long.
So that's a no. You did not reference having her ex murdered
Absolutely not.
when you said
No.
you've already gone above and beyond.
No,
for
that was
Wendy.
me getting sick of dealing with the Dave stuff. As great of a guy as he is, I was still getting sick of it.
When the $1 million offer was conceived, do you recall whose idea that was?
My parents.
Why was the relocation worth $1 million?
Well, it was actually I was going to pay a third, so I only looked at it as that way. Why was it worth it?
Mm-hmm. That's the question.
Because it was going to help my sister out, and it was going to give her a good opportunity for a good job down here, and she was going to be around family, and family's important, so that's why.
Isn't it true that financially you came out ahead on this deal as opposed to if you had coughed up the third of the $1 million offer?
How in the world did I come up ahead? This is the craziest
Financially, you paid $138,000, then you paid $2,000 a month plus the $1,000 payroll amount. You're still about over $100,000 ahead financially than if you had coughed up the $333K.
No, I would have been better off paying. And first of all, I never paid for murders. This is a crazy question, but paying $3,000 a month for life is not anything anybody wants to do.
I didn't say anything about paying for a murder. I said you paid $138,000, which you did,
I got extorted for $330,000.
and then you paid. But you didn't pay the $330,000.
Right, because I didn't have it. I had that cleared out my safe, and that was what was in my safe that night.
All right. Can we agree that Wendy was stressed out about the issues surrounding her divorce?
I think the divorce caused stress in her life. Yes.
And you were hearing about it from your mother, weren't you?
Yeah, I would hear.
Wendy's totally stressed out. Yesterday was a rough one. That sort of thing.
Yes, like I said it before, is that my sister would tell my mom a story. I'd be sitting in the car driving. My mom would be talking to me and telling me the latest story of the day. And that's how I found out a lot.
And then on 2/19 of 14, Donna texts you again to tread lightly with Wendy and refers to Dan Markel as an asshole and a fucker, right?
Sorry. You made me laugh. Sorry.
That's what I'm here for. Is that what happened? That text?
Did my mom use a foul word to describe him?
Yes, sir. Asshole and fucker, to be specific.
Sorry. She
Look at him. Enjoy it, Charlie. Enjoy it while you can.
And that's how I found out a lot.
And then on 2/19 of 14, Donna texts you again to tread lightly with Wendy and refers to Dan Markel as an asshole and a fucker, right?
Sorry. You made me laugh. Sorry.
That's what I'm here for. Is that what happened? That text?
That's what I'm here for. And to get you life in prison. To lock you away from all of us. You see all these people in the room here, Charlie? They're all going home after this. To a nice sofa you know, throw a little Bobby Darin on the stereo. You know, maybe crack a bottle of Jim Beam. I think that guy at the back might. Santa Claus. I think he's probably got a fucking hip flask right now full of Jim Beam. Something about him just says Jim Beam to me. I don't know why. Yeah, all these people are going to go home, throw a little Bobby Darin on the stereo, light a candle to St. Anthony, and have a good night's sleep on a, you know, on a nice, with a nice pillow, a Hungarian goose feather, and you have your fire retardant gym mat pillow with shit on the walls, piss on the floor, and blood on the ceiling, or some variation of that. I never remember which.
Did my mom use a foul word to describe him?
Yes, sir. Asshole and fucker, to be specific.
Look at him.
She used a curse word, correct.
Is that pretty strong language for your mom, or is that how she speaks?
I mean, it is pretty strong language, but I think I mean, I've been called a lot worse, but I mean, if my mom used a curse word, she used a curse word. You just use curse words too. So
Was Wendy less stressed? Was Wendy less stressed out once all this litigation was over?
No, she was a million times more stressed out.
Was she better off financially?
There may have been some, but not much. I don't think so.
Was she able to stop paying her $800 an hour divorce lawyers?
Yes.
Did she get $2.7 million in benefits for her children plus $4,800 a month for the boys' benefit?
No, as far as I know, that money was in trust and it's controlled by Dan Markel's sister. So none of that money. You keep saying it like the money went to her. The money's in trust for the kids, and that money never went to her.
Some of it went to her, and some of it was in trust for the kids, right?
I don't know the breakdown, but I know the 90-something% of what you're talking about is in trust, and it's in trust for the children. It's not for her benefit.
Right. It's for the benefit of the boys, but it has to come through her because they're children, right?
Well,
when she gets disbursements, right?
It has to go through the executor of the trust. And my sister's not the executor of the trust.
No, sir. I'm not saying she is. When the executor of the trust disperses money for the benefit of the boys, it gets dispersed to Wendy, right?
See, you know more than I know.
Did you have trouble sleeping after the murder?
After I was extorted, for sure.
Did Katie text you on 12/19 of 15? Sorry, we have problems sleeping and shit. We do have a lot of weight on our shoulders.
Did she text me that?
Did she text you that?
I mean, she may have, but it sounds about right.
Do you want to look at the text?
I can look at it, sure. Which one?
Glasses. You can look around for context if you want, but I'm looking at page 2 of this exhibit, and it's got a little box around it.
Thanks.
And if that refreshes your recollection, the question is, did she send it?
Yeah.
I want to go over a little bit some of the payments or gifts that you gave to Catherine Magbanua. We've heard a lot about her being put on the payroll at the Adelson Institute, and she made this demand to you when you met her to give her the first extortion payment on the payment plan. Is that correct?
She didn't make a demand. When I gave her the $3,000 for her friend, she asked me if I could do her a favor and put her on payroll for $1,000 a month so that she could get insurance for her kids. She was going to cash the check, and the money was still going to her friend, so that money wasn't going to her. She was getting insurance for her
And
kids
did you
as a favor.
believe her that she would give the money from the paychecks to the friend?
I believe what she was saying to me, yeah.
Isn't it true that Catherine Magbanua actually asked you to place her on the payroll back in June, prior to this extortion effort?
I don't know if I put her on payroll. She asked me if I could put her as something when I was dating her, put her as something on the office so she could get insurance. But I never did.
And that was in June.
Yeah, I remember she'd asked me about it before, but I never did anything.
In June 24th of 2014, she says, "Baby, I'm going to need help on the employment info. I have to send to DCF for my kids' insurance. Also, if I have to end up moving later on, I need to show I'm working for you, or else I won't be able to get an apartment." To which you respond, "No problem." Remember that?
Yeah, but I wasn't thinking she was asking about payroll. I think she was asking just to say that she worked there, so we'd sign a letter saying that she was employed. But that doesn't say anything about writing checks to her.
And that request was made in between the 2 trips that the killers made.
That
Correct.
request, well, she asked me if I could do that for her while I was dating her, and I never even did it.
And did she ask if you could do that in between the 2 trips that the killers made?
I didn't know when they went up, but I found out later that they went up in June.
All right, so that email would have been sent, or I'm sorry, it's a text. That text would have been sent prior to what you're calling is the first layer of the extortion.
That text was sent to me while I was dating her, but I never.
Prior to the first layer of extortion?
The text was sent in June.
Prior to the first layer of extortion?
Before I was extorted, yeah. Before I broke up with her.
And you say several times on the wire that she was cleaning at the office. Was she really cleaning?
No, she never worked for us.
She was doing some type of cleanup for you, wasn't she?
No.
What's the purpose of keeping Katie happy? Was she gonna sick the Latin Kings on you if you made her unhappy?
She was protecting me. I didn't know what would happen, and she was keeping my mind like when the extortion never went up, and I just assumed, I thought that she wasn't part of it, and she was protecting me. Usually, extortion goes up. It always gets ratcheted up from what I've heard.
What's the fear of?
From what I heard, yeah, I watched the 1995 made-for-TV Gotti movie, and extortion always went up. And then I watched The Sopranos season 3, and the extortion went up. So yeah, I just applied fiction to real life, and that was my understanding. Yeah. That's the real reason he got into this whole plan. He's a movie buff. Well, not really. A useless movie buff. But you know when he's telling Donna about My Cousin Vinny, and he's going on and on about Puz Attraction, and he's repeating what Marissa Tomei says on the stands, like, well, my father was a mechanic, his father was a mechanic, 3 uncles on my mother's side are mechanics, my 6 brothers are mechanics. He's repeating it like over and over and again. He's got a police car. He owns an unmarked police car, probably because he's a Blues Brothers fan. I know the 74 Dodge sedan was a black and white, but Charlie doesn't really get down on the details. But what's it saying in this one? Yeah, I mean, he's talking about Paul Castellano, the hit on him in the steakhouse, and it's make-believe. He's comfortable. He finds something comforting about imagining that he is a character from one of his favorite films. And it doesn't necessarily have to be a gangster, Have you seen Babe, the sheep pig? Was that big in the US? It's about a pig, and he goes on this journey, and he talks English, and the sheepdogs, they help him. I guarantee you that's one of Charlie Adelson's favorite films. And if he ever went to a petting zoo, he'd be thinking about it all day. Because that's what he does. He involves himself in the movie that he likes. He becomes that character. And that's partially what's at the very, very core root of this situation. And I think probably the original idea for murder to be carried out came not from Donna, but Charlie. Because there's always this portrayal of Donna reporting back to Donna about how things work on the street, in the ghetto, He's the streetwise. He comes back up to the fucking palace and tells the queen about how it's done, And I hadn't realized that I believed that until right now. That's what I love about doing this channel, is because when we go over it so many times, suddenly things fall into place. You listen to it over and over and over again, and then suddenly there it is. Now, it was in response to Donna's over-the-top situation. And one day Charlie turned around and just said, why don't we kill him? Why don't we kill him? And she said, really? Do you know anyone that could get that done? And he's like, well, I go down, my gym's in the Cuban neighborhood, so I think I can find a couple of people. And, no one's going to expect us. He's playing the role of one of his favorite films. That's where this all began. That's where the plan began.
Not keeping her happy is what I'm trying to understand.
Well, I could get killed, or the people who were extorting me could come rob me. And I didn't get killed. I didn't get robbed. The extortion never went up. I thought she was really protecting me.
If that's the case, why not just I mean, you're complying with everything they've asked you to do, right?
I'm doing everything that was asked to do, and yeah.
So why reach out and say, hey, can I get you a trip to Key West to go with that extortion money?
I never said, can I get you a trip to Key West?
You didn't say you were trying to get them the owner's cottage. Maybe it's not in Key West. Trying to get them the owner's cottage because it's the nicest, $380 a night. The postcard inn. Do you recall all those conversations?
Oh yeah, for sure. And she'd actually asked me weeks before the bump, because I had this connection at a place called the Moorings that I could get like a really great price at a really affordable price for how nice the place is. And I said I was going to make some calls and help her out and get it. And then I ended up giving her $300 for when she picked up that bag at my house. I put $300 in it and I got her a hotel room.
Is that a yes? You remember that conversation?
Yeah, I do.
And she didn't want the trip. In the text messages, she's saying, like, no thanks. And you're kind of forcing it down her throat. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, because actually, it's funny. At that time, in The Wire, I was trying to see if Katie and him were together or they weren't together. So that's why I kept asking, how are things? Are you guys okay? Because if they were fighting, it was making me think more and more that the reason she was avoiding me was because she found out that he was the one who was doing the second extortion again. So I was trying to figure out if it was him and if she was lying to me.
And in this case, she says, I don't want to do anything. And you say, you know what? F that. You're going there. You're going to have a good time.
For sure. I was trying to do nice things for her.
And then did you pay for a trip or offer to pay for a trip to Santo Domingo for Catherine Magbanoa and Sigfredo Garcia to visit his parents?
I didn't know who she was going with, but I paid for. You're talking about airline tickets?
Yes.
She called me up. She had an emergency. Something happened. She booked tickets for the wrong date. I had no idea who in the family she was going with, and she had no money. And I remember I was in Chicago. I was at a friend's wedding, and I took out my credit card, and I gave her the credit card number and let her book tickets. I thought she was going with her kids.
So is that a yes? You paid for
the
trip
to
Santo
remember that
Domingo.
well.
So
For
go
sure.
quicker if we can just
I'm sorry.
answer the question.
What's the objection?
Argumentative.
Overruled.
Did you offer to buy Catherine Magbanoa and her mom a cruise?
Yes, Katie had mentioned to me that she always wanted to be able to take her mom on a cruise. So I offered, but she never took me up on it.
Did you call in prescriptions for Catherine Magbanoa?
She was a patient of record of my office.
Did you pay for a meal service for Catherine Magbanoa?
Yeah, I did.
Did you pay for car repairs for her?
Yeah, all this stuff was making me think she was broke. So yes, you're right.
Did you offer that she could use your Range Rover anytime?
I said she could borrow the car, sure.
Did she talk about getting a boat and you offered to help her get a boat?
I never offered to help her get a boat. I offered to help her look for a boat.
Did you pay for the breast augmentation?
No.
No part of the breast augmentation?
Not at all.
So when she's saying at the same time she's the day of the breast augmentation, can I just put it on the credit card? Can I just put it on your credit card? Is she referring to something else, some other expense?
I have no idea what she's referring to, but I did not pay for her boo job.
What about this birthday gift for Sigfredo Garcia? What was the bonsai tree in the bag? What was that all about?
Oh, she had asked me.
I'm not talking, but I just had something else playing. I had to find it.
And it's on a wire. It's on 420, where she says, "Can you get me some bud from Bud?" My next door neighbor's Bud, and she asked me if I could get some marijuana from my next door neighbor for her. So that's what. When I said I have a bonsai tree for you, she asked me, and I got her a little bit of marijuana from my next door neighbor for her.
And you said, I don't know what a married man with kids would want for his birthday, but you did your best. I did my best.
I was being completely. By the way, I was being completely sarcastic. I never would get Sigfredo Garcia a present in my life.
And you thought you hit it out of the park with the weed and the gift card. Did you say that?
Well, give me a little more context.
The context is you don't know what a married man with kids would want for his birthday, but you did your best and you think you hit it out of the park.
No, I was being completely sarcastic because she had asked me for that marijuana 2 weeks earlier, and I gave it to her. And then I was joking around when I gave it to her. I didn't want him to think that I was hooking up with her, so I started to joke around about it. And then,
oh look, everyone loves Babe. Well, it is good, isn't it? What's not to? But what about Pig in the City? Because I thought that was shit. But the original, isn't that always the way, though? You know, it's what happened with Finding Nemo. When it went to Dory, it was like, okay, what is this? What is this? You know what it is? It's so that people that were kids, or near enough when Nemo came out, could now take their kids to see Dory and relive the experience themselves. Grow the fuck up.
and I was like, maybe you can just tell him it was for me, because I didn't want him to think that I'm hooking up with Katie, and that's why I gave it to her.
Can we agree in general that it's important to maintain positive feelings between co-conspirators? If you're a co-conspirator with someone in a crime, you want to keep positive relationship with that person. Will you agree with that?
I'm not a co-conspirator with her.
Okay, I'm saying in general. Can you agree in general that co-conspirators in a crime want to stay friendly with each other?
I'm not a co-conspirator with her.
All right, can't agree to that. If a co-conspirator develops a motive to harm another one, that could be bad, right?
Co-conspirator. Say it again.
Say, a husband and wife do a murder together. And then 10 years later, they've gotten away with it, but 10 years later, they fall out. That could be a problem. Somebody might start talking, right?
I was never part of a murder.
Were these gifts, these things that you provided to Catherine Magbanua and her mother and Sigfredo Garcia payment for the murder?
Okay, I never got Sigfredo a gift in my life. The guy absolutely hates me. He wants to kill me. He stalked me. He extorted me. Like, that was being completely sarcastic, and sometimes I make some bad jokes, but that's, even when I wrote he wanted to take me deep sea fishing, I knew he wanted to kill me. Like, you have that text too. I didn't think we were going deep sea fishing.
On April 6th of 2015, did you receive a text from Catherine Magbanua that reads, "Next time, don't be such a dick to someone who has done something for you"?
Yeah, she's protecting me, and she's mad. She's mad at me over something.
Are these gifts what it took to secure her silence for so long?
No, absolutely not. I was never trying to get her silence. I was hoping she'd tell the truth.
Was your dad's birthday in between the two trips that the killers took?
Yeah, my dad's birthday is July 5th.
And what birthday was that for him?
It was his 70th birthday party.
All right, so there's been a lot of talk about the texting between you and your mom about the birthday, and she texts you on March 4th of 2014 and says she can't talk now, but she'll call when she goes to the bathroom in Gainesville and has privacy. She tells you to erase that text after you read it. Why did she have you erase that text?
Okay, if you look at the records, I never erased the text.
Well, why did she ask you? If you know, you may not know.
Maybe she's afraid my dad's looking at her phone and would find out about the president. It made no sense to me. That's why I was like, I didn't erase anything.
How is you erasing the text going to prevent your dad from seeing it on your mom's phone?
Well, if my dad looked at my mom's phone, then he'd see the text and maybe know what she's planning for his birthday.
You weren't with Dad, she was with Dad, just to clarify.
Yeah, she was with my dad.
And the text that she asked you to erase, that particular text didn't say anything about a birthday or paella. Can we agree on that?
No, not, but I knew what it was about.
All right. 20 minutes later, she texts again and asks something about Dad's birthday. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I know we were trying to plan a surprise cruise. That was the original idea.
Okay, and the paella is mentioned elsewhere, not in this particular thread that we're talking about now.
Yeah, we
Was paella the big birthday gift?
Yeah, I paid for the catering for the whole party.
Okay. Then 3 months later, on June 8th, just after midnight, you text her, quote, "still working on Dad's birthday present." Was that in reference to the paella guy?
Possibly what I was also getting was a present. I mean, it's been 10 years, so I don't know exactly what I got him 10 years ago on his birthday.
And then
Or
at
what I was
1
thinking about.
a.m. I'm sorry, you weren't done.
No, or what I was thinking about getting him.
And then at 1 a.m., Mom texts you back, I know you'll, and I think she was in Israel, so that might account for the time, but she texts you, quote, I know you'll come through for me. Is that what she said?
That's what the text said, yeah.
Can we agree the timing of these texts is consistent with being sent the day after the killers got home from their failed June murder trip?
No, it's consistent with a few weeks before my dad's birthday and trying to figure out what we're going to get him.
Why didn't you go to Dan's funeral?
In Canada?
I think there were some in Tallahassee and in Canada as well.
I know there was a
But did you go
memorial.
to either?
There was a memorial service here.
Did you go to that?
No, I didn't attend. I knew what had happened to him, and there's no way I could have shown up. I would have been too upset.
Mr. Dubin, your lawyer that was here, seems like a long time ago at jury selection, said, people have different ways of grieving and that sort of thing. Were you grieving for the death of Dan Markel?
I felt horrible about what happened, and I knew what happened.
When did you?
I wasn't.
I'm sorry.
I wasn't close to him. But either way, I felt horrible about what happened.
When did you find out exactly how he was killed? Meaning, like, shot twice in the head.
I found out. It would have been the next morning is how I found out he got shot in the head.
Do you agree that this was a first-degree murder?
Do I agree?
Planned, premeditated?
The people who killed him planned on killing him. Yeah.
Do you think everyone involved should be convicted?
I think everyone involved should be convicted.
Even the person that hired the hit?
I think anybody who played a role in it, but I wasn't a part of it.
Do you regret that Dan Markel suffered for 14 hours before he died?
I feel horrible.
He was supposed to die quickly, instantly, right?
Are you asking me?
I am.
No, he wasn't supposed to die at all. This was horrible what happened.
Did it surprise you that the cops were able to identify the Prius?
Did it surprise me?
Yes.
I'm not a cop. I don't know how cops investigate.
Did it surprise you to learn that it's not a requirement of law to put the person at the scene of the crime to be guilty of a crime?
Listen, I'm not a police detective.
Was the police work in this case thorough?
I'm sure the police did the best they could.
Did you think that you had done everything properly such that you could never be detected or caught for this?
I wasn't part of this murder at all. You have it wrong.
Catherine Magbanua said that you think you're untouchable. Is that true, Doctor?
That's not true at all.
Did your parents drop off money to you on the night of the murder?
I never saw my parents there. You could look at our cell phones and you'll find that out, that we never saw each other.
I did look at the cell phones, and what is on there is your mom texts you, quote, outside your house. And
No, look at the tower information.
I think you testified that meant she was just passing by on the roadway.
She was approaching the area, yeah, to see if I was home.
All right, and do you know what your response was to her text?
Yeah, like 20 or 30 minutes later, I said 10 minutes.
I'm 10 minutes out, is what you said.
I think I said 10 minutes, but yeah, I'm not home.
Doesn't that indicate you're going to meet them at your house in 10 minutes?
No, I told her to let me know when you're going to be in the area.
Was the money that Catherine Magbanua got damp?
I never gave her any money that was damp. The money I gave her came out of my safe.
Was it damp?
No, I took it out of my safe. I put it on the dresser. She put it in her purse.
Why did Garcia and Rivera, or whoever did it, I guess I should say, why did whoever did it need to kill someone to extort you?
You gotta ask them.
Well, why couldn't they just come put a gun to your head and say, give me all the money in your safe?
Thank God they didn't.
Thank God they didn't?
Thank God they didn't. I would have gotten killed.
If Garcia hated you, why would he drive to Tallahassee twice to kill someone you hated?
It sounds like he was part of the extortion, or Katie put him up to it.
Doesn't blackmail or extortion usually involve the extortionist having some kind of dirt on the victim?
I know how this was done to me. I know I'm just telling you what happened to me. I'm not an expert in it.
If they had come in and threatened to kill you, would you have given them the money in your safe?
If someone came and put a gun to my head and Yeah, I would have opened up my safe and I would give them the money.
I still don't get how killing Dan Markel advances the ball for them to extort money out of you. Do you?
Yeah, I have a theory. They could extort me for life, and I don't think they knew exactly how much I had in the safe. She knew I had a lot of money in the safe. But this way I could get extorted for life, and that's what happened. And I was stuck paying $3,000 a month.
Imagine being Ramen Noodleson, right? And, you know, getting into your mid-teens, early 20s, whenever it's going to happen to him, going and watching this. And then imagine you at some, you know, moderate age, going and watching a video of your dad when you were 4 or 5 years old at that time, how your dad looked at that time. Having never seen him since, or perhaps in one visit, I don't know. I don't think so. I don't know, but I found it very difficult to visually picture Bree and Roman going to see him in jail. I wouldn't be surprised if that hasn't happened at all, you know. So you've never seen your dad, and you see a video of him as what he looked like when you were 4 or 5, doing this. Doing this on the stand. I mean, how weird would that be?
But you could have gotten extorted for life just by the threat of death by Latin King, couldn't you, Doctor?
I mean, this was as real of a threat as you get. I mean, these guys aren't messing around.
All right, you didn't report this after Garcia was arrested, did you? Did not report this after Garcia's arrest?
No, not at all.
Okay, you did keep paying Catherine Magbanua after Garcia's arrest?
No, I never saw her again.
Did not report this after Magbanua's arrest, correct?
Correct.
Did not testify in either of their trials, correct?
Was never contacted to, but yes.
You were okay with the possibility of them getting away with killing Dan Markel.
I thought the truth was going to come out in 2019.
How, if the witness who knows something doesn't come forward?
Katie knows what happens and knows I was extorted, and her trial was in 19, and I was expecting the truth to come out then. And instead, I found out that she was having this affair with him on me, and she lied, and all this money was going to her.
So if her defense had been, I was an innocent conduit to an extortion, you would have backed her up on that?
If she would have come in and told the truth, and yeah, for sure. You would have heard the same story.
Where is your family located now? You don't have to be specific, but is your mom and dad, are they still in South Florida?
They still live in South Florida.
Okay, what about Wendy and the boys?
My parents live about 35 minutes from my sister, and I used to live about 45 minutes from them.
And are they okay, as far as you know, physically, today, as we sit here?
Yes.
And are you concerned that because you've told now on the Latin Kings that they're going to come kill your whole family?
I mean, I just told you that I was told then that Luis Rivera, the head of the Latin Kings, killed Dan Markel. So, I mean, I do have some concern when I get out.
Right, but even
after me.
Sorry, go ahead.
That's okay. I said I do have some concern with Latin Kings now that I spoke and told what I know.
But what about, I mean, Rivera was already in custody at one point, as well as Garcia and Magbanua. My understanding.
He hadn't thought about that question, and neither had Dan Rashbaum, right? Question being, now that you've told about what the Latin Kings did to you, do you fear reprisals if you get out? Or to your family?
Understanding is your continued fear was due to other Latin Kings, potentially. Is that accurate?
These are highly connected people. Luis Rivera, the head of the Latin Kings, in custody means absolutely nothing. If you think he can't send somebody from the outside, you're wrong.
All right. So my question to you is, did that happen? Because you told yesterday.
Was I killed yesterday when I was in jail? No.
And nobody in your family has been killed so far.
You're talking about in the last 24 hours?
Right.
Not that I know.
Okay. But you're worried about that.
I think now that I've spoken, I do have a concern, yes.
Okay. But not too concerned.
He thought of that on the fly, and it wasn't convincing. He's not good at being convincing on the fly. And if you're not good at being convincing on the fly, don't put yourself in a position where you have to take the witness stand, testify in your own defense for the crime of murder. It's be true to thine own self, right? Insider trading, slum landlord, fucking vending machines at the laundromat. All of that was fine, Charlie. Scumbag, but fine. That was where your skill set was. And you weren't even very good at that. You weren't even very good at buying a second-hand go-kart. We listened to the tapes, Charlie. You handled that negotiation like a fucking child. That guy that was trying to sell you well, he wasn't even really trying. He was about to sell you a go-kart because you insisted on buying one, and he was about to take so much money from you. And you didn't have the stones or the wherewithal to see what was going on. If you can't buy a go-kart, you can't get away with murder.
To remain silent when it's your own butt on the line, right?
I'm here to tell the truth. And yes, do I have a concern now that I told you what happened? Absolutely.
Mom tells you on that first wire call that the bump involves the two of us, referring to yourself and your mom, right?
Yes, that's what she said.
And would you agree, prior to your explanation, that looks pretty incriminating?
I think if you don't know what happened, you can assume the worst.
Isn't it true that you had to add the bit about confiding your extortion in your mom in order to put that toothpaste back in the tube?
No, that's what happened when I got the checks.
Otherwise, why would you bring your mom into this?
I didn't want to. When I first told her on the phone and asked her to write the checks, I said just it's a long story, I'd brush it off, and she didn't press anything, but I think she was out somewhere. It wasn't until when I picked up the checks that she started pressuring me and saying, this makes no sense, why are you doing this, you're not dating Katie, and that's when she found out.
But your mom is the most high-strung out of the whole group, right? And she's old, and she worries, right?
I don't think she's super high-strung, but she does worry about her kids.
You don't?
No. You've never met her.
Well, you said she was, quote, notorious for making a big deal out of everything.
I mean, she overreacts, but she's a mom. I think a lot of moms overreact.
Okay. You could have told her, Katie's down on her luck, and I'm just going to be putting her on the payroll. I mean, you were making enough money, you could tell her to just write checks, couldn't you? Why'd you have to tell her it was an extortion from Latin King gang members?
Well, okay, at that time I didn't know anything about the Latin Kings, but when I told her what happened, I was thinking that, it actually would be good if someone knows what happened in case I get killed, they at least know what direction to start looking in. So until that point, nobody even knew. So when she started questioning me, I just said, you know what, I'm going to tell you, but don't say a thing to Dad, don't say a thing to Wendy, you got to promise me. I didn't want her to ever talk about this again. And that was the day that she found out. It was when I got the checks. What
she doesn't say on the wire is, it's happening again. I was approached by another extortionist today. Does she say that?
No, she's talking very carefully.
And you say carefully, but isn't carefully the same thing as code?
No, they're two totally separate things. Do you know the difference?
You weren't really giving her money for a TV, were you?
Giving her money for a TV.
This TV is probably going to be about $5. Okay. I need you to bring cash tonight.
I wish she picked another object on planet Earth other than TV. But TV is code for absolutely nothing. There is no code in this case involving TV, and you keep circling and circling and circling TV, you're wrong.
Is it a coincidence that the repair of the TV that you bought Wendy as a divorce gift because it was cheaper than hiring a hitman is your sister's alibi for the murder, and then your mom brings up TV first call on the wire?
It's not an alibi for a murder. She had a broken TV. You got to ask Lincoln who threw the remote at the TV.
Was it a coincidence? Is the TV thing a coincidence? That's what I hear you say.
Oh, that the repairman was there that day?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that is a coincidence for sure. There's a
And
couple
all
of coincidences in this case.
I'm sorry, I cut you off.
I said,
Okay, Brian Smith says, structuring the payoff the way Charlie did was probably less obvious than paying the lump sum. The lump sum payment would have been more suspicious if I were a juror. Well, there was a lump sum. He paid $100,000 lump sum. And then also paid structurally over time. I mean, you know. So it was both. You know. Basically, Charlie was under the impression that the $100,000 wasn't for Katie at all. That was for the hitman. I don't even think that he believed that there was more than one hitman that it was going for. Katie took the money and trafficked it to give, as far as Charlie knew, but she took a third of that. The 100 grand was split more or less equally, not equally, but sort of split into thirds between Charlie, Sigfredo, and Luis. And then Katie, in addition to that, unbeknownst to Charlie, was receiving, you know, that he didn't know she got a third of that, was receiving her finder's fee, if you like, by way of car repairs, cash, put you on the payroll, health insurance, these perks, right? Charlie was just under the impression that she was getting perks. So, for your comment, Brian, I mean, that Christina, 130,000 actually, no. You're talking about the $138,000? That's a made-up thing. That never happened. It was $100,000 that was actually paid. But when Daniel Rashbaum came up with the extortion story, $100,000 was not a believable amount. It was too round a number. It's the perfect amount of money that you would pay for a hit, the price. Well, not necessarily the amount, but the fact that it's rounded, right? Maybe you could pay 50 for a hit or 100 or whatever it is, but it's rounded. It's a price. So it couldn't be fitting into the story of, oh, I opened my safe and gave her everything I had. It just happened to be a perfect $100,000. So they made it more. It wasn't more. It was made up that it was more, right? Because $138,000 seems like a random number. $100,000 is a round number and easily interpreted as a price, right? You're not going to do a hit and say, well, it's $97,438. You know, it's round number. It's all right, Christina, but for Brian, nobody seems to know we're fancy in the gallery. Yeah, she's there. She's there looking down, writing on her notes. Brian's talking about paying in full. My bad. I was focused on the 1 million payout that was offered to Dan. The hit payment was a different amount. Okay. All good. But yeah, I think it's never been discussed in trial in one of the cases, the fact that Charlie had no idea that Katie was taking a sizable portion of that $100,000 for herself. You know, this is how the conversation would have gone in the most simplest terms. Katie, do you know anyone that can do a murder? Because if you do, we're going to pay that person $100,000. We're only going to go through you. You set it up. When it's done, I'll give you the money to give to them. Right? Are you with me? Because why would Charlie consider Katie's role in this to be equal? She's just the person, or she gets a finder's fee, and that finder's fee happens after everything is done, after the hit has been done, after the hitman has been paid his $100,000. Then, Katie, you come to me when you need anything. I'll be there to support you, blah, 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 blah. Those are her perks. And that's just the way it is.
Said there's a couple of coincidences in this case. I mean, she had people send her an email to go buy a bottle of Bullet bourbon for their Stock the Bar party, and she was driving to a liquor store to buy a bottle of Bullet bourbon on that day, at that time, and her friend sent the email, and you have the email and evidence. Like, is that a coincidence? Yeah, coincidences happen.
And the you might not be the right Katie talk, that doesn't seem to really fit with your theory of the case, does it? What was your explanation for that? Why you kept saying you might
It's a coincidence.
not be the right Katie? I mean, she's definitely the right Katie, right?
Absolutely. She knew it was. I was implying it was her. I was just trying to say, I'm not setting you up, but I need your help.
On call B, your mom, you call your mom back and you say, you probe her a little bit, and ultimately you say, you think someone's trying to blackmail you? That's crazy. Why does it sound like this is something that's new and unfathomable to you at that moment?
Well, because I wasn't even following what my mom was talking about on the first call. And on the second call, when she shocked me when she said that. And I'd been extorted before, and her saying to bring cash, everything just didn't sound right.
Could we play clip 4, please? This is from Dolce.
What, I'm sorry, from what?
Clip 4 from Dolce.
Okay. From what?
Clip 4 from Dolce.
Okay.
Clip 4, please. This is from Dolce.
From what? I'm sorry, from what?
Clip 4 from Dolce.
Okay.
Even if they had any evidence, the first words out of your mouth on this clip, even if they had any evidence. No. Strike. The quote is, if you say, if they had any evidence, we'd have already gone to the airport. And I know you already testified about this, but does an innocent person say, if they had any evidence?
Right. Katie's saying it's the police, and I'm saying that we're innocent. They're not going to have any evidence to show we were part of something that we were part of. If we had any part of this, we'd be going to the airport right now. And I
Isn't
still say
it
the
true,
same
doctor,
thing.
that they're not going to have any evidence because you were careful?
No, because we weren't a part of this.
You were smart.
No, we weren't a part of this.
You walled yourself off from
I was
the
sure
killers.
they're not going to have evidence to show I did something I didn't do. So we're not running to the airport.
And you're untouchable, right?
No, we didn't do a murder. I wasn't part of a murder. There's no reason to run to the airport.
In the next clip, you're discussing what's going to happen if this person that did the bump goes to the police. And you're going through all these scenarios, these possibilities.
Wait, if he goes to the police?
Yeah, the blackmailer goes to the police. They're going to say, where's the weapon? And he's not going to know. He's just going to have hearsay, basically. Someone told me they did it. It's not going to be enough to get the investigation anywhere. Why are you thinking through the possibility of the blackmailer going to the cops if the blackmailer doesn't have any dirt on you to take to the cops?
I wasn't thinking about the blackmailer. What I was trying to say is I don't know anything about Sigfredo. I don't know anything about this crime. I was trying to tell her that I'm harmless. I don't have any knowledge of what went on. Like, the last thing I wanted is that now that she's saying it's the police, is someone to come and kill me and think I'm some kind of loose end. So that's why I'm saying that.
But that's not what you're saying. You're saying if this is a person that Luis Rivera ran his mouth to, and they go to the police, it's going to be worth zero. Because they're not going to know anything other than, hey, my brother told me this.
I don't know if I was saying with someone who knows Luis Rivera. I was trying to make a point that I don't know anything.
And then you suggest what they would have to do is get him to wear a wire and get the person to confess. And that's probably what this could be, an effort to do, right?
Well, they're thinking that we were part of a murder. So this was the same thing I said before, is that this is their theory. So this is a police tactic, and it could be either a bad guy or the police. And this is how they're pursuing it.
Exactly. So as long as you keep your mouth shut, you can get away with murder, right?
No, not at all.
Isn't that what you told Ryan Fitzpatrick?
No, Ryan Fitzpatrick is someone who stole over $500,000 from me.
That's not my question, sir.
Sorry.
Did you say that to Ryan Fitzpatrick?
No, never. Never at all.
Why do you go into so much detail about rental car examples? Let's start with, strike that. Can you agree that the Prius, you knew that the police were looking for a Prius at the time you met at this Dolce Vita restaurant?
I think it had been released at that time.
All right, and you heard the recording. You're arguing. Let's play the clip. This is going to be clip, I think let's play 7 and 8, please. Dolce.
Because the fact is like, even if, let's say, just out of my car, and then I go ahead and I get in the car, and then I go, and you're getting into the car, I go, yeah, she was in my car, and he got out, and she did this horrible crime. Okay, if they come and they get the DNA in the car, they go, yep, he was in my car. He sat in the car for 2 minutes, got out of the AC, and then got out of the car. He has nothing to do with you guys murdering me. Outside of that, there's no evidence. Okay? If you have a car and you can link this person to renting that car that you drive, okay. But you have to prove that they were also driving that day too, and rented it and lent it to a friend. What if you rented a car and I go, hey, can I borrow it for the weekend and I'll bring it back on Tuesday? You go, yeah, sure. So you rented a car. You've been in that car. I drive into fucking Orlando. I rob McDonald's in Orlando. I come back and I go, here's the keys, Katie. And you go, okay, thanks. Yeah, you rented it, but what if you were fucking out all weekend and you didn't even know I took your car? I did something and I brought it back. Okay.
sounds like you're saying even if they track down the Prius, even if there's DNA or fingerprints in the Prius, meaning like they can link someone to the Prius, that's not going to be enough evidence to make any arrests in this case. Is that what you're saying?
No, not at all. What I'm doing is I'm restating.
You've answered my question.
Can I give you an
On redirect, you'll have an opportunity.
Well,
my question was.
One moment.
My question
We're not
was-
just wildly arguing. Mr. Adelson, please answer the question.
Okay.
I can just ask you a yes or no question.
Please allow me
and
to answer your question.
Okay.
Can I?
Yeah.
Okay, sure.
Help yourself out.
What I was saying to Katie is that the information she had just told me in the car about Sigfredo not being there when the crime was committed, she told me that Sigfredo was high on drugs at the hotel and that Luis had rented a car and that he's the one who killed Dan. And I'm restating to her that I don't have any knowledge of what went on, and that all I know is that Sigfredo wasn't even there when this happened. So that's what I'm restating to her.
That Sigfredo can't be caught even if he's connected to the crime, to the car?
I know that Sigfredo wasn't the one who killed Dan.
Okay. Wouldn't it be good for you, because you know now that Sigfredo is the extortionist, right? She just told you that in the car?
Sigfredo, yeah.
Okay. And wouldn't it be good for you if the police investigation into the Prius led to the arrest of the killers/extortionists?
If they arrested the people that killed Dan,
Yeah.
I know the extortion would stop. As long as I kept my mouth shut, I'd be safe.
Right. So why are you trying to argue to her that, like, the car is not going to lead anywhere? They're not going to be able to do anything with the car.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying that I know that Sigfredo wasn't the one who killed him.
Did you say on this recording, if they're a bad guy, there's two ways of dealing with it? Go ahead and contact the police. They'll contact him, the blackmailer, and arrange a setup. Take him down, and he'll proffer 10 years, and now tell us everything you know, or else you're going to serve 10 years in prison. Next thing you know, this person is singing. He's calling out your name. My parents are going to have to tell the story of what happened. Singing about what? About the extortion?
No, I think you're reading it wrong. I know the audible is bad.
What would
Are those the words?
Yes, sir.
How great
what
was
would
that?
the extorting out your name?
Singing about what? The extortion? Isn't she great?
Now tell us everything you know, or else you're going to serve 10 years in prison. Next thing you know, this person is singing. He's calling out your name. My parents are going to have to tell the story of what happened. Singing about what? About the extortion?
No, I think you're reading it wrong. I know the audible is bad.
What would
Are those the words?
Yes, sir. What would the extortionist, and now I'm referring to the one that contacted your mother.
The Latin King extortion.
Well, they're both Latin kings, right?
The second extortion.
What would they have to sing about?
The second extortion would be singing and talking about the first extortion, where they learned their information from.
Who cares? That doesn't have anything to do with you.
Well, when they catch the first extortion, Katie's tied to them and I'm tied to Katie. They're going to come talk to us, and we're going to be in danger when we tell them what happened. So I was saying if they catch the second, they're going to turn in on the first, and that's the same thing I said yesterday.
You gave very precise instructions to Catherine McBanois on what she was to say when she calls the phone number, right?
Yeah,
Did you do that?
Absolutely.
And then you say, quote, "You'd better kill him because he's going to be a big problem. And he knows who you are. If he can't do it, I'll have someone else do it." Aren't you telling her that if Garcia can't handle this problem and kill whoever's behind this, you will have someone else do it?
You're reading it totally wrong.
It's a yes or no question, sir.
No, you're wrong.
When Dan Markel's murder was taking too long to happen, didn't you tell Catherine Magbanua that if she couldn't get it done, you would find someone else to do it?
No, I've never said that either.
And then you say in the recording, I'm back to Dolce now, yeah, and guess what? When the effing police show up and there's a doctor, there's an oral surgeon standing there with a dead gang member in his effing driveway, they're not going to come down too hard on me. So you knew you'd be believed if you went to the police, right?
I didn't know I'd be believed, but I feared for my life.
And then you say, so help me God, if they fuck with my family, it's going to be fucking Nazi shit. Because this will be done. You know what I'm saying? I mean, Katie, I don't care what I spend, okay? I swear to God. What is Nazi shit?
That's an expression that Katie would use to describe someone that's going crazy. I think the Nazis were absolutely crazy people. So I'm saying I'm going to get somebody to go crazy on the guy that's trying to extort my mom for money. I'll pay someone to go threaten him and to scare him. I was not talking about killing anybody.
Well, you say the word kill. Yes?
No. Oh, when you're putting the words in my mouth, well, we can do that sentence.
Do you say the word kill?
I'm talking about if Sigfredo's coming after you, he's such a dangerous guy, you'd have to kill him to stop him. That's the only thing you could do. Not talking about killing the extorter. I'm talking a second extortion. Okay. I'm saying that if Sigfredo's coming after you, the only thing that you could do is you'd have to kill him to stop him. I'm not talking about killing anybody. I'm talking about that's the only way that you could stop Sigfredo from coming after you is you would have to kill him. And that's exactly what I said there. You're wrong. That's exactly what I said.
All right, thank you. Nazis kill, right?
Which is pretty much the line from Casino when Robert De Niro says, if you beat Nicky with fists, he comes back with a bat. You beat him with a knife, he comes back with a gun. And when he comes back, what was it? And you better keep coming, if he comes back with a gun, you better kill him because he'll keep coming back and back and back until one of you is dead.
Is that like their primary objective?
No, I think Nazis are insane, crazy people.
Nazis are insane, crazy people. And I feel like a German shepherd because I always need something to do. He says the weirdest things.
That exterminate, right?
That kill, yes, but they're crazy. That was an expression she would use, and that's when I used it to her, but basically saying I'm going to have someone go crazy on this guy. I could have used the word crazy. I thought it was interchangeable.
Sandra says, having a mock trial seems like a great idea, but was probably executed poorly by Charlie's team. The mock trial did exactly what it was supposed to do, which was give Rashbaum more billable hours and give the Adelson family that were paying him the belief that he was doing a very involved, good job and that cared about the outcome, when really all he cared about was getting paid. Because he knew the outcome. He knew this was not going anywhere. That's why he's so shit at trial, because he doesn't... There's no drive. He's there to do the job he was paid to do, not defend him, you know. All this thing like, yeah, we're going to have a mock trial. That's all stuff to get Donna and Charlie and Harvey revved up and said, yeah, this guy's on the case. This is the guy for us. He's going to go that extra mile. He's got a mock trial. He's got all these ideas. He's got a team of people that are going to put us through this, you know, this act. It's not for the purposes of helping Charlie's case. It's for the purposes of justifying his fee, his bill. That's all. That's all. And they still don't get that.
Isn't what you're
They're still saying he did a great job.
Doing here in this portion of the tape, feeling her out to make sure Garcia doesn't have any bad feelings toward you?
When I said it, yeah, I thought he could have been behind the second extortion. I think I've said that before.
And you go into like how your relationships didn't overlap, you never disrespected him, and you mentioned that, you know, you don't think that I assume you mean these other people, associates that have contacted your mom, would want to mess with his connections, right? You remember?
You're talking about the copycat extortion.
Right. And then you ask if he's too far removed, or can he still make a call? Are you referring to Garcia in that?
Yeah, exactly.
So can Garcia make a call to try to figure out who this is?
Can Garcia help stop the second extortion? Someone's doing a piggyback extortion on the first. That's exactly what I said.
On the topic of conversation for Catherine Magbanua, don't you say, I look for things to do, I show you, that's the difference, you don't ask me for shit. You said all those things, right?
Absolutely. That's proving that what I've been saying all along is that I didn't think she was part of this, so I was doing things to keep her happy from time to time. Ethan's birthday I brought up there. I gave her $300. I helped her out with the car when her car was broken, for sure.
And then you say, listen, you giving somebody money is not an admission of any kind of guilt. Would paying the money have made her look guilty?
That's what she was saying to me. Is she said it's the police. And you can't pay the police. They're going to think you were part of a murder and they're going to arrest you.
But if it was an extortionist, it could have created a monster, right?
And if you don't pay the extortionist, you could get killed.
So when these
or you could
guys...
keep getting extorted.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I said if you don't pay the extortionist, you could get killed, or you could keep getting extorted.
But your main concern was that if we pay, this guy will think I'm an ATM machine, right? He'll keep coming back again and again and again. Don't you articulate that to Catherine Magbanua?
If it was an extorter, that was one of the concerns. The other concern was not paying him and getting killed.
But what you say is, well, I don't remember the quote exactly. The main concern, what I'm most worried about, is that they're going to keep coming back for more, right?
I don't remember using the word the main concern.
But what you don't say in here is like what you or your homies have been doing to me for 2 years.
Of course not. I don't want her to think I'm setting her up.
Why are you explaining extortion and how extortion works to Catherine Magbanua?
In there?
Yeah.
Because I know.
But she knows too, doesn't she?
So I repeat myself. I do that.
You also explain it to your mother, how extortion works, and has known about it for 2 years too, right?
From what I told her, yeah. I'm reminding her.
Then you say, if someone's messing with you, they're messing with me. And if someone's messing with me, they're messing with you. It's one and the same, right?
Yes, I said that.
You're in this together, right?
We're both innocent.
You were very obviously relieved on the wire when you came to the conclusion that this was law enforcement. Would you agree with that?
Very relieved, yeah.
All right. And at that same time that on the wire you're expressing relief, or I should say shortly after all the relief expressed on the wire, we've got the arrest of Catherine Magbanua, right?
No.
No. Okay. Would you agree that it goes relief on the wire, then arrest of Catherine Magbanua?
Do you want to give me dates? Because Kathy was arrested 6 months later.
Okay.
The wire
Can we
was in
agree
April,
that
she was
you were
arrested in
very
October.
relieved on the wire, and that 6 months later, Catherine Magbanua was arrested?
She was arrested 6 months later, correct?
And 6 months later, after you were completely relieved on the wire, you begin to exhibit these extreme behavior changes that we've heard about. And what is your explanation for that?
Because I thought I'd be falsely arrested.
I love the silences she leaves.
Did you encourage Catherine Magbanua to reconcile with Garcia? That's a yes or no.
Yes, for sure I did.
Was that a good decision for her or a good decision for you?
Neither.
You've heard your lawyer say.
Then why did you do it? What the fuck? He's just a moron. He doesn't know what to do. Did you encourage Magbanua to reconcile with Garcia? Yes, for sure I did. For sure I did. And was that a good idea for you or for her? Neither. So why would you do it? I mean, that just doesn't even make the most basic amount of sense.
That you talk a lot. Do you agree with that?
Yes, I do.
And you talk a lot on the wire, right?
Yes, I do.
Do you agree you're not a direct person?
Hi Karen, welcome to the Metrix.
My direct person?
There's a lot of circular talking on the wire.
Oh, this is good.
However you want to describe my mannerisms of talking, you're welcome to describe them.
I'll do that in closing. What I'm asking is, do you agree that you are like that?
I think
He so knows that he took a jab there. He almost gave her credit in his concession.
my direct person.
There's a lot of circular talking on the wire.
I mean, however you want to describe my mannerisms of talking, you're welcome to describe them.
I'll do that in closing. What I'm asking is, do you agree that you are like that?
I think at times I'm direct, for sure.
Do you have a way of saying things without really saying it?
No.
C-Star says he planned these answers, in my opinion. Well, I don't think he planned the answers. I mean, I think the preparation for Charlie Adelson was to prepare the overall story thoroughly as he could, and try and predict what questions he would be asked. But George is really good at finding stuff that he hasn't fucking even thought about. And there's been a lot where he's had to think on his feet and try and make it fit with this fantasy that he's created and practiced and studied and rehearsed and so on, But it's very clear when Georgia pushes him to answer a question that he hasn't considered. He's very bad at covering that up, and that's why Georgia's so great, and that's why Charlie on the stand was nothing.
I think I'm pretty direct with things.
Do you think you can talk your way out of this?
No, I don't. I'm not part of a murder.
Who are they going to believe, right? An oral surgeon or a gangster?
That's extorting me in my driveway and coming and threatening me?
You're untouchable, right?
No, I'm not part of this murder.
There was a lot of talk about going to the police on the wire, which I think we've well established did not happen. But you've always gone to the police before, right?
I've had other things that I've gone to the police for, yeah.
You've gone to the police in reference to something to do with your child's mother? Yes or no?
Yes.
You've gone to the police when you were threatened to be blackmailed over something with a woman back in 2015? Remember that?
No, I didn't go to the police.
Did you send a letter from your lawyer indicating that describing her actions as an attempted shakedown and indicating that not only will Dr. Adelson never pay a settlement, he will undoubtedly prevail and seek attorney's fees against your client?
Civil complaint and threatening filing a lawsuit, and an attorney handled the civil complaint. The police were never notified. But it was a civil suit.
It was somebody trying to shake you down for money.
It was a unfounded claim from a civil suit to me and another dentist that it was involving.
It was a claim that potentially had criminal implications as well, wasn't it, Doctor?
For me?
Yes.
No. There's never a police investigation with that.
In 2018, did you report an aggravated assault where a vehicle was driving aggressively and narrowly avoided striking you?
I had a reporter almost kill my 10-week-old puppy dog that I was walking because I was going for a walk in the morning and he was stalking outside my house.
In 2018, did you report an aggravated assault where a vehicle was driving aggressively and narrowly avoided striking you?
He was more almost hit my dog too, but yeah.
Do your nephews deserve to know the whole truth about who killed their father?
Yeah, now they do.
Do Danny's parents deserve to know what happened to their son?
Absolutely.
And you say you knew. I mean, you now say you knew a big piece of what happened, right?
Yes.
Do you feel bad about not volunteering that to Danny's parents?
I feel a sense of relief that now I was able to tell everybody what finally happened.
Yesterday. Almost 10 years later, right?
Yeah.
And that's because you didn't just know a big piece of it. You were a big piece of it, weren't you, Doctor?
I was extorted and I knew a lot, yeah.
One moment, please, Your Honor.
All right, guys. Long stream tonight. Almost 6 hours, but we've got only... Well, is it 9 o'clock start, the hearing for Donna? If it is, we're on in 6 hours. So make sure you all come back for that. Or maybe all you East Coasters. What have we got? All you East Coasters have gone. Oh, Christina's up there. Central Time. Yeah, I guess we're going to go for now, but we'll be back. We'll be back. Come and join us live for Donna's final hearing pre-trial. We just covered the entire Charlie Adelson, Donna Adelson Jailhouse calls happening post his conviction and pre her arrest. That was very interesting, and we polished it off with Charlie Adelson's cross-examination. Can you believe it's going to be less than 2 weeks before we've got brand new Georgia doing her thing in Tallahassee, in Leon County Courthouse? How great is that? How great is that? Leave a like on the video for Georgia Kaufman. Leave a like on the video if you think the trial is going to be great. And come back and join us again in a few short hours when we will be live with Donna Adelson's final hearing before trial, happening on August 19th, 2025. Many thanks to the chatters, the super chatters, the super coffee go-getters, the super sticker givers, and the bulletproof Metrix moderators. They are so bulletproof, oh my gosh. And Soap, shout out to Soap. Good job, Soap. Well done. It's good to be back. It's good to be back. Okay, good night, everybody. Thank you, everybody. Good night.